When we first started this world, it was completely barren, but that was 2,000 days ago. Since then, we've willed a civilization into existence. In the coming 1,000 days, you'll see everything from dockyards and factories to warships and giant railway artillery and more. Make sure to drop a like and hit that subscribe button so as not to miss out on future videos, and if you want to check out the builds for yourself, you can find them on Patreon. But now, sit back, relax, and enjoy 1,000 days in Minecraft Crate Mode. Last time, I tried to defend my colony from every horror mod and failed, partially due to ammo shortages caused by limited copper. But believe it or not, the first step towards getting more copper doesn't involve grabbing a pickaxe. Instead, it involves huge crate mod cargo ships and carefully negotiated international trade deals. Today, I'm going to be designing and building a shipyard complete with working dry docks and spots for cranes capable of building all types of boats, both commercial and naval. Ugh, that was strange. Was asleep for a long time. Had these crazy dreams. All this stuff. What are these? What happened to my walls? I dreamed like I built a whole underground tunnel and all this stuff. Hold on. This is the underground tunnel that I dreamed about. So it was real. Now that we're out of horror mode, I can actually mention something that I want to mention last time. I mean, I'm sure you noticed it. I pointed it out in horror mode. But I got this new mod that I saw. It got recommended to me in my YouTube feed. And it was just a mod for adding, well, quote-unquote, simple clouds. That's the name of the mod, is simple clouds. And I saw this, I was like, oh my goodness, that looks amazing. I went and checked out the video. Sure enough, it is amazing. I was like, if this is actually for my version of the game, this is going to be the best thing ever. And what do you know, it's for my version of the game and is now my favorite mod. And it was perfect timing as well because I just removed weather 2 in favor of going back to the vanilla weather. And then like a day later, this came along. Basically, you have either clear skies or you have lots of other normal types of clouds, and occasionally you get rain. That might be rain over there. And sometimes you can get thunderstorms even. I had pretty limited ammo last time for my tank because I still have no way of making ammo automatically because all of it takes brass, and that takes zinc and copper. And well, that's going to be the project. That was going to be the project for today, was copper. But then I discovered something. You see, I have a recipe right now. I have, what's it called? Viridium. Viridium is the crate mod stone that can give you some copper when you crush it. You crush it and you get, almost every time you get a piece of raw copper from this thing. And I had added a recipe to craft it myself. Seemed kind of lame, but that's what I was going to go with. Until I discovered a new mod. So I happened to be looking on CurseForge, and I saw these things. I saw this mod that adds these vents underwater in oceans. And here you can see a dormant molten viridium. This is a vent. And if you find it, you can blow it up, you can pump lava into it, and it will start magically forming that stone around the vent infinitely, as long as you give it some lava. So we need to go find undersea vents somewhere deep in the ocean in unloaded chunks. But that's not what we're doing in this video. Because to do that, I need ships. And without a shipyard, I can't build ships of any type. So this is a steel mill. And there is a spot right here that I was thinking of putting a shipyard for a long time because I saw this thing. And I was thinking that I could build a shipyard basically here. It needs to consist of at least 2 dry docks that can be flooded, and then at least 1 long pier that comes out that you could park ships nearby and work on them, and then at least 1 crane. And that's actually probably the shipyard. Most of it. Basically here we have dry dock that goes back into the land. Then we have maybe another small dry dock. Then maybe we have a pier over here. The large dry dock needs to be at least 270 blocks long if we want to make things 1-to-1 scale. I don't know what kind of things would be about that long or slightly shorter, but we need it to be pretty big. Let's just say my ship size limit is going to be determined by Minecraft performance, not so much difficulty building. It's how big of a physics entity will not make the game unplayable. I'm gonna start the big dry dock right here. You can see that notch over there. Right there, that's where it gets shaved down. And I noticed that I need to make it probably at least 50 blocks wide or something. 12, 13, 14. Oh, this is gonna be pretty big actually. So this is 49 blocks. Where am I? Oh, I'm right here. Oh, that's not bad, actually. It's this big space in here. That's pretty okay. I've got the width for the pier that goes between the 2 dry docks. Now I just have to pick a size for the small dry dock. I probably am going to go with like half as big as the first one. I kind of wanted to be able to build up to destroyers maybe at the largest, so not too huge. I think this is 29. Oh, well, that leaves lots of room. Okay. But this whole place is going to need a lot of digging out, unfortunately, because the base level is 66, which is where I am right now. Then water level is at 63, and it needs to be a lot deeper than water level. I mean, because I was looking at the draft on some of these ships, and it's like 10 or 11 meters, which, well, same thing as blocks, so that's quite significant. Okay, now we can see how long just this dry dock is going to be. It's the huge dry dock. It goes all the way down here. I'm going to make the borders here so that I know basically what I'm working with, and then start digging either manually or with the machine if it becomes too big of an issue. Yeah, I'm going to be making a contraption to dig that out because look, it like goes up to a maximum height of 74 blocks, which is already like 11 blocks above sea level. And then we have to go, I don't know, like 15 or 20 blocks below sea level. See what I mean about needing a machine to dig this out? There is no way that I would be digging this myself. Mining drill or not, it just is not going to help. Here, go away. Bye. How are you not... This is the size of the big dry dock. Not that it's particularly dry right now. We'll have to pump the water out of it or do something. That's a system we're going to be designing later on. If we come over here, this is the other smaller one ready to go, and I'm kind of in the middle of clearing out the dirt around this area. But now it's creative mode time on a copy of the world, of course. It's not fun picking out blocks in survival mode. We're going to be doing that here. We're going to be getting some designs for things down and ready to go. For example, the slopes of the walls of the dry docks. Some of these slope down, some of them seem to stair step down. We're gonna try to do the stair step down. Mainly because stair step down is quite a bit easier to do. And so like, let's see, if we made it like 3 blocks, we can do this. Yeah, 3 block interval seems good, but I might just make this full blocks so I don't have to deal with slabs and frame blocks at all. It's not nighttime, it's just a giant storm that showed up. I have a few screenshots that I can put up on screen. But I think I've got a design here for the dry docks that's mostly good. I am going to do a little bit of manual touch up to this because it was done with a pattern randomizer. Well, not, yeah, I guess a randomizer, just a world edit. A little bit more to do that. I also have slots for the gates here. I was originally going to have gates that like opened basically outward, like one on each side would go like we out and then we in that way. And I was like, that's would look really cool, but is also really unrealistic, and instead we're going to just opt for a gate that retracts into the ground. Oh yeah, I've got some of the pier done over here as well. I'm standing on, in fact. It's going to go a lot farther down south. Don't really need to do that right this second. Another thing is, I'm going to have to be using schematics for this. I was hoping to avoid that, but then I started making these patterns, which I can't recreate very well, so that needs a schematic. Next thing is to fill in the surface of all of these roads and everything with the correct pattern. It's going to be pretty similar to the oil refinery. I'll throw some screenshots and pictures up on screen of what I'm looking at. But there are some interesting patterns and markings and kind of road layouts I'm going to be trying to duplicate. Speaking of this storm though, do you want to see something cool that I think is actually amazing that it works this well even with this kind of performance? just looking at this thinking, if only we had colored lights, it would be basically perfect. Because unfortunately, all lights are just white. And not yellow, not red, especially one red lights, not green, none of the above. I don't know how feasible that is. It doesn't seem to be something that mods have been able to change. I haven't encountered any mods that have yet. This place looks super special, by the way, with the true darkness on, which is what we have now. It's the same thing I was using during the horror video, just now. There's no horror mods, but it sure makes everything look cool at night. And of course, we can switch it to the daytime. And you can see we've got lots and lots of street lamps, and we've even got other decorations here. I've added probably all the fine decorations we're going to do today. All the ground is painted, and those yellow areas with the rails, those are spots and tracks for giant working cranes, dockyard cranes that we can move around. We'll get to that probably in the next video. What we need to do now, though, is build the working dry dock gates, and build them without using chassis. Not like I'm doing here. This ended up not being any good. Basically down here, then we have to put this piston extension pole, and then it needs to have like 17 more blocks, I think. There, do that now. Now you're gonna be good here. Let's make sure we do this the right way. Only place when anchor destroyed. You got it. Let's not mess this up, please. And back down we go. Oh, not far enough. Not far. You hate to see it. Here, check out my gates. They're fully working now. Very slow, but probably realistic in that slowness. We can open both of them, actually. They both work exactly the same way. I kind of just perfected the little system underneath it that I was showing you earlier. And it has just one of these toggle latch things, so each time it gets a signal, it just either powers or depowers. It's pretty cool. Just a gear shift there. Nothing too fancy. That'll open, and once it gets to the bottom, it actually reforms into solid blocks, which kind of it prevents the water flooding. Maybe it'll help us fill it up with water, maybe not. That's what we have to kind of figure out now. And so if we go over here, I actually have a little demonstration thing. Look at my very professional setup. This here is a ship that we might have. See, we can drive it around. It is in fact floating on the water, just barely. But if we were to get a sponge, look, we're going to clear out the dry dock. See, now it is a dry dock, and so can we still move the ship, by the way? No, the ship is immovable, which is cool. If we put water back here, you'll see it starts floating again. That goes for this as well. If we fill it up further, then yes, it does raise it up with the water. That right there is exactly how the dry dock's going to work, just much less quickly. Hose pulleys. This is how we're going to do this. Hose pulley will dump water out, and it will hopefully remove the water. Hopefully being the operative word there, because yeah, I can remove the water, yeah, I can put the water in. Problem is, it seems to literally transfer the water one for one. I haven't found a way to make the pulley put the water somewhere and like delete the water. It tries to put more blocks down, and if there's no room, it won't. Which is a big problem, because normally you just would be able to dump it into the ocean in real life, and it's fine, it's the ocean. But here it's like, no, we need exactly enough room. I guess my only option then is a trash can mod. If there's a way to do that here, I haven't found it yet, and somebody will have to yell at me for being a retard in the comments, and then I'll figure it out. But until then, I'm gonna have to get a fluid trash can and just pump it in and delete it. One fluid trash can later, and we're draining the dry dock. Exactly how I hoped. 6 pumps, all pumping in water right now. These just got started up, so you can see it's a little bit slower. But I saw that it has a range of 128 blocks, so we should be more than good. It's really just about speed, probably not ability to do it at all. Now, these are only built to be able to pump water in, because I was realizing in order to extract the water from the bottom, I would have to move the pumps down. I'd have to basically lower them down to the ground. I have to program that into the buttons, and that just sounded annoying. So I thought instead I just would have 2 separate sets of hose pulleys, one for pumping it in, one for pumping it out, and that just sits where it is. And then there's just one shaft on each side, and we just hit it with a clutch, or we control it with a clutch, and it's great. Of course, I have to find a way to power this quickly. Now isn't that something to look at? Look at just the waterfalls go down in 5 different spots in this big one. It's already filling up here. If we look over here, this is actually pretty close to filled. It's only got 2 more layers left, 2.5 or so. Not actually sure what's gonna happen when I lower the gate, because now there's a bunch of blocks that are empty where the gate used to be, so it might start trying to dump water in there. Oh yeah, it totally is. It's messing up the water wheel down here. Shoot, I need to fix that. Hopefully it doesn't break everything. Well, it filled it all in. It took forever for some reason, but here we are. Now we just need to try raising the gate again and make sure it works fine. Hopefully there's no weird problems with it. Nope. Oh yeah, no, it's going. Never mind. It's going. It seems like it just worked. Very nice. As usual, I've got a couple schematics of this whole area here. So we're gonna go back to the other world and gather up some resources, do a bit of digging, and get ourselves a working shipyard in survival, not creative. Does anyone know how to make particles and then block entities stop rendering a million miles outside of my render distance? That's a lot of what's affecting the performance, and it just seems like there's a thing that's broken. See, like that, you can see that. It's rendering at the very edge there, even before I can see the other blocks. And if you go further, you'll see there's even more stuff that's rendering outside of it, and it's not just static either. No, it's actually moving, and it's really annoying. So I'm not sure why it's doing that, but that's definitely hurting the performance. I noticed something kind of interesting. All the colonists actually have Halloween costumes now. If you start looking at them, they are all dressed up. I guess it makes sense, it's the 30th. I guess we'd even see some pumpkin skeletons as well. Maybe we will sometime. I'm wondering if that big stormer is going to show up, the one that showed up before. I mean, because we went back in time on the world, but I don't know if it's like constantly randomly generated or not. Both schematics are in place. I just need to print a material list. This is for the second part here. Not actually that many pages, so that's good. It's just going to be large quantities of some of these things. Although, they're compared to the oil refinery, and that's not actually that bad. It's like, yeah, it's a lot of white concrete, but we've got 40,000 or something of it saved up. I'm not concerned. These are the most fragile tracks possible. It's made with just some glass to make the tieless tracks. It's pretty cool. We're gonna need about 11 stacks of them, and this is just for part 1. Got almost everything else though. It's just there's a lot of terracotta that I have to get still. We have to get white terracotta, yellow terracotta, and cyan terracotta. Oof. And I don't have a terracotta farm yet, which is kind of dumb because it's just smelted clay, and I could... Well, I already have clay balls automated. Don't know why I haven't done that yet. We're not gonna do that now. That storm is on the way. The one that showed up eventually in creative mode is now upon us. I love how going a couple thousand blocks southwest from where I was mining terracotta puts me back to the edge of the storm instead of deep underneath it and in the heavy rain. We are good to go, finally. I don't even know. I'm gonna have to like crank up the render distance here in order to get both of these at once, because we've got one right here and then we've got one right there. Not very close together. There it is. Ooh, there goes some more lightning. Never trust what the clipboard says you need, because, well, you'll end up like me, where you got the materials and it seemed like a lot of materials, then you go and you do it and it runs out after like maybe 50% of the way there. We're not even done yet, and it's late. It's late, and these things are like, yeah, we're out of concrete again. It's like, okay, I literally had to bring my 40,000 concrete over here. Oh, we're out of more terracotta again. We said you needed like 1,000 yellow terracotta. That's more like 10,000, but we didn't tell you for some reason. Very helpful. Anyways, unfortunately, well, if I want to actually be able to upload this at all, we're gonna have to cut it there. and continue this at the start of the next video. I need to build ships. Real working Create mod ships that you can drive around and everything. Kinda like this wooden boat here, only better. Last video I started building a full-scale shipyard, and today I need to finish it. The main thing it still needs are working dockyard cranes, which I'll be designing and building now. Additionally, I want to test out the dry dock drainage system using my current wooden ship. Yeah, so I ran out of materials at the end of the last video and had to stop it there because I ran out of time to finish recording. So we're gonna finish this now. This is the shipyard that I was actually building last time. To make it easier to get the remaining resources that I need, which the clipboard was lying to me about, I'm gonna go add some stuff to my manufacturer. I'm gonna go optimize some things, and I'm gonna add a few new things to be produced, especially terracotta. This is the way I'm going to end up getting a lot of dye super easily just from bone meal. Just means we get red, green dye, and then probably, I think, magenta and purple dye, and then magenta and pink dye, and then light blue and green dye, which takes care of a lot. The only major color we'd be missing is blue in general. So it's tested and working. This thing down here is the replacement system for the nasty belt setup, and has one belt still, and that's for just random stuff that I throw on there that I want smelted. That's just not active at any given time. So what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to do clay, which is just you stick it into a packing thing with a press, and I'm trying to do calcite. Now Create added a calcite recipe recently, which is even easier than what I added, which is kind of funny. I added this. I was like, well, I want calcite automatically, but I guess we'll try to make it hard a little bit. It's like, no, we're just going to dump water over diorite, and now we have calcite, so hey, I'm not going to complain. Oh, good, look at that. It's doing what it's supposed to do. I siphoned coal off of here because this is the coal block maker, which is what gets turned into diamonds, and we hardly use diamonds, so it's kind of just staying there. By the way, not to flex or anything, but there's a stack of diamond blocks just sitting right here. I could just delete it and it wouldn't really matter that much. This dye is actually more important. Alright, we got calcite going in. That's pretty nice. It's going to count up to 16,000. We even have terracotta going in now, which is epic, although it's going to be a little bit slow. This thing is making the clay, this is making the diorite into calcite, and then it can turn it into bone meal again here. So we have two sources of bone meal, which means I can feel pretty good about using bone meal on flowers. I actually don't feel like investing the time into trying to get this automated properly right now. Let's make a lot of stuff. There's 3 stacks of bone meal in there, and we're gonna have a lot of dye for a little while. I guess it's time to give building a chance again. What do we think? 2,000 terracotta? I wonder if that's enough. I don't know. Let's grab it and find out. Oh, cool. I just realized I crushed all of my goldenrod in the crusher, and it doesn't have a recipe for that, so it just deleted it. That's kind of bad. I have to craft it myself. Oh, the horror. Surely 47.8 thousand concrete is enough, right? Probably. I probably don't have enough gravel, though. Nice of the storm to leave for me to start recording again. Very cool. What the heck is that sheep doing up there anyways? How did it even get there? So this is all complete now, which is awesome. You can see on the map, we are all good to go. And I've even just been fixing the gates or finishing setting them up. So this is hopefully gonna be working now. Now the last thing that's not working is the pumping mechanisms. I can't take water in and out of here, which is a problem. I need to be able to do that. If we come around somewhere like, oh yeah, over here. That's where creative motors were on the other world. There was one right here, and that was for the whole thing. Now we need to get power there, and there's quite a few pumps, and each pump was like 1,000 stress units or something. So it's kind of significant power as well. If we wanted to be kind of lame and cheesy right now, which I'm probably going to have to be, I could use a transmitter for energy. Could use 2 of these and then connect it to some place that has a power plant and call it a day. That's what we're going to do, because the other option would be to build electric lines here from a real power plant, which we don't have yet. I think I mentioned that last time. If I didn't, we're mentioning it again. There's still no power plant. That's gonna have to happen pretty soon after copper. And no, I'm not gonna build a steam engine just randomly on the dock. That would be kind of cringe. Why is it just a farm here? Huh? Okay, which one of you, who around here has some extra stress units I can siphon? Not this spot, that's for sure. Honestly, probably here. Remaining 20,000. Yeah, that's plenty. Plus, I have a lot of power capacity in this area. We're gonna use this transmitter and siphon some power. That should be doing the pumps down there. Let's take a look. Yep, if there were water, it would be draining it. I actually want to fill this dry dock up all the way. I had to increase the power capacity and then had to fix a bunch of stuff, and it was a whole big deal. But we are actually pumping water in here now quickly. I noticed it started out at 64 RPM, a quarter of what it should be. So now it's 256. It's a lot faster. So this is gonna fill up slowly, but what I want to do now is go grab my ship, and we're gonna drive it over here, and we're gonna park it in the dry dock. Once it's a filled dry dock, not very dry, and then we're gonna drain it, and we're gonna leave the ship there, and it's gonna be very cool. I just want to give this a try, to be honest, because I think next video we're gonna be building our own type of ship from scratch. If you think this looks cool now, just wait until it's not a dinky little wooden boat. Next up, we need to go to creative mode and design some dock cranes so that this place is actually a proper shipyard, not just some empty spots. This weird thing here is a proof of concept for several reasons. First reason, I get asked basically every single video to build the Schwerer Gustav, and well, yes, I'm gonna build the Schwerer Gustav, just not today. However, there's a good thing that happened, in that I now realize that it looks like I can build a proper working one, because Create Interactive seems to be functional enough now that I can have trains with cannons on them. You can see here this is actually an assembled cannon. I can even do things like this. This is all on a train, by the way, and I can just add more blocks onto it. Basically, building the Schwerer Gustav without that would be kind of lame, because you couldn't operate the cannon, you couldn't turn it at all. I don't actually know if it turns or not. I have to research that when I build that, not today. But it can do basically all the functional stuff now that it needs to. And the other thing is, well, the second reason is that's kind of how the dock cranes here need to work. We have to build 2 dock cranes. I was prepared to build them so you had to disassemble them to rotate them, but it doesn't look like we're gonna have to do that because this is a train and it's spinning. So mission accomplished. Somebody commented on the last video that I should build the giant crane, arch crane I think is even how it's referred to, that you find in real life over Newport News Dockyard 12 in the US, which apparently is one of the biggest or the biggest dockyard in the vicinity in the world, so I've seen. Who knows if that's actually accurate, but I went and looked it up, and yeah, it's got a gigantic crane over the whole thing. I didn't see an arch crane, so I don't know. It didn't look like an arch. It just looked like a giant beam that basically went from there over to kind of the equivalent would be right on this side. And it was actually tall enough that you could fit other cranes under it, which was impressive. It may not make sense to build the big beam crane right now in this video. What does make sense is to definitely build the small crane first, though, so that we know how tall it is for when we go and actually make a beam crane, be it now or later. Let's just make this go away. This silly thing. I'd almost have to write an instruction manual for how to use this crane, because it can be used in quite a few different ways and it's a little bit complicated. Good thing is I can actually put it into a schematic just fine and build it from a schematic fine, despite the fact that it is a, well, it can be a quasi-physics entity. See, the nice thing about Create Interact, at least I've discovered so far, is you can pretty easily turn something from, I guess, a like physics entity train into just a normal train. Because all it is you add a block here, you add this thing when you form the train, and then it becomes a special physics entity kind of train, I guess. And then you can also just remove it and then deform the train and reform it, and suddenly it's a normal train again. Right now, it is not a train at all, but it has all of its glue, because it still needs to have total glue like a normal train. Except for right here, because right here, we have a mechanical bearing. I can actually spin this around. Uh-oh. It left a couple blocks behind. I need to fix my glue. Alright, we'll leave it there. Yep, so you can spin it around, and that was just like a normal Create mod contraption, basically. But if we go in here, I can put water on these wheels, and that'll start powering that up, and that is what allows me to do several things. If I open this up, I can control that rope pulley right there. And I kind of noticed that, like right now, the rope pulley should work with everything else in the world, because this thing is not a train, nor is it a weird Create Interactive physics entity. But if you were to, you can run the rope when it's a Create Interact entity, but then it doesn't really interact with stuff that's not an Interact entity, so that's an issue. Not really one that I think I can fix, but I also made it so that it spins the flywheels around, which is kind of cool. It's just a cosmetic thing. It does it up there, it does it there, and it even will spin stuff here, you can see. This is the control section, by the way. That's just so I can put the controller there, and then we have train controls for when it's actually a train, which it's not. So that's basically how it works as a train. Now, if you were to turn it into a train, you would want to get rid of all the water for obvious reasons. The water does not go with it in as a train form. And that includes, if you're turning it into an interactive train, don't include the water, because it still won't work. There is a way around that, though, once you have it an interactive thing. Me, right now, I'm just going to... Okay. Let's make a new train, and we'll assemble it into a train. It's not an interactive train, it's a regular train now. But that still means that I can go here, and yes, I can drive. Oh, there we go, it finally started driving. Why is it that I can move it backward and I can't move it forward? I'm holding down forward and it's not doing anything. Now what's the problem? Spacebar moving it up to the station works just fine. And yeah, it's moving the entire thing with it. And you can control it from up there. Not that I can move it forward right now. I have to find out why it's doing that. So if we disassemble the train, and you add one of these here, and you add one of them up here, make sure it's in the glue, otherwise it won't work. And then you assemble the train. It might take a second longer, but apparently if you don't mind having a non-existent tick rate, you have a train that you can interact with, which means if you wanted to, you could add water here. And it will start that up. And now this water is part of the train. The water will move with the train. Let me try to explain this succinctly. So basically, when it's not a train, it's got all the glue that a normal train has. You turn it into a Create Interactive train using that glue, and it just assembles and it moves around like a train. The difference is you can then add more glue onto it when it's a train. It's kind of weird. It's like glue inception, I guess. And the glue inception is what actually causes it to be able to spin around everything glued together while it's a Create Interactive entity. The problem is when you disassemble it from a Create Interactive entity, if you added extra glue on top of the already normal train glue, that extra glue gets cleared, and that's what happened here. Meaning, if you don't leave it always as a Create Interactive train, then each time you disassemble it and reassemble it, you would have to add glue to the whole spinning crane part of it every single time to make it function, which is why just one block was spinning, not the whole thing. Kind of annoying. It's more functional than it was in the past, but this is a lot of why I have held off on using interactive and doing this kind of stuff in general. Weirdly, the trains seem to work worse than just straight up physics entities like the tank. Dealing with the train and all the glue, I think it's because of the gluing mechanic, the way that works. It's not like a tank where you just build off of it and it's like, cool, anything you built off of it, we just know it's the physics entity. I think my professional opinion is that yes, you can move around the dock cranes, but under no circumstances should you actually move around the dock cranes. Alright, so speaking of dock cranes, we have two of them here. It's just the same one. We're going to build two dock cranes, one on this set of rails and one on that set of rails. And of course I can move them around because they're on their trains. So we could move it basically from here to here, and then even over here conceivably. I don't know if it would run into stuff or not. Probably not. Also, I'm going to drain that in the time-lapse because I think it will look cool if we can get that. And we'll just do that while we're building this. So let's place down a schematic. That seems like as good a spot as any, so let's do the other one. Not that it's very important where they go right now, I'm just building them, but they obviously can be moved around. So I'm gonna get a material checklist, and hopefully we get an accurate list. This is actually gonna take a lot of iron. Loco metal is expensive because it's just basically iron blocks. So we've got basically everything here. I just got double of everything, so hopefully that's what we need. Let's find out. I'd like to mention that my ship is floating. There it is, it's levitating. Cue the Halo theme. And so we've got two of these dock cranes now, and as far as the other type of dock crane, the big one over Dry Dock 12, that one doesn't really make a lot of sense to put here because this is built large enough for battleships, even the largest battleships. So it's really long, but not particularly wide, and that massive dry dock crane is over a dry dock that is building aircraft carriers, which are a lot bigger than battleships. And if we for some reason are able to build, if the performance is good enough to build an aircraft carrier at some point, I will need a much larger dry dock than even what we have here, and I would put that over here somewhere. If we do happen to need an aircraft carrier sized dry dock at some point, we'll then build an aircraft carrier sized dock crane. Well, movable dock cranes or not, we are ready to build our first ship here at the shipyard, which is going to be done in the next video. Next time, we are going to be building a Corvette class naval vessel. I actually have a specific type picked out. There will not be any pole because I already found a good design that I want to do. And also, we will have a pole when it comes to building a battleship. I'm hoping I can build it all in one video. You see, I don't really know. The reason I'm doing a small ship first is one, I want to be able to drive it around in the ocean in search of those undersea vents because we are still on a quest for copper. And also, it being small means that I get to spend more time testing out propulsion systems, lag, things like that. I want to have some idea of what I'm getting into before I just jump right into building a 260 block long battleship, because that's going to take a lot of videos, and I don't even know how well the performance is going to handle that. We're having problems with dock cranes. At least the battleship won't be a train in disguise, that's for sure. I've got a shipyard, dry docks, and cranes, so now let's build a ship. This is a 1-to-1 scale World War II era Corvette built using Minecraft Create mod, and the best part is, it's fully working. Today, I designed not just a nice looking model, but an actual movable boat equipped with working propulsion, steering, turrets, and a huge diesel engine to power everything, all while taking into account proper weight distribution to make sure it actually floats. As always, you can find the schematic of this build over on my Patreon, and now, without further ado, let's get building. See this goofy thing here? This is a prototype of a boat, and it's reacting as though there were large waves, not completely calm, flat water that's not moving whatsoever. I'm on my testing world to figure out the best way to make the propulsion and also the steering for the boat, because those things are really important. The most important things other than the actual aesthetic design of it, of which this is not anywhere close. So most of this is done with the mod clockwork, and so we have this thing called a propeller bearing, and it just uses Create mod rotation to spin basically a block on it, and then you stick windmill cells on it. So here, if I get rid of this, or if I right click that, that is just a thing of basalt. Then it's got, well, it doesn't even have super glue. You can see it just has sails attached to it. The more sails you add, the stronger the force generated by its spinning, so we can just update that again. Once you give it power, it starts spinning, and whichever direction it's spinning determines which way it generates momentum. Like here now, it's spinning in reverse and the boat is backing up pretty quickly. So there's a couple of ways that you can steer boats, and it's kind of fun actually. So right now we don't have a ship helm on this boat, which is why it's bouncing so much. These things don't do anything when there's no ship helm other than add extra weight, and the ship is way more maneuverable without a ship helm. So there's multiple ways you could steer. Probably the simplest way is simply spin one propeller in one direction and the other one in the opposite direction. So like that is going to start turning it, as you can see. We can invert that and it will start turning it the other direction. The cool thing is it keeps its momentum when it doesn't have the ship helm. So if you start going forward, which we will do now, we've got forward momentum. And if I start turning it, I am now pushing down on the button here. Let me show you that. We're pushing down on it, it starts turning, but it keeps its forward momentum. It doesn't like grind to a stop and then finally start turning after that. And you have more options for turning when you have no ship helm. For example, if you wanted to turn, you could add some weight to one side. Maybe that's a little too much weight. Add some weight to one side, and yeah, it's gonna turn. If it's sloped or angled to one side, then it will turn in that direction. So if you wanted to make a system that moved around heavy blocks, basically from one side of the boat to the other, causing it to tilt like it is now, that would cause it to turn. If you don't mind seasickness, that is. It takes a long time to reset, and the way to make a reset quickly is to add a ship helm to it. And this is where the other option comes in. The ship helm is how you make the physics entity to begin with, and you can take the helm and drive it yourself. It doesn't need any power, it just works because magic. This is how my current boat is operated. So that is a much lamer way to drive it. We're not going to drive it that way. But the nice thing about it is that it stabilizes the boat. No more bobbing, no more bouncing, no more like capsizing. It cannot capsize. It can sink. Oh yeah, if you add a lot of weight to it, down it will go, but it will not capsize. The issue is it's way less maneuverable. You can still move it using stuff from Clockwork, but it's the same speed, and you can see it's barely moving compared to the way it was before. And turning, well, good luck turning. It will turn very slowly, and it cancels all forward momentum. If we zoom in on this, you can see that it is actually turning very, very slowly. Oh yeah, and then the saddest thing about this is you can't add a rudder, because believe it or not, you can actually steer this. The third way you can steer this is with a rudder. If you get rid of that, and then you get a flap bearing, I can actually use it to steer the boat. Something like this size, and then you glue it. You actually do have to glue this. Then what you can do is you can add levers on either side. Oh right, it needs rotational power. Oops. Right, give it rotational power from the bottom. Update that. Now you can turn it like this. See, now if you do that, depending on which way you give it redstone power, oh shoot, it will turn the flap. So if we give it no power, it will go back to the middle. And let's just make sure we don't have a ship helm. If you start going forward with this thing, boat will start moving forward, but since it's a large flap, and just imagine we're underwater, it's just not right now because it's annoying to build it down there. If we did that, watch this, we will start turning. It's not necessarily fast, but if you look at the boat, you can see it is in fact turning very slowly. And that's the most realistic way to do it, because look, this is how ships turn by and large. They have rudders, especially ships with single propellers, which I believe the ship we're building today only has one propeller. So I mentioned last time that I'd already picked out a specific ship design that we're going to be building. And that design is the Flower class Corvette. I selected it, 1, because it's iconic, and 2, because it is a small enough size that we should be able to build a whole thing today. Fingers crossed, I want to be able to do that. We're going to learn a lot about building ships that will be applied to much larger ones that we will get to at future times. So this here is the dimensions of it, what's within these markers here. It is 62 blocks long, and it is then got a 4-block draft, and then it's also 11 blocks wide, and that's just basically 1-to-1 for meters. I found some cross sections of the ship and some orthographic views, which are going to be really helpful for designing this thing. And if the worst comes to the worst, I will just open up Photoshop and start doing what I did when I was designing things like the Venator. Okay guys, it already got bad immediately, so here we are, back in Photoshop. Here is a good orthographic view of it. I'm remembering how I was doing this now. It's been a long time since I did this. I literally took the pixel count and I started like dividing the pixel counts into percentages and stuff, and then translating that to blocks. So I knew there was a slope on the bottom of that thing, darn it. You can see by these measurements that it's really not gonna be that big. Like 8 blocks tall above the water, and this part's raised up. It's not very tall. It's not a huge size. This is rounded up significantly as well. I don't have to be hard and fast with that stuff when it comes to adding finer details. I'm not gonna care if it's slightly bigger or slightly smaller. So this is waterline. This is above the waterline. So that's only 10 blocks of it is above the waterline. That's actually kind of crazy. I wonder if I'm gonna have to scale this up. I mean, it's a Corvette. It's the smallest size, but I don't know, guys. Funny thing is, this already has every working system it needs at a basic level. Okay, it would help if I activated that. Look, we've got a working rudder now. It will spin it and steer it. We've got a propeller here. And yes, since it is only one propeller, we're gonna have to have a rudder, which means it's only gonna be able to steer when it doesn't have the ship helm. So there's gonna be some engineering later on that involves making sure that it floats at the right level. Anyways, I'm trying to lay out the keel, as you can see here. This is just kind of a rough design. This isn't the final block I will be using though, although I might just go with crimsite, but maybe the smooth version. I just wish it didn't have that bean texture. It's a little bit too close to beans for my liking. When I look at the pictures of this thing, I wouldn't say that it's particularly rounded, as it basically goes from here inward. It's more angular, at least above the waterline, which is why I'm hoping it's going to work to do something like this for each of these. That's if it's not, then I'm in for a fun time. I don't know if that looks good or not. I'm literally just looking at it right now. I just built it, and I'm like, is it good? It's hard to tell because it's doing the annoying alternated light and dark thing. It's not just a solid color. I'm sure you noticed that I started by building half of this as the half block intervals, like you see right here, before realizing that it does weird things to the slope on the bottom and then makes it almost like a right angle and not a curve, which then prompted me to switch over to full blocks, which actually I think is way better and is way easier. So this hull is complete, which means I want to go test it out right now in the water before I get too much farther along. So if you're wondering, that's what the profile of it is going to look like above the water. I think that it looks pretty good, actually. Obviously, we're not done though. Let's get ourselves a ship helm, and we're going to try to turn this into a ship real fast. Hopefully it works. Ship too big. Do I have to assemble it outside of the water? Okay, here. Oh, shoot. Oh, and there it goes. Of course, if I put one floater down, then suddenly it goes right back up. So if I get rid of it, what's it gonna do? Okay, so it kind of stays put, and then it goes up a little bit. It's like unbalanced weight right now. Oh, but it's moving it. Look at that. Look, it's moving it. It's going in the wrong direction. I have no controls for this thing right now. Here, let me speed this up and let's test out the rudder. Let's make sure the rudder is actually going to do its job. Oh, this is so cool already, dude. Look at this. So, if we do that, that should turn the rudder. Yep, we turned the rudder. It doesn't seem to be turning it very much. Why are we just slowly tilting? Oh, now we're turning. Okay, but why are we like tilted? Can we not? Okay, it's like barely doing it now. So I built the rudder to scale, and that might not actually be big enough. I might have to build the rudder to be larger. Let's go in reverse. I made the rudder bigger, and we seem to be turning slightly faster. I put a giant rudder on top of this thing, kind of like a sail that you can move around, to see if it would make it turn better, and it didn't really make it turn better. And this is also a fairly upscaled rudder. So Unfortunately, at least right now, I can't really make the rudder turn it very quickly. It'll turn it really slowly in order to properly turn this thing in a reasonable amount of time without just using a ship helm. You can, well, you could do something like this. It's pretty goofy and unrealistic, but a perpendicular propeller spinning in one direction or the other will cause the ship to turn in that direction. I don't know why, but a storm formed and now we're right in the middle of two giant storm systems. This one was starting to come over us and then it kind of shifted and now it's moving from that way to that way. So we might be under that one eventually. Anyways, this thing here is getting close to being done on the outside. There's not too much more. It's just kind of adding the remaining fine details, but most of the structure is kind of laid out, as you can see here with my nice wool color. I have the system for this gun up here, which is one of two autocannons we're going to have on this ship. Unironically, it's going to be worse armed than that ship because that ship has actual larger caliber guns. This is, to be realistic, is only going to have autocannons. This one is the one that you can operate yourself. This is about how much room we're going to have inside. There's going to be barely enough room to squeeze two decks here, which is in the cross section where I saw two decks, and then the rest of it, well, at least down in the hull, appears to be mostly one deck. And unfortunately, because right now, I don't know if this is ever going to change, I don't know if it can be changed, but water obviously comes in here. It's not like this hull actually keeps the water out. The water is going to be up to here, so when in water, the lower decks unironically will be always flooded, which is a little bit unfortunate, but such is the nature of the mods we have at the moment. Alrighty, we're 99% done. Take a look at that. That looks pretty epic. But I want to do the last thing for the outside, which is the main gun turret. It's going to be another autocannon, and it's going to be on a physics bearing so that I can spin it around. Here's the internal systems of the turret. So right here, we've got ourselves a nice creative crate where we spawn in our ammo, and then it has a hopper that feeds it into the cannon mount. Then this thing here, this transmitter, is for the elevation controller. Then we've got a trigger for firing it, and then we have down here another transmitter to operate the rotation of it. And then when you combine it with this system over here, which of course just has creative inputs, this is just a very simple fire control system. This would be so good if it weren't for the fact that I have to get rotational power to one side of this thing, because I can't fill this in anymore, given that. But this here is quite the setup that I've had to make in order to get it working and also not look utterly terrible up here. It's just really hard getting it to spin around in the circle without colliding into stuff. I had to load this down quite a bit. Now we have another energy transmitter. It's so that I can load ammo from the bottom, which is the only way I can fit it reasonably. And it's kind of a crazy thing. This will get replaced with an item transmitter, not a creative thing, so that we can teleport ammo. And then it goes into here. Then it gets put inside the chute, which you can't even get at or see. And then the fan pushes it into the gun turret. So you can do stuff like this. Dang, I hope these holes in the side of this don't stop it from floating. That would be unfortunate. Let's give it a shot and see what happens. So, you already saw when I was just starting this, it was getting super messed up and not, like, floating properly. So here, what's it going to do now? Oh, nice, it's spinning. Oh, this is great, guys. Oh, cool. I don't know why. So this is one of the problems. It doesn't like these blocks. These 4 blocks always get hung up, and then it just doesn't do anything. And see, this is what happens. It just starts tipping over and is bad for some reason. And actually, I know what that reason is. Want me to tell you? Well, I did some testing. Eventually, I figured out it has a problem with being too top heavy. And I was like, okay, that makes sense that it's top heavy and that it's kind of like falling over, because I tested it out where I basically took the top off of it, and I ended up with things like this here, like that. And why has it got all the water with it? What the heck? Wait, does it have the kelp with it as well? Oh my goodness, that's crazy. But it would be fine with that. I would take the top off and then it would just kind of float normally and it wouldn't fall over. But then once you got the whole thing, it would basically capsize and just start spinning and doing barrel rolls constantly. So I started messing with the weight. I tried distributing the weight all along, like basically this level from this end to that end, and then across, and then top to bottom. It didn't do anything. It just kept spinning over. And so then I finally tried sticking all of the weight at the very bottom of the ship. I put the weight basically in the bottom along these blocks here. And you can already see, as I put these heavy blocks down there, it now is stabilizing. It might need a little bit more weight. It might be trying to go again. Yep, it's trying to go again. Stop that. That's not very good. Put more weight at the bottom, and the more weight we add, the more stabilized it becomes. And you'll see now it hasn't flipped over. It's still bouncing, and it takes a little while to stop bouncing. But it's a lot more stable. But obviously these aren't the right ships. These ones are full of holes. This one is like sunk. That one is not a ship, but it's also full of holes. I'm just going to leave this thing here for now. Over here, just outside of this, and so yeah, there's another one that's sunk over there, is this ship. And this ship, well, it's sinking again, but that's actually not a bad thing. That's normal. Hang on, it's normal since I just reloaded the world. Here, let me put this here, and we're gonna fly back up to the surface. There we go. And now once we come back down, I can get rid of this. It is a fully formed physics entity. It doesn't have a ship helm or anything like that. It's just free floating. You'll see down here kind of that all of this is just the ballast. I put a ton of weight at the bottom and then it stops it from capsizing. I guess that's how real ships work, potentially. Now I want to actually go find out, because I said I know nothing about real ships and how they work. Other than that, it makes sense that you need to put weight in the bottom since the gravity's trying to pull it downwards, so the lowest point of the ship would get pulled down. That would counterbalance any kind of top heaviness. I've added some controls, just like very basic, to test stuff. So right now, I assume we're not doing anything. Let's go look at the propeller. The propeller, yeah, is not even on right now. But if we push that button, or no, that's actually not the right thing. If I start doing that, that will turn the propeller back on, and then we are currently going in reverse. So if you turn it to 0, then it's at full strength. That's full strength. If we take a look over the edge, you'll see we're going in reverse now. And the ship's just bouncing, like it's just floating normally. And I can push this button and that will change the rotation of this thing. It looks like it probably already did. And it's going to stop and it is going to send us forward. And then I do have a way for steering it. With this propeller here that is perpendicular to the other one, if you change the rotation of it, you can obviously just drag it in one direction. That's because right now the rudder doesn't work amazingly. Maybe I will figure out how to make it work better later. I'm not really sure if that's going to actually be a thing or not. And the other cool thing is the gun turret here. I have perfected the design, so now it can shoot a volley like that, and then a few seconds later it can shoot another volley, and it reloads much faster. It was really slow reloading. Of course, since it's all basically calculating the ship's weight and how it floats in real time, if you destroy the ship enough, it obviously will change the weight. and it will start doing weird things to it. It could eventually capsize if you hit it enough and break enough of it. The great thing now is I don't have to worry about like, oh, is the ship gonna work? Is it gonna float? I know that regardless of how much more weight gets added with the interior, all I have to do is just add enough weight as ballast in the bottom of the ship, and it will do fine, which is what we're gonna go do now. Zero change on the outside, lots of change on the inside. I'm probably over halfway done now. I'll show you what I've got. So already we coming down here, we've got staircases, one on either side, and we've got a little like operator comm station here. I'm purposely trying to make it claustrophobic because every time that I've been on a battleship or anything in real life, it's always been pretty darn claustrophobic in most places. So we've got this corridor here. These are all three like basically officer rooms or something like that. We could go over here. We follow this way, and we've got some crew beds and then more crew quarters up here. And then in here, this is just the turret assembly, and it's actually, I think it's not receiving. No, it still has that down there. I should still be able to rotate everything here. Yep. If you follow into the crew quarters here, you've got a staircase, and this goes up here to the mess hall where we've got two different tables. Then you're back around where we were before. Then we've got a kitchen right here, which I think is actually pretty cool looking. We've got a kitchen. It's a very old school design. Oh yeah, the other thing that I put down here that is realistic from when I remember climbing around those museum battleships that you see around the US. I've been on several of them actually. They're pretty fun. You find these very steep staircases. This thing here, for every one block over, it goes up 3 blocks, which is pretty nice. So we can go all the way from right here. We can go all the way to this level, which is like the commanding officer's cabin. I think I have not decorated it yet, obviously, and then that way it goes out. It goes up to this level, which is like part of the bridge, and then it goes up all the way to this level up here. Basically what we've got here is, instead of boilers, which is what the real ship would have, we have large tanks, and these tanks are going to be used to store diesel, a crazy amount of diesel. But back here in this space is where the real deal happens. We need to build a big engine. We are not going to be having steam. I mean, yeah, I could build a steam engine, but it would be weird and cringe and like crate mod. We instead are going to build a diesel engine because that is actually a thing that we have. Okay, let's give this a shot. Look at all that air, guys. We're getting so much air. Here. Diesel engine. Ooh, that is quick. Ooh, 50,000 from one thing. That's really good. So now let's try building it upright. Oh yeah, this is gonna look so good. Vertical pistons. That's what we like to see. Is this the most overkill thing I've built so far? Proportional to what it actually needs? Yes. Is it also one of the coolest looking things so far? Also yes, which is why I built it. We're going all in on this thing. We're not gonna skip details and cut corners and make it cringe. So over here, we've got another one of these nice claustrophobic staircases to get from up here, gun turret level, down to, well, deck level, and then another level down where this is the other empty space in the back of the ship. And the engine room is basically done now, so we've got these catwalks to get over here. Also, I managed to find a nice way of starting the engine without just cheating and making the hand crank stronger. This here is a compact engine. It burns gasoline, and so I'll just do this a demonstration. If we flick that lever, that shuts off the engine's power to everything else, and that means that it will stop powering itself even. So once it runs out of air, which it will soon, it shuts off like that, and now it's not doing anything. So what you can do now is we can turn that back on, and then we're gonna cut the power to everything else past this conveyor belt here. We can read the network stress here, we can read the speed. Now we take this compact engine, and the great thing is you can just right click it with a gasoline bucket and it fills up, so that's pretty nice. We can turn this on and it'll do like a weird stuttery thing, and then it starts up. And once we see that this is getting air, we can just turn this off. And now it's back to self-powering, so we should be all good to go again. And by the way, I rerouted the exhaust. I actually did route it up to the smokestack. I figured I'd opt again for the realisticness. So that's a real smokestack that's actually producing exhaust. If you flick this lever, it'll send power to most of the rest of the ship. It sends it over to this fan here, which is what shoves the ammo up into this gun turret. And it also sends power forward and backward. Backward, it powers this thing, which I think is for the rudder. I haven't added anything else to that. This thing is what powers some stuff on the front turret. And then this shaft goes all the way back here. It powers the fuel pumps. And it also is going to power the steering. And eventually the rotation for the gun turret up here. That thing is for the propeller. Now we'll see the propellers started turning. And then I did end up decorating this. I've got this part done now. So we've got this little room here. The staircase is now separated from the commanding officer's quarters. They have a little desk here. And you've got wood paneling. That's the big distinguishing feature. Of course, just got a bedroom as well. And then if we go up through here, we get to like a navigation room kind of thing. Thing I want to do now though is grab this, and I need to stick this somewhere before I run out of room. How about right down here next to the steering? There seems to be a lot of empty space here. Now I just have to try to connect this up and make sure it's working the right way. Speaking of connecting things up the right way, let's add some controls to this thing so that I can drive it around. I've already got basic controls here like what I had when I did the last test for just stopping and starting and reversing the power and stuff like that. This should turn it on. Yup, turned it on. Good. This should turn it off, obviously. Yep. That was the easy part done. We've got the turn on and off button here, or lever here. Then we've got the button to change the rotation direction so we can go backwards or forwards. And we've got that which will adjust the speed of the propeller, so how fast we're going. Now the real deal is going to be this thing. The analog lever has 7 different positions and then 1 in the middle position. This is the middle position, which is a little annoying because it's slanted still, but it has 7 other signal strength to the left and then 7 others to the right. And you might be thinking, or you might be realizing where I'm going with this, and I want to have it so that when it's in the middle position, in other words, at a signal strength of 8, there is no steering input. It just goes straight. But then if you change it to a little bit that way, suddenly it starts steering to the left a little bit. Or let's say we go like that and it starts steering to the right, or we do that and it goes really far to the right. So I need to try to reactivate my latent redstone skills that I haven't used in forever. I did it. I came up with a system that makes this lever right here control the steering based off of its position. Right now, it's doing absolutely nothing. If you look in here, the propeller is not spinning. But if you move it one direction this way, then suddenly it should start spinning very slowly clockwise, which you can see it is. And if we were to move the lever all the way in this direction, it will continue spinning clockwise, but it's just going to speed up. So last thing, I'm just going to figure out how to jam that into the bottom of the ship or wherever I have some extra room. And once that's done, it's off to the testing world again for the completed ship. Yeah, you saw that. Netherite blocks of ballast. You hate to see it. It's the highest weight block that I've seen so far. And I will try to go to the config and change the ballast weight of the ballast block. Kind of like how I changed the floaters to be way more buoyant than they would normally. I've got it so it's not really bouncing and is very level. Whereas this one is obviously not balanced anywhere near as well, because that's bouncing a lot. We can even go through all parts of this thing without like just going underwater. There's not water sneaking through the floor in the front anymore. Oh, what the heck? The belt like got completely cursed. That's more like it. Sometimes when you create physics entities, you have to replace some stuff for some reason. We should be getting ourselves air now. Yeah, look at that, we got air. What's our stress capacity? Yeah, it should be 210,000. Let's turn off that engine. We are good to go. Yup, we're moving now. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We're gonna turn it all the way like that. We should be turning. Let's get away from the storm. I wonder if we can outrun the storm in this. That's gonna be my goal. Well, I think the ship has reached the end of its journey. It can't continue any further in this direction. So here it is, the fully working 1-to-1 scale Corvette class naval vessel. You'll definitely be able to find a schematic of this on my Patreon. But this definitely takes the top spot for me as my favorite project so far in this series. Last video, I designed a completely working naval Corvette using Minecraft Create mod, and today I need to build it. The first priority is to return to my shipyard in survival to construct the vessel and make sure everything is working, and then to set up fueling at my oil refinery. Once I have the ship, I'll be taking it on its maiden voyage to the unexplored ocean in search of deep sea vents that can be mined for important resources like copper and zinc. Oh, yep, there's the other ship, the silly one that I beached here in the dry dock to see what would happen. You know what I want to try now? Is that thunder or is that furniture above my head? Does it really matter? Let me get rid of this. I want to see what happens. Is it just going to immediately fall over? Because it's barely sitting on anything. Actually, it's not doing anything. Come on, I thought it was going to fall over. That would be fun. One ballast block now weighs about 50 or 46,000 kilograms, so that's a lot more than normal, and that's so that we don't have to use gold and netherite in the bottom of the ship. Here, fall over. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Although apparently it's too well balanced, so I have to get this out of here because we're going to be building a real ship. We're going to be building the Flower class Corvette that I built last time. That's the first thing we need to do, and that's gonna be kind of involved because it needs a lot of stuff that I haven't made yet, or that's hard to make. It's hilarious that we're going to build a Naval Corvette and I still haven't even remotely automated my food. Everything I've ever made has just been cooked in this little pot right here. Just been eating fried rice for forever. I'm farming wheat, carrots, and potatoes over here, and it's got spots for 2 more of these as I upgrade it, which I probably should do. I'm just waiting for the schematic to be made. Many such cases. So why don't I just upgrade it again? Here we go. New schematic. That boat's just gonna have to be in the way for a little bit. Uh-oh, here comes the legs. Alright, this position's fine. Let's see what we need. Let's print up a material list. It's probably like a smaller quantity than I'm expecting. What the heck just happened? Oh, great. They got run over. Okay, but 27 pages. Yeah, that's kind of bad because it's just so many different types of things. Oof. Triple run over. You hate to see it. Diesel engines are going to be the most annoying thing to make because I haven't like automated this really in any capacity, or if I did, I forgot. I'll have to check in the oil refinery. Not to mention, it's a little bit expensive in steel. Let me go see how much I have. Oh, we actually have plenty of steel. Never mind. We're completely fine. I should do the hardest thing first because that is smart. So I built this stuff here, but I'm trying to remember what it's even for now. This was all just engines then. Darn. So that's not actually helpful. Also, the refinery has turned off because it's completely full of kerosene. That was for the tank, I think. Or did I shut off the kerosene valve? Is it turned off? I see a valve turned off. Let me guess, it's kerosene. Yeah, that's probably why the whole thing stopped, which I needed to turn back on now, obviously. Oh yeah, this is starting up again. Alright, we're back. Oil refinery is back on. That's pretty easy. One valve turn. I have an 83% chance of getting this thing. How many do you think I'm actually going to get from doing a stack of this? Hopefully a lot, because these are a pain to make, and I can't really automate steel right now. $53 out of 64. So we lost 9 out of 64. That's not bad. No, wait. No, we lost 11, not 9. I don't know, that's not actually that good. Shoot, my recording was on, it wasn't. I just made one, we're making another now. There we go, 2 out of 4. Sweet. So, there, that's basically 2 of the hardest things out of the way. Then there's some other stuff like the transmitters, and those are just expensive. I have to go sit there and mine obsidian and kill endermen. Assuming this thing isn't lying to me and I actually got everything that I needed, and it's not like, oh, you need 2,000 more concrete for some reason, though we should be good to go here. Everything is in these chests. I just need to grab some gunpowder, and then I can build the ship, which is the easy part. Gunpowder, and oh yeah, the most important thing to do before starting the time lapse. I need to go quit the world and then do my little fix that resets replay mod most of the time. I'm sure everybody's noticed a lot or most of the time lapses have broken textures from replay mod. I did find a fix a long time ago that fixes it most of the time except for this mod sometimes, which is unfortunate because it adds concrete, which I use a lot. The fix basically just involves something that I have to go do to the world file every single time I update, remove, or add a new mod, basically, that adds new stuff to the game that scrambles the textures. And occasionally I forget to do that, and that's when everything breaks. But I still try to do that basically every single time, and it just sometimes won't fix this. So I guess we're gonna see what happens this time. Yeah, that was the easy part. Alright guys, let's go. Moment of truth. I made a backup of the world in case things go horribly wrong for some reason. Here we go. Oh. I don't think it went horribly wrong. So people were mentioning, they actually explained in the comments of the last video why this doesn't work. Apparently, I think the mod blacklists certain natural blocks like stone, which is why it doesn't like these particular blocks here, because these I think are the only 4 pieces of normal stone in the whole thing that aren't part of a framed block, which makes sense why it hates this in particular. I noticed my engine came with some gasoline in it magically from the schematic. I guess this is just the way it stores information, so it gave me free gasoline to start this. So here's the turret assembly that I need to go build. So I have to do this in a very specific way. I have to put this block here, and then, oh my goodness, go away. I have to assemble it. There, all done. Definitely a slight frame drop with this big of a physics entity sitting here. It definitely has some impact. It's not crazy, but it's not nothing either. So I don't really know what that's going to do as far as a giant battleship that's 260 blocks long. Alright, next most important thing we have to do is get this thing fuel. We need to go to the oil refinery and add this transmitter off of the diesel. Unfortunately, when I got there, I discovered that the whole thing had shut down for some reason, and it wasn't even the fault of the oil refinery, it was the fault of the pump jack area, which had just magically run out of oil for the power generation station. I don't know what the deal was, but I had to go back and spend a bunch of time turning it back on and fixing it, and then restarting the distillation towers. But here we go, it's finally working now. Either way, I can pull from the diesel thing now. We should be fine to do that. So diesel is in here. We have 720 buckets of diesel already stored. Here, let me get a pump and we'll pilfer this power. Yeah, and there we go. Now we're getting diesel in this. Diesel's flowing that way. It should be refilling it. None of it should be getting burned now. Oh yeah, it refilled it. That's good. Only problem is this place is not chunk loaded. Nor do I think it's a particularly good idea to chunk load it. The most I might do is chunk load this tank here. Let's just load that one chunk. This one right here, and that's in. Let's go check up on the ship now. Hopefully it's going to be working or able to get diesel. It's the same channel. I don't know if this is going to be overstressed or not, but let's see if I can get it to start up the pump. Okay. Oh, what the heck? Well, there goes my gas. I'll literally just like use a hand crank on this then if I have to. Like, good grief. Oh good, see, it's working. That part's working. Please work this time. There, take the gas. Don't explode on me. There we go. That's what we like to see. Broken, replaced it. Whoa. What's with the magical air intakes? Okay, I think they're actually there now. It's hard to tell. Oh yeah, it did. The air is like, the pipes are not working. There goes the air. Seems to be good now. I can see it going up in this tank here, coming from the tank over in the oil refinery. Are we at 200? Yep, we're at 2,000 power. All right, let's go form the rudder, or form the propeller, form the rudder. Not that the rudder does anything. Create this thing. What we need to do now is go get a controller, and I need to go program the turret on the front, and then I think all the systems on the ship are ready to go, and we can flood the dry dock and start using the ship. That's going to be the best part. Cool, this should be ready to go now. It was not, in fact, ready to go because I had to go fix some stuff with the circuits underneath the deck, because when you formed it into a ship, or when I did, and when you do it in general, it often has this thing where it just breaks some of the blocks and doesn't form them into the ship for some reason. In this case, it broke some of the wireless links, which I had to go and replace and reprogram, and it's a bit annoying. So for those of you who got it on Patreon and you're going to form it, you may have to go fix some stuff down there. Alright, so that's good. Let's go check on the oil refinery and see what it's doing there. So the diesel did drain, obviously. It hasn't refilled. I don't think it has been refilling, which I expected because it's not chunk loaded here. And it's not leaving anymore because it's not chunk loaded over there. Is it still on, or what? What are you doing? Oh, we are. Okay. Yeah, it's going. It's all working over here just fine. It just needs time to create the diesel, and it needs time to fill up that thing. It's why I got these chunk loaders. I might give it a shot, chunk loading the refinery. If it doesn't affect the TPS that badly, then I'll leave it chunk loaded. Now that we have a use for fuel, like a lot of it and all the time. I've just chunk loaded pretty much the whole refinery, at least all the relevant parts, except for these two, which I don't really need. Let's see. We should be getting, yeah, we're getting diesel faster now. Well, here's the moment we've all been waiting for. Dry dock is flooded, the gate is down, ship is out of the way. The ship is all fueled up as well, and I'm pretty sure it's going to continue receiving fuel from the oil refinery, assuming nothing breaks, even if I'm far away, because that is chunk loaded, and obviously if I'm here, it's chunk loaded. What happened to my wall? That's not good. Oh, there's autocannon cartridges in here. I'll take that. That was for the tank, but I don't need that anymore. Let's get going. This thing, let's make sure we're gonna be going straight. Our propeller should be on now, I think, unless yeah, the propeller's on and it's going in reverse. Let's stop that. We need to go forward. And let's make sure we're going not that quickly. I don't want to go very fast. I don't know how this is going to handle. I don't want to run into things and get stuck. That would be very bad. This is the vessel's maiden voyage, and what do you think we should name it? And also, what hull number should we give it? Drop your suggestions for both of those down in the comments, and by the next video, we will have a name and hull number for this ship. And it looks like we are about to make it out of the dock. And also, I am turning ever so slightly. Please do not do that. We're completely clear, or nearly completely clear, which means we're quickly gonna run out of stuff that way. So we're gonna have to turn far to the left in order to not run aground. I don't really know. I should probably try running this aground and actually see what happens. I guess that's a 7 block deep water, because I think it's normally 63, so we're in 7 block deep water. That's what it needs as a minimum to go. Yeah, we're doing okay now. Okay, so the important thing is, will it just be, can I reverse out of here, basically? Oh no, good, it's working. Yeah, I can just reverse out of the way, and it didn't register until I was like right against it. It didn't like register like all the way out here or something, like, oh yeah, you already hit it over here. That's really good to know. That means that I can take this through tighter spaces like rivers if I need to, as long as it's 7 blocks deep. Where do we think it's going to be easier to go? Because I know I could try to get over to here. The problem is this is a small river. It would require so much dredging and widening to make it passable for the boat, which I probably should do at some point. It's wide enough, but definitely not deep enough, considering it needs to be at least like 56. So even this is barely deep enough. So we can even read it here like, yeah, that's deep enough. But then 58, 57, it's just, I'd have to dredge basically the whole river, which I'm not going to do. Or I'd have to dredge a lot of it, and we would get stuck constantly. So that's probably not a very good idea. Heck, even my canal through my colony is not deep enough either. I don't think this is deep enough. I could easily fit it through here. I could get it through this. I'd have to widen that and dredge that some, but then it's a short trip out to here. Honestly, I think we're gonna have to go that way. We're gonna just try to go through my canal, and I will dredge out what I need to in the colony. Oh shoot, now I know where those autocannon shells I accidentally shot earlier went. It looks like they blew up some of my tanks, darn it. I totally thought I could get this through this gap, but I was completely wrong. There's no way it's fitting. I'm gonna have to clear this out quite a bit more. Made it through the whole colony, through this tight little area. Definitely ran into a bunch of walls and everything, but since this is Minecraft, it doesn't just rip a giant hole in the hull and cause it to sink. You see, that's the great thing about having it already flooded. You see, when you have water in the ship at all times, you can't exactly put more in there. You know, I really should install some, like, terminals on my ship to activate the drawbridges wirelessly from the ship, because they're already all wirelessly done from buttons here. Like, oh, here it is. Like, see, that's a button. Like, what did I do? Oh, I did phantom tracks for that. So, here, let's do that. Get rid of that. And I should be able to, oh, yeah, I should do that. That should open. Yeah, look, see, it just opens the bridge straight from the boat. That's cool. Wait, put it back this way. Steering this thing is actually a challenge. It's fun, but it's hard. Like, it's taking a lot of practice to learn how to steer this properly. So for reference, we are now right here. We started out here, and then we went all the way over to here. Then we went all the way back, and we made our way through here, which was quite difficult. I had to do a lot of dredging and expanding, and now we have to go basically from here all the way down here and out to the open ocean. And then we're hopefully in the clear, unless there's some weird problem around this side. It's funny, I've seen all this new area, and the first 2 vents that I've seen was a Scorchio 1 and then a Scorchio 1, both of which are the least helpful things I could find. Because, yes, I could get it from this vent here, but also you get this stuff from smelting soul sand, which is really easy to get soul sand from. It's just normal sand. And then, believe it or not, you can just craft this with some dye. But I think I just spotted something in the shallow waters over here. I was flying around. Yep, it's right here. This is actually the Viridium molten vent, which is really good because that is how you get copper. That's actually the copper one. Well, we're gonna come back here then. I guess I'm going to leave a marker right here. I really need an azurine vent, a chromazite vent, and less so an ochre vent. Whoa, I just found out I have a chicken. Just realized I didn't bring the cat, but I got a chicken instead somehow. Well, let me know if I should keep it. I was just about to whack it, but I don't know, maybe we want the chicken. How would can I at least unstick it? I think I found the next one I want. We're now over here in this spot, and look what I got here. This is a chromazite vent. That is what we like to see. Oh, there we go. That's azurine. We just got the 3rd required one. So Viridium is all the way over there, and then we've got this kind of in a line. Be nice if we found another Viridium not extremely far away. Oh, that's Viridium right there. Which, where are we in relation? I think I'm right by the azurine thing. Oh, the azurine thing is there, and the Viridium thing's right here. Yeah, we're actually really close. Well, great. All we need is an ochre vein, and then I guess, well, we don't really need it, but that would complete the set right here. There it is. That's the ochre vent. Well, and there we are with our new boat in the middle of the ocean, 5 of the different vents that we need. If you explore an ocean, you can find deep sea resource vents that infinitely generate things like copper and zinc. Last time, I built a warship using Create mod and explored the ocean in search of these vents. Having found them, the next step is to blow them up and design and install 4 offshore drilling rigs to harvest the resources. Of course, I still have to figure out a huge supply of lava for the vents and a way of transporting the resources back home. There's more water in my ship than normal, guys. That's a bit of a problem. Well, no, some of my ship's above water. Never mind. This'll fix it. Right? Oh, yep, there we go. So I'm all the way over here, and my vents are right here. I actually forgot I had 2 markers here for chromazite vents. These are actually much closer together. These are the 4 that we need. We've got chromazite, azurine, viridium, and ochre. And that will get you iron, gold, copper, and zinc. Now, somebody suggested to make a little motorboat or something that you could launch from this ship to drive around. And you might have already noticed, but this ship actually did carry lots of Minecraft boats. They didn't come through the schematic, and I haven't re-added them. Boats that went here, basically. But it also has these boats, like lifeboats, kind of. And it's got 1 on either side. Now, these are just built into the ship right now. They're not detachable. But I could fix that. I wonder, and this might actually work, guys. What's that? Oh, it's like a colony thing off in the woods. That's kind of crazy, an abandoned colony. Here, what if I made one of those boats myself, and I made it its own physics entity and then stored it on the ship? I think I could do that. And then I could put a ship helm in the middle and then sit in it. This might actually work, guys. Let me just take these things here. I need this, and I'll get rid of this once this actually works. So, as far as I know, this will assemble into a physics entity. Yeah, see, it did. So if this floats, I could use it as a motorboat. It doesn't have a motor. It's too... Really? Come on, I just want my boat. Do I have a floater? Do I literally have to put a floater in it? Is there a floater in my spare parts bin? Oh good, there is. Oh yeah, it totally floats now. Like, completely above the water. I don't know if this is what you guys had in mind or not, but it does work. I actually don't know if I can put this on the ship, though, without it, like, super breaking. If I do this, there's a very good chance that it will freeze both ships once it hits it. Oh, it didn't. That's cool. I'm not sure why. Wait, what? Wait, I'm, like, shoving the ship. No way. How is that working? Why is that working? It wasn't doing that before. Okay, if I grab this and like set it on the ship, does it just break everything? I hope not. Here, let me just put this here. What's gonna happen? Like if can I start moving this? Let's turn this back on and we'll go in reverse. Are we gonna actually move properly, or is it gonna... We seem to be spinning, although I did give it momentum. Honestly, it might actually be fine. I forget who that was who suggested that, but that was a really good idea. I'll put your comment up on screen so I can just put the boat back down here, I think. Yeah, there it is. Honestly, I could probably drive it off of here. No way. If I... Come on. Please let me do this. This is going to be so cool. Oh, so close. Yes. There we go. See? It definitely messed up that a little bit. It has way more effect on the big ship than you would expect. This will make things a lot easier. Like, I could go get this buried treasure map now, which I think was somewhere over here. And I could actually find it quickly instead of dragging the huge ship all the way over there. Should probably park the big ship somewhere over here. Are these all floating islands? These are. I don't really want to park it next to that ocean monument. I might have to go kill those elder guardians that are in there. Otherwise, they're just going to make my life miserable. The only thing that made digging all that stuff bearable in the last video is that I switched my backpack to a squid backpack. See, it's literally, well, you can't have a jetpack, but it's a squid backpack, meaning it has this ability. When you're in water, you can turn it on, you get free night vision, and you get free water breathing. So that's the only way I was able to make that work. What about in here? Oh, TNT, I need that. That's cool. I can blow up some of the vents now. That's how you activate them. You literally blow them up, which is kind of sick. This is totally going to be the same map, right? No, it's different. There's a different thing. I'll have to go look for that. I keep thinking I have horror mods installed. These ambient noises down here are kind of creepy. I knew that was going to happen. There better be cows nearby. And I'm going to deploy the boat and go looking for treasure and cows and try to kill the Elder Guardian. Although I should probably make some ammo. That would help. South. We go this way. Can we stop bouncing? I'm literally going to puke. This might actually be slower than a normal Minecraft boat. I'm not sure. Oh, good. More TNT. Why is there a crimsite vent right here? We're in a river. Here, I have extra TNT. Want to see how this works? Here, watch this. Oh, shoot. I didn't think it would affect that. I didn't mean to blow up my boat. Oh, come on. Well, either way, see, it's an active molten crimsite vent now. That means if we stick lava on either side of it, it's going to start producing crimsite. I don't have any lava. Is there lava nearby? Please tell me there's lava nearby. I see ruined portal. You better have lava. No lava. But there's a notch apple. Okay, game, I don't mind so much. One lava block. Okay, that's all I need. Okay, here. So this is how this works. You add lava to the side of it. See, look. It turned into crimsite. That's how it's supposed to work. And it can do that on every single side of this. Ooh, more TNT. Not that I need it. I'll take it, of course. And that is both treasure maps and it's dark. Storm's here. Let's get out of here. Where is Viridium? Is that down there? Because that's the first one we want, obviously. Oh yeah, that totally is. That's what we want. I'm going to make a pillar here so I can have some stuff to work with. Oh. Oh, there it goes. I think there was an oil deposit down there that it just filled in. That's crazy. I got rid of all the junk that I had, including the notch apple, and I made some ammo. So I think this is actually the second time I've done this. Let's go kill some Elder Guardians. Ooh, sponge. I need sponge. Oh, nice. A smithing template. I'm totally going to use that. That's definitely my most used item in the game. So the ocean monument's cleared. I've got a waystone over there. That's over the Viridium vent. Why don't we go blow it up now? Yeah, there it is. Look at that copper vent. Go away. You don't get any copper. You already have some probably. So this thing is going to require lava being pumped in on 4 sides. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it needs drills mining that on another 4 sides. And then it needs a way of collecting those. What did I just say? Needs a way of collecting those a way of collecting those items and sending it back up to the surface to the mining rig. It's not easy to get lava either. I don't have a very big supply of lava. So here's my predicament. I could get lava from underground potentially, but there is one issue with that, and it's an issue of getting lava anywhere infinitely. I disabled infinite fluid reservoirs in order to make the hose pulleys drain the dry docks because they were over 10,000 blocks of water. But I don't really want to have it completely disabled. I want it to be able to pull infinitely, just not from water. And so I saw that bottomless fluid mode drained infinitely you can allow by tag, but I don't know where I'm supposed to add the tag for water. I looked in the config and I didn't see a spot to do that. So I'm like, okay, where do I do that? Right, so maybe if somebody in the comments knows how to do that, that doesn't have to be done right this second. The other thing that I have to figure out is how to get lava over here. I could pull lava from underground infinitely or even not infinitely for quite a while. It wouldn't be that hard to do. I would just have to get it from down there. The cool and realistic way to do it would be to have it be brought in by tanker ship, like how we're probably going to have the stuff removed by boat. The problem is, because of course there's a problem, is the bug that makes trains delete a bunch of the fluid when unloading still exists. I tested that out recently. It's the same reason I can't use my tanker train to bring fluid back from the crude oil area. Because when you unload the train, if it has multiple fluid tanks on it, which yes it does, you lose basically 6/7 of all the fluid that was there. So I can't do that, which is why I'm teleporting the oil. For now, I'm either going to pull it from underground non-infinitely, or I'm going to teleport it in slowly but infinitely from my little tiny lava farm. You know, at this point, if there was just like a mod, maybe there is one that does this, I don't know, but if there's just a mod that allowed you just while you're in survival to place ghost blocks or something like that as an outline for what you're building, kind of like how in Factorio you can place down ghost versions of everything even if you don't have it, just so that you know what you're doing. I mean, I already have a free cam mod that works in survival. Obviously I'm in creative right now because I'm on the copy of the world, but then I wouldn't actually have to go into creative mode somewhere else to design this stuff, because I just cannot design things in survival when I can't go and pull out any block that I want in any quantity and see what it looks like. It's just not workable. So now we're gonna actually design this thing. And I'm not building like a gigantic oil rig, but come on, these are small single vents and we need like 4 of them. So we're not going to be building 4 gigantic oil rigs. Besides, I kind of want to build an oil rig some other time. Maybe we'll have to see how that's going to work. And I found this picture of these really old oil rigs from the 20th century, from the early 20th century. I found this picture. This one's different. I think it fits way better with the theme, and I can build it small enough that we can reasonably build 4 of them. Right now, I am planning to have them be attached, as in they have pillars built from the bottom up to them, as opposed to floating. That doesn't mean I might not be able to float them into position. We'll have to see if the assembly works well enough for that, but if it does, I could theoretically build them on land and tow them over here or shove them over here. First thing is getting this thing working at the bottom here. Okay, it's already collecting it. So it's working. This system actually seems to do fine here. Well, there you go. That should be everything at the surface powering the bottom now. Because we've got lava going down. Yep. It's making crimsite. We've got power going down, also powering the pumps on the lava shaft. And then we've got a chute here that contains our Viridium. But hey, it's working. So there is the mining portion of it, all good to go. We need the aesthetics now. Oh boy. Hey guys, is that supposed to be a helipad or something? Like, look at the picture there. Doesn't that look a little bit like a helipad? It almost looks like it has an H on it, but it doesn't really make sense because I got the impression that that picture was from a rig in like the 10s, 20s, or 30s, where they obviously didn't have helicopters. So I don't really know. How about maybe I will decide myself. Maybe it can become a helipad later if I have a small enough helicopter to put here. But the whole thing is done. I'll kind of show you what I've got. So this thing I built as a crane because I couldn't quite tell what it was. It looked like a crane, kind of, that had its arm all the way down. Also, crane might not be accurate. It's actually probably something for transporting, I don't know, I guess in this case, in the picture, it would be oil off of the thing. That's kind of what it looked like. It looked like it was connected to the ship, or at least over the ship in some way, doing something with the ship, which is why I had the idea here to make it. It's a crane, but it's actually got a conveyor belt, so it can take the stuff from the storage here and it can dump it off the side of the rig. And if you want to control it, you can come around here and just do this, and it spins faster than I would like. This is the storage for the Viridium. Right now, it's just going to store a ton of it on the rig, and then I'll have to collect it manually until I have some kind of ship or something, or if I cave in and decide to teleport it back, which I hopefully don't. It's already getting teleported from here onto the crane, which is kind of silly. Then if we come around here, we've got the drilling stuff, or the extraction stuff. Mainly this would be for drilling, I think. It's mainly what this kind of rig would be. I think it's called a derrick. That's what I was reading on Wikipedia. I've got a counter here so that you can see how much stuff you've got in that crate down there, or in that vault. And then some of this is just redundant stuff. This is where the Viridium comes out of this chute, and then it just literally is a hopper line. So pretty simple. Down here is where you actually find the lava. A lot of this stuff is underneath the floor of the rig, but you can actually access some of it if you come around here. There's a staircase down here, and you can use those trapdoors. You can get under there. This is a pump that brings up water and puts it in the boiler. And then we've got these tanks here. This is the underside of the tanks. There's just some technical stuff. This is the lava. Here's the lava, the creative lava tank. That will be replaced with a transmitter so I can transmit lava in. In here is steam engine room. It's just a basic steam engine. It uses lava to power the blaze burner though. The rest of what we got here is basically just decoration. You can go through the store here if you want. You can come up here. All of this is decoration. You could kind of live here if you wanted. It's livable-ish. It's got like some storage. Like I said, very over-engineered. We're going to find out just how bad it is though when I make this into a schematic. Wait, hold up. There was one thing I wanted to try first before we go over to survival. I wanted to try and see what happens if you try to float this around and then reform it. Well, it worked. Oh yeah, it worked. There it goes. We left an item frame. Very sad. And now it's at the bottom of the ocean. Cool. So that's basically floating at the same height that I would want it to reform at. Yeah, so I could literally drive this like a ship if I want. I think the big thing though is, can I align it and then can I reform it into something that doesn't completely break? Can I disassemble this now? Did it explode everything? I mean, yeah, it messed up a little bit of stuff. You see, it always messes up the stupid catwalk railings because they're like locked into their position. Oh, and then it messes up these things. That's too bad. Because it would mostly work. If you could leave it as the physics entity, it would mostly work. But it's that's not worth the time spent trying to fix that. This is the first one. It's in the right spot down there because I lined it up. Okay, we can't even see it. Well, there is another schematic down there for the drilling part of it. Yeah, you can see there it is. So it's all good to go now. I just want to see. Let's get a material list. How bad is this? 21 pages, really? I mean, how did I use 1,000 industrial iron blocks? Like, how? Well, I'm gonna attempt to collect the materials for 4 of these things. Hopefully I have enough saved up. I probably do. It's just gonna take a little while. Ugh, I need more transmitters. These things are so annoying to make. I've got everything but these. I think I need like 5 of those and 8 of each of the other ones of these. It's just so much obsidian and then ender pearls and then precision mechanisms. I do wonder though if I shouldn't just make an obsidian farm right now, like a really slow one, maybe from my existing lava farm. If this works, it's going to be the slowest obsidian farm anyone's ever seen in the history of obsidian farms. Aha, there we go. And now we watch the drill very slowly break that obsidian. Honestly, that... Oh, shoot. It burned it up. No. I mean, that was inevitable, but still. You know, that might be slow enough that my slow lava farm can keep up with it. Well, I don't really care how slow or not it is. As long as it works, it's going to save me time. A lot of time. And that's what I care about. Only good thing about having to get the obsidian by hand is it happens to be in a biome that has endermen naturally. So I get to collect the pearls and the obsidian at the same time. Oh, and wither skeletons. It's kind of a crazy biome. Wow. Good job. That was some top tier AI. Oh great, in the time it took me to mine 3 1/4 stacks of obsidian, my farm produced 30 obsidian. And I think I need like 300 and something. An underwater time lapse, this is totally gonna look like trash, isn't it? I don't know. Let's see, I'm probably just gonna record this just in case. Here, it should be really fast as well. Yeah, see, there it goes. It shouldn't overwrite anything other than what it has to either. Assuming that I set it up right. Oh wait, really? Was that it? I think it's done. I think that was actually it. Yep. Oh shoot. Run away. This is done now. I'm gonna go see if my time lapse broke or not. At least if it did break, I've got 3 more chances to get a time lapse. It's not completely messed up. Oh, that completely blew it up. So I bet if you bump the render distance up to like 20 or something, we could probably see at least one other rig from here, which would be nice. Oh yeah, from where we are now, we can see all 4 of them. Look at that. There's 1, 2, and then we're on the 3rd one. And then over there is the 4th one in the distance. That's so cool. I'm glad we can actually see all of them. The last thing is to figure out where to get lava from. See, I've got this transmitter left over, and I'm gonna figure out, do we have some lava in like a big lake under the ocean under one of these things that I could extract, or do I have to pull it from my measly lava farm? Oh guys, look, under the crimsite one there is another there is another lava river, and it looks like it's directly under the rig, which would be awesome. Here's a legendary setup. Nobody's ever seen a better setup, undeniably. It's gonna have this quad thing, so it sends it into this transmitter from 4 different spots. It's totally gonna be infinite, guys. It's gonna work great. I'm gonna go dump some lava in a blaze burner now by hand and jump start this thing. Here, let me get some water. This is literally just a pipe that sucks up water from the side of the ship, or the side of the rig. Oh, good. There, the pump's spinning the right way now. What is it doing? If it's working, we're getting lava infinitely. If it's not, I'm gonna be mildly infuriated. Isn't it like supposed to say? Or is it not? Ah, no, it's not treating it as infinite. Why not? Is it because of the range? Is it because the range of it is like really short or something? Let me just test my theory, because I know you can change the range of the thing, and let's see if that's actually what it is. What now? Oh, now it thinks it's infinite. I just lowered it, so it wasn't finding enough. I'm not gonna keep it that way, that's cheating. But apparently it can't notice, it doesn't detect all of it, or somehow maybe it's not 10,000, but come on. Well, so be it, fine. I guess we don't have infinite lava yet, but we do have a lot of lava in there. I'm pretty sure that means it's already getting crimsite, I bet. Oh, wait, the valve is literally just not on. I'm really smart, guys, in case you didn't know. I'm very smart, but look, there's already 190 buckets of lava. That's nice. I think it's working now. famous last words. Oh, it is. It totally is. Look at that. And that's an easy way to stop it from, if I don't want all these on, which I don't. That's a really easy way to turn it off because I added valves. Whoa. Me using my own feature? Never. It's working. I saw it. Yep, there it goes. See? Oh, 99 Viridium. Come on, you told. Yes. We're running the Viridium rig, which is right here. And we're running the Azurine rig, which is over there. Dude, that's so cool looking. Look at that. Man. Industry has expanded to the ocean. One warship at a time. Next time we're going to try to figure out a way to get this stuff home. Maybe building a boat that's actually a train. We'll have to see. Or maybe we'll be focusing on lava. Who knows? But once we've got ourselves the automatic, the zinc, and copper, then I can actually go automate the rest of the crate mod stuff that I've been wanting. And more importantly, ammunition, which will be awesome. Is that a phantom? This is the worst thing ever. I just built 4 offshore mining rigs to exploit deep sea resource vents, and now it's time to figure out how to get the stuff back home. Based off my own thinking and everyone's suggestions, I'm going to be using a Create mod cargo ship to retrieve the resources from the rigs. The only problem is there currently aren't any large enough waterways for a cargo ship to make the trip back. Today, I'm going to try to fix this by designing 2 new vehicles to help me dig a massive canal across my continent. First time in a while, I don't know how to start the video. Well, I mean, I know what we're going to be doing. Oh, this is a phantom. I just don't know what to say. Well, how about this? I got a new computer, so we should see better performance now, even in the worst parts of the world. Right now, we're over 100 frames per second, which is pretty nice. Not gonna... go away. That's not very nice. I'm gonna go inside. But yeah, I may sound different as well this video because I am using a temporary mic. It's a Blue Yeti mic, so I actually used it for a long time and it was fine. It's just not quite as good as my usual thing. But yeah, I'm hoping that the new computer will help out. That kind of delayed this video. I'm getting started kind of late. I was going to build the ship. We are not going to do that today because I don't have time. But there is some other stuff that we could do. So last time, no, it was the time before last, I dragged my ship. I don't know where it is, it's somewhere over here. I dragged my ship all the way from here, from the shipyard, around this channel and through this little river. You can see the places where I widened it. I had to widen this here and dredge it, and to get the ship out through that. And that was a nightmare, and it barely fit the ship. And the ship is like 11 blocks wide, so it's not even that big of a ship. Yeah, here it is right here. This thing could barely fit through there, and it's not that big. It's certainly not the size of a cargo ship. And look, I'm gonna build a cargo ship to bring this stuff home. I was debating on that before, probably leaning toward that, but everybody in the comments was like, yeah, you should build a cargo ship. So yeah, we're gonna do that. I am not gonna teleport stuff home. Does this look like a cargo ship can fit through here? Not really. 2 things we need to figure out. Where are we gonna put the canal, and how are we gonna dig the canal? And the first one, I think I have a plan. So there's this little bay here, and it's just a little bit south of where I already went, and it is gonna be too shallow. But dredging is better than starting from scratch, I think. And if we added a diagonal canal here, we could blow this up and dig this out, widen this so that we come down here. Then we could just take out this part here, or not. I don't really care. We'll just get rid of it. We'll go around it. We'll do whatever. We'll widen this. And then we can go through here. Then there's already some water here. We can blow it up and dredge it out. And then we're off on our merry way into the ocean. So I'm going to go down there with my ship right now, and we are going to start scouting the area. And of course, I also have a plan for how we're going to dig this canal. Nighttime's here. Maybe I can pass the voyage sleeping. That would be cool because it's kind of a long trip. Good morning, guys. Here we are. See, look at that. Right in the land. I might have rammed it. Not really sure. I was asleep, so who knows. But I do want to get my my little rowboat here and take this off of the ship. So here's the ruined colony that I was seeing from the map. We're looking at this right here. So we just came through here. We went. There's the ship. We went around. Oh, is this all separate? That's separating me from like this bog over here? Really? Another little impediment. Oh, so this thing is basically an island, and that's out of our way. We would want to instead go this way through the forest. That's the end of the water. This is where it starts to get elevated. So, is there a valley around here that we can go through? There's not. I mean, there's a valley that way. That's not the way we want to go, but it gets much taller here. But we could... Well, this is kind of a valley. That's like a cave. Oh, I missed our turn. I wasn't supposed to go that way. I was supposed to go this way. Oh, it's this part. And that is the ocean that we try to get to. Okay. But how are we going to get rid of all this? Surely not all of it's going to be TNT, right? I mean, I don't know if I have that much TNT. This is a tank, and it has a cannon. But cannons aren't the only thing you can put on tanks. You can do other things with tanks. This is also a tank. But this is a mining tank. As you can see right here, we've got a big bank of drills. And okay, if I were to spin this the other direction, you'll see that it starts breaking the blocks in front of it. If I drive the tank forward, okay, cool, we're driving the tank forward. You can see that it mines the ground. Well, kind of. It's not perfect. It actually, it has a little bit of problems. It needs some work. This is a very basic prototype. Why are we not reversing? Oh, it like annihilated some stuff. Awesome. Crisis averted. Look, so we can drive forward, and then you impact the blocks, and you can even do this diagonally. It's not amazing, but it works. You can basically build a tank that is a mobile drilling machine. This opens up a lot of cool possibilities for what we can do, like entire suites of construction equipment, mining equipment. And this is just a very basic prototype. So I'm thinking we're going to need 2 machines for today, and we'll build more in a different time, but there's 2 specialized machines I want. I want a machine that is just an all-terrain drill tank that you can go and drill whatever you want with, basically. And then the second machine I want is more specialized. I want a floating dredging machine. Now that might sound hard, but that's not going to actually be a tank or a car. It's going to be based off a boat. Added the control system in here that I designed for the tank because it's really small and I already know how to make it. I started redesigning and I was like, why am I doing this? I have a good working design that's already tiny. So it has no power connected to it now because it needs a bigger power plant. It needs a diesel engine this time. Unlike the little kerosene engine that the tank had, we're going to be using the same engine that we used on the tank. Or not the tank, the Corvette. And the reason for this is mainly because it has to power a lot of drills. Heck, we might even need 2 of these. I don't really know. Here's what I really want. I'm looking forward to. A bigger tank for fuel. That is gonna be a lot better. Although I could also literally just hook this up since it's diesel to the same line as the Corvette and then just pull diesel into here. I finally realized what I made, and it's basically a snowcat. I accidentally built something very similar to one of those things, and if you don't know what it is, I'll put a picture of it up on screen. They kind of are specific to ski hills, so if you're not near snow, then you might not have seen them. So I'm about to find out if this crashes my game or not. I'm actually kind of concerned. Last thing I wanted to do is like corrupt this world, and then I lose this. Maybe I should make a backup. I'm about to try to save a schematic of a physics entity like this, so that I don't have to rebuild it, but now I'm not sure I want to do that. Let me go make a backup, I guess. Okay, now I don't care if it crashes the game. What should I call this thing? How about mining cat instead of snow cat? Cat stands for something, though. Let me actually look that up. It may not be relevant, but I'm going to name it that either way. Okay, it just saved and didn't break it. Let's see if it actually loads. Oh, it does. Okay. That's really good to know. I wish I'd known that sooner, because I rebuilt the tank and everything like a couple times. But I bet you're wondering how this thing works, by the way. Speaking of working. So, it has its pros and its cons. Its pros are it can move anywhere and is not fixed to a minecart rail, and you don't have to rebuild anything. Its cons are it's a relatively small amount of drills compared to what you could build just on a minecart. And it's also hard to align it, and you can't just like drive it straight back into terrain. You kind of have to just shake it off the edge without you can't like just go straight back. It'll get stuck because of the way physics entities work. Here, watch this. Like, you can drive it straight back into this hill, and it'll mine a little ways. But it eventually gets stuck. When it has something on either side of it is when it gets stuck. So what you really have to do is kind of just start digging like this, and go back as far as you can, and then change it, and then come in from the side. And if it has something on one side of it, like right there, it doesn't have problems. And if it's empty on one side, then it can just kind of keep going. Also, it can't deal with going underneath another block. This would not be suitable for literally burrowing a tunnel into the ground. Granted, I didn't make it with that in mind, but still, it couldn't really do that. I guess my point is that it is in a lot of ways less practical than just building a gigantic line of drills attached to a one minecart. It's honestly, that would be faster for a lot of circumstances. The thing about this is it's cool and it's mobile, so you don't have to rebuild anything when you do that. So I'm gonna go and design that other thing now, obviously, and I look forward to trying this out on the world and seeing if it's actually worth the trouble. Before I even bother trying to make this look halfway decent, I just need to make sure it's actually gonna work at all, or work the way I'm hoping. So, I am like 99% sure that if I do this, let's assemble this into a ship, and then get a floater. Whoa, there we go. Yep, it floats. Maybe it even, you could say it flies. What we gonna do with this? How's this gonna work? Oh, it actually. Wow, would you look at that? Look, I guess it's all done. So I'm gonna have this be able to be raised up, basically, so that you can just float on the surface and not have to dredge if you don't want to and not get stuck. I do want to try something. It might be kind of cheesy, but if it works, it would be really convenient. If I assemble that, now I've got a contraption on the physics entity. So here, does moving the physics entity count as moving the contraption? I don't think it does. That would have been really convenient. I mean, because it technically is moving it, but it's not moving it in relation to the physics entity, which is what it's attached to. It's not. If it were built on the world and then you stuck it onto this thing, then it might count it as moving in relation to the world. You see, I'm just trying to find out if there's a way that I can exploit the thing. Like, when you normally get a contraption, you just start moving it and it just powers, like, the drills. I'm trying to exploit that so that I don't have to build, like, a big engine on this thing to power everything. Okay, here. Take 2 of my genius idea. Oh, heck no. That's not what I want. Go a little bit further. Come on. Come on. There we go. Oh yeah. Let's see. How's this gonna work? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's moving it. And look, you could see it. It was spinning the drills when you went forward. Because it's taking into account the movement. Of course, now I'm not able to move this. I can't turn it. I literally cannot turn it. Okay, this is totally not gonna work. I have no idea what to do with this now. Just go away. I don't even care. Goodbye. So I ended up just doubling down on making it look like a frog. So here, this is the frog pontoon boat. It actually looks pretty normal once you stick this under the water. It's just kind of insane when it's above the water. So back here we've got another diesel engine, and it needs 2 cylinders, unfortunately. But it's fine. We have a lot of diesel, and it can run the drills really fast. And if you want to actually use it, you just lower this thing down. The one problem is, as you do that, it changes the weight, and you have to remove some of the floaters in order for it to sit properly in the water. And now I'm bouncing and it's staying. I think I have to remove 2 more. Yeah, about like that. As far as the mechanics for braking this stuff, I just use a ship helm to drive this. I don't, like, there's no point in trying to make this have propellers. That'd be way too difficult to maneuver. So you can see if we drive this direction, it's reasonably fast. It turns really well because it's a ship helm. And when you hit it, it will start braking it. I've noticed that the slower you go, and if you're kind of hands off on it, it will use its own momentum and will go forward, and will get out of whack way less. So you just have to be a little bit more careful, I guess, when moving this thing. Instead of being overzealous like this, you just start to fall underwater. So we're gonna go back to the other world now. We've got our 2 machines. Both of these are gonna be on Patreon as well. This one's probably gonna be free for like all of the paid tiers. I don't think I can make it free for free members. I'll have to check though. Yeah, there we go. See, that was pretty quick. Where did the creative thing go? Right here. So if I do this, I want to make this Corvette diesel. That should be pulling diesel now from the same place the Corvette is, which will be nice. I need to grab a gasoline bucket as well, and I need a ship helm to assemble this, and then we're ready to go, I think. How much of this is going to break anyways? Let's go. Assemble. Okay, here we go. Nothing broke. Sweet. Although I bet I'm gonna have to break and replace some stuff. There goes the air. There we go. 100,000 stress units. So we are done here. I need to get a linked controller to move this thing. I forgot about that, darn it. I can't be bothered to go to the link controller right now. That just sounds annoying, and I have to go to the other world and like screenshot what my stuff was. I am not trying to program it again. Let's go build that other thing, and then I will go actually figure that out. This one doesn't need a linked controller anyways. Process here is basically going to be the same as it was on the last thing. It's just, we're actually going to be floating this time, I guess, on the water. And well, I don't need that. I actually had another one of these things. Come on, dude, you've got... They weren't actually connected. That sucks. I didn't realize. Well, I rebuilt the front of the ship onto the ship. I didn't really realize that it wasn't actually connected, because it's not when this is up, which it's kind of funny. So I can start moving this right now, and I'm going to take it in that direction over there and go through this river, I guess. Yeah, we kind of needed to dredge it anyways, and it'll give me some practice. don't know, guys, it seems like it works pretty decently. I mean, I don't have to like worry about durability or my inventory filling up because I'm just ignoring everything down there. I don't care. But I'm going to just keep going here and actually activate a time lapse so that this doesn't take all day. We are now right here, which is like, I mean, from the ocean, that's probably like halfway, or a little bit less than halfway, which is where we're gonna have to end this video, unfortunately, because I don't have any more time to record. I have to go edit, otherwise there is not gonna be a video, and that would be very sad. But like I said, I did have, like, was kind of behind because I was setting up a new computer, and there's some IRL stuff going on, so here we are. I will next time be working on making a cargo ship, most likely, and I'll be fitting in continuing this canal around that somehow, or I don't know if it's going to be a standalone video, probably not. But oh yeah, before I forget, I would like to add the name to this ship and the hull number, because I asked you guys to pick that out a couple videos ago, and we have a good suggestion. So I'll put it up on screen, but the name that I picked is the SCS, Sbeev's Create Ship Brass Horizon. That's a pretty good name. It's got the most likes. I think it's all around pretty solid. We're going to do that. And they also suggested a hull number of 27, because 27 pages in the recipe list or material list for the schematic. We'll go with that as well. And I think I can actually represent it on the ship pretty well. So here, let's put a sign. Sbeev's Create Ship Brass Horizon. So now that's the name, and for a hull number of 27, it's not too hard to make 27 out of 4 blocks. I would like to put it on the side of the ship if I can. Like, see here, you can do a 2 pretty easily with 4 blocks. And then you can do, well, just remove that, and then it's a 7. Yep, you can tell. Yep, and there it is on the other side. You can definitely tell. That is pretty good. Thanks for the suggestion, guys. It is now actually complete with its name and its hull number. If you enjoyed it, make sure... In order to bring home the resources from my offshore rigs, I need 2 things, a cargo ship and a canal. Currently, I've got half a canal and the machines to help me dig the rest of it, but no cargo ship. So today, I'm gonna fix that. I need to design and build a cargo ship capable of moving massive amounts of materials autonomously, which means it actually needs to be a crate mod train. That's right, a boat is actually a train. Let's get started. Oh, I'm just doing a bit of river dredging. You see, I was eating lunch and like I didn't want to start talking. I was like, well, I kind of have to break this canal still. I have to get a path over here. I guess I'll just do that while I've been here for a little while. So why don't we start the video now? So last time I started making this canal and we got all the way from over here in this ocean area to right here pretty much. And since then I've gone and removed this section, and let's turn this off now. We are going to be switching gears though, because this canal will just get done over time. What we really need is a cargo ship. So my ship here can pretty easily fit through the canal, but the cargo ship is going to be quite a bit bigger. Now it's not going to be like evergreen sized. We're not blocking the Suez Canal here. It's just, well, it's going to be a little bit longer than 60 blocks. So I think we're at like 52. We have like, what is that, like 11 blocks of clearance here? Yeah, we have 11 blocks. We could basically make it up to like 10 blocks of draft, although we're not going to end up doing that. Okay, so it's a little over 40 blocks wide. We're not probably going to need it to be 40 blocks wide, but we've got basically, it cannot be more than like 10 blocks of draft, and it cannot be more than, I don't know, let's say like 35 blocks wide. That might even be pushing it a little bit. It might not need to be that wide. For reference, this thing is like 11 blocks wide. So what we're going to do now is go over to another world, a creative version of this world, and start designing a cargo ship. So that's 35 blocks wide. I want to go check that in the canal, actually, just so that I know what I'm looking at, because it's hard to judge here. I mean, I know what it is, but like, just seeing it is always better. Here we go. Okay, that's 35. That's actually quite a bit larger than I expected, as you can see here. So maybe I will make it a little bit smaller, maybe like 31. Let's check here while we're here. So 35, that's gonna stay 4 off. So that's 31. What about 29? I'm more worried about it turning. Not so, like, yeah, I could fit fine, but it has to make these turns. Look, it's a train. Would it be able to do it? Yeah, because it can phase through other blocks. However, that would look stupid, obviously. I'm gonna have to wing a lot of this since I don't have any measurements or anything specific. So here, let's just say deck, and then all this is above the waterline, still above the waterline. All the pictures of these types of cargo ships I'm seeing ride pretty low in the water, unlike the container ships, which are really high up. That might not make sense for the scale. It might need to be like, maybe like 7 or something. I have 11 blocks of clearance, so I don't think I want to do more than 9 under the water, 9 draft. So why don't we just lift this up now so it's not sitting there. So about like that. Very boxy. It's a Minecraft ship, obviously, so it's going to be a brick. Of course. Very realistic. So I want to have 4 sections on this thing, and I want the sections to be modular in that if I ever want it more or less, I can just add more or less without really changing the way the ship works. Because it really is, I think, going to be that simple. This is not a complicated military vessel. This is 2 out of 3 sections of the cargo ship. This first section here is the tileable cargo hold area. I can just stick as many of these in the line as I want the ship to have. So that's going to be pretty convenient. I'll show you what I've got. This is going to open those doors up there. It's kind of hard to see from down here, but that opens both of these. And so when the train is deformed, if you want to do that, you can do that. Or, I mean, I guess you don't have to make this a train as well. There's nothing particularly special about it that makes it have to be a train. It could just be turned into a physics entity if you really wanted. You'd have to adjust some stuff to make it flow properly, but that would also work, and then these doors would work. Unfortunately, they won't work well as a train, though. But then we have the front here, which is a unique section. It's its own thing, but, I mean, it starts here. And then you could just get rid of it and move it or something if you wanted. It is entirely decorative at this point. This bottom part was kind of difficult to get, like, this weird thing that happens under the water line where it sticks out, but I think I got a pretty decent representation of it. So what I want to try to do now is copy this front thing and tile it a couple times. I think I want 4. Let's try 4, and if it looks really short for some reason, then I'll do 5, I guess. So now we're at 3. Normally these things would have more than 4 in real life, so it may look kind of abbreviated with only 4 of them the way I built this. That looks really cool, though. I feel like it is going to look really short with 4. I should probably add 5. Besides, odd numbers typically look better when you're building stuff. So I will just do an extra one. So it is still going to be slightly stubby, probably. I mean, if you look at the pictures of these things, they have like 6, 7, 8. They have a lot of them. These ships are pretty insanely huge in real life. But this is, I think, going to be just fine for our purposes now, and will look pretty decent. Oh, look, it does work all at once. See? Look, that's so cool. I'd say the ship is done now, so we're ready to try to turn this into a train. I'll probably even try to turn it into like an actual ship just for fun and see what happens. Because, I mean, some of you may want to do that. It'll be like available on Patreon probably, along with a separate schematic of just the cargo section so that you can add as many as you want and try to make that convenient. And honestly, probably should have like 7 or something to look not slightly stubby, because it still looks slightly stubby. But I'm a little worried about the train performance with this thing, since that's mainly what it's being designed for at the moment. Which is why I'm not making full interiors for this right now. Maybe in the future, but probably not. And then if you go all the way down to the bottom, down all these staircases. Oh wait, I'm missing a staircase. Shoot, I need to add that. There is a little thing here, and because of my magically increased power of the valve handle, it can open all of these things. That was increased from the tank, I think, by the way. I didn't do that just for this. It's kind of silly, but I'm not gonna bother putting like a power plant on this thing right now, since it's mainly a train. Oh wow. Oh yeah, it needs to be bigger. Oh jeez. Not the width. I mean, kind of the width though. Oh my goodness. Well, I hopefully will have some time to work on that today. I do want to just try the train thing out now. Oh, the train things are gonna be so annoying with the glue though. Oh my god. Okay guys, so I made a backup of this and I've put a million glue sections around it. Like, look at the map. Each purple thing is a glue section. So it was already lagging while doing that, so I don't know, maybe I was overzealous with my build and made it too big, so I'm gonna try to assemble this now. Too many blocks in the contraption. Oh, where is that? That's not where. Oh my god. Contraptions. Max blocks moved. What's 4 times that? 16,000. 16,388? Is that what it is? I hope it... Oh my gosh. It's got more than 16,000 blocks. It's not looking good, guys. I don't know if that's right. Here, I hope it doesn't have more. Oh, good. So, it's gone now. I wonder if it's gonna come back. Do we think it's gonna come back? What happens if I unassemble it? Ooh, it's crashing the game now. Nice. Nice. Oh. It's back. Okay, well come on. Can't you make the train, like, can you not be cringe? I'm gonna run some experiments with this. I don't think the train is like gone. Right, so I guess it just has a problem with it being too big. So I would like to try something now. What's the equivalent of the Tonk meme but for ships? Like, I'm sure a lot of you have seen that. I think I've included in my video where I first made a tank. But this is the ship version of that, where it's just a full-scale bridge and a full-scale bow, and then a really short middle section. And this thing is a train, or maybe it's about to be. Maybe I undid it. Now this is a train. That's a ship. That's a really short ship. What a strange vehicle, by the way. So I am glad that I made this thing have modular sections, because it made it really easy to just take 3 of the cargo holds out and leave it with 2 there. So I don't know what the limit is. Maybe I could have more. Maybe I could. Maybe this is the limit already. I don't particularly know. But I am gonna go with this for the train design. And if you want to make it bigger and make it a physics entity, well, you can probably do that. I actually want to do that right now. Time for another big test. Here is the full ship that I made. Let's turn it into an actual ship and see what happens. Whew, here we go. What's it gonna do? Oh, we're falling. Yay, okay. So that's good. It fell down. And am I sitting on the ocean monument? I feel like I probably am. Here, watch this. Okay, good. So it's not stuck on anything. So let's get inside of it. And luckily it is, it's not really lagging at all. And this is a big ship. This is a lot bigger than the Corvette. So let's start spamming floaters and try to get above water. So now it's floating at the right height with the ship helm. But if I get rid of the ship helm, is it going to capsize? I bet it's... Well, it might not capsize, but it's going to start bouncing. Either way, it passed the big first test of just not breaking the game. Obviously, these physics entities are way more performance friendly for some reason than trains themselves, because we're kind of running this thing as a physics entity, the full size with no issue. So I built this giant ballast strip that goes all the way down the middle, and it's at the bottom of the ship. So let's try to, let's get this back to the surface, and I want to see if this makes it flow properly. I hope it does. I forgot, it's actually weighted much more at the back because the bridge is here, so I want to remove some of the weight in the back of the ship, because it's got a lot more up top. What's it gonna do? I just got rid of the ship helm. If it's balanced right, it should do absolutely nothing. Yeah, it's not really doing anything. You'll love to see it. So now it's a free-floating physics entity boat. We're getting good performance for this size, so my fears of a giant battleship causing too many problems just got a lot lessened. You have to let me know a good name for this ship. Like, whoever comments the best version of the Tonk meme, but for ships, is what I'll name this vessel here. But time to go over to the other world and build my very small cargo ship. I'll build it here in the shipyard because it's cool. I just need to make sure it goes at the right height for the water line, because I'm going to drive it out of here on train tracks. It's very bizarre. I don't even have to flood it, honestly. I probably won't. Shouldn't be that diverse of a materialist. It's not, relatively speaking. Just, it's going to be a lot of concrete and then loco metal. Well guys, the rainstorm showed up, the one that I cycled through really fast and the time lapse to make go away. Only I'm not going to do that this time because we're in survival again. So everything is here, presumably, unless I was lied to by the material checklist, which is rather common. Here's where things get interesting. My stubby train ship is done. So I'm gonna open this thing so that we can leave. And I need some phantom rails. I've been stockpiling phantom membranes for a while, so I have almost 500 of them. So let's grab a few stacks. And the great thing is that one of them turns into half of a stack of rails. So I shouldn't need a lot of them. And if it weren't for phantom rails, I literally would have already removed phantoms from the game. I would have added like a command block or done something to just kill them, or a mod to remove them. This is the only reason I'm keeping them in the game. They're so retarded otherwise. So one stack gave me 2,048 of them, coincidentally filling up a storage door completely. So that's pretty cool. So I got 6,144 phantom tracks. That's gonna be enough. I'm very confident, guys, so it's gonna be enough to make a track, I guess, from somewhere over here down to here. Okay, I'm not so confident anymore. Oh yeah. Oh my god. I wish it had worked with the full size thing. Maybe it could have worked with 3 sections. Maybe it would have worked with 4. I'm not really sure. Or perhaps it's my own fault for building this scale at all. Oh well, that doesn't particularly matter anymore. What does matter are my phantom rails. Do I have any other blocks? Now here's the tricky part. Figuring out where to put the train station so that it recognizes the train here. Let's try right there. Yep, I got it. Oh, it's world specific. Darn it, I forgot. Thank you. Well, behold, here's the train. I mean the boat. I mean the short boat. I mean the cargo ship. There's a lot of different things. I can start moving this, which is always a good thing, but I don't want to move it that far because I'm going to run out of rails immediately for this thing to go on. Oh, look, it's already in the water, though. See? The front of it is in the water. Well, I guess I just have to make a giant 180-degree turn this way. That look at me basically out of the harbor, but then there's this area over here, which is just really shallow. I don't get what it is with... I mean, these are basically vanilla generated oceans, mostly. I don't get what it is with them being so shallow. It's like, if this were real life, it'd be like a shallow lake, and it claims to be an ocean biome. I beg to differ. Regardless, let's move on out. I'm going to, I guess, dig this out and then lay a big rail all the way to about this area, and we'll move the ship down there and have it be waiting at the other end of the future canal. If you look closely, you can see a little line that goes from here all the way down south and then eventually east over to this spot where it runs aground and there is no canal, which we need to do something about. Well, let's get the ship over there, shall we? Not very fast, mind you. I'm not supposed to go like zoom like turbo speed. That's not how this thing works. It's already bad enough that it can turn this easily. But we're gonna make our way over there, and I'm probably gonna collect every single piece of kelp that... Well, that's awkward. Speaking of kelp, maybe kelp blocked something. Oh yeah, it did. There's the beach ship right there. You can see it's literally in the ground, I'm pretty sure. It's a little bit problematic, but it can't go any farther until I have a big canal from over here. And I just got done widening this section quite a bit more, so we've got plenty of room for this to fit through. Not a big concern other than this area here. But that's where we're gonna have to end this video, guys. Next time we're gonna probably try to do something about the lava situation. I have a feeling that I ran out of lava at these rigs, and they run off lava. That's how you get the resources from the vents, and it was drawing from a finite lava chamber underground, which is probably already exhausted. Not really sure how we're gonna do that. Last time, I built a working Create mod cargo ship, and now I'm super close to bringing home my deep sea resources and turning them into useful metals, but there's a few things left to finish up first. I still have to get an infinite supply of lava to feed the mining rigs, which means I'll need to metaphorically tap the mantle. I also need to finish digging my huge canal and setting up an automated pathway for the cargo ship to follow as it collects the resources and brings them home. So today, several things need to get done in order to do something cool next video, which people have been asking for a while. We're gonna do it next time. And the mining rigs need to also be working again. We're gonna actually go to them right now. My hunch is that they ran out of lava. We're gonna go see if that's actually the case. Oh, it's still spinning. Maybe it didn't run out of lava, which would be surprising because it's chunk loaded. Oh, it still has lava. Oh, wait, did it like run out of lava room? Is that what happened? These things did have big lava tanks on them that would store it as a buffer, so maybe it still has some left over. Let's go look. Oh yeah, see, it's currently using it. Oh yeah, it's not spinning. It totally ran out of lava. So I think that the solution is to tap the mantle, but first I have to put the mantle there. I have to put enough lava there for it to be considered infinite, which is 10,000 blocks of lava. Gotta get that from somewhere. Why is there a bee in the parking lot? Where did you even come from? There's no beehives anywhere. That's so random. So, The first thing I want to do, though, is come here and fix my dirt farm, which just disappeared. I discovered that it had disappeared during the horror video for Halloween. I don't know what happened to it. How about we'll just say that the horror mobs got rid of it for some reason. I want to fix this so that I'm producing gunpowder again. Okay, I think I see how to make it. I can't believe I just managed to lose it entirely except for what was in the YouTube video. Speaking of losing stuff, the amount of times I've managed to lose my storage drawers for dirt and grass is crazy. I've misplaced them so often. And this is like all of my dirt and grass is right here. Like 100,000 dirt. By the way, the colony has been Christmasified now. All the colonists have Christmas hats, have Santa hats, so that's pretty cool. It's very festive. Why did I not automate plows? I could have done that because it's got all stuff that I need. Why? I guess I should do that now. It's really easy to add more stuff to this because I already have patterns here, so we just make another blank pattern. We put that there. And then lastly, I stick it here. This is storing, that's storing 500. I don't want that. We'll stick that right there. And now it's got a spot, so it should, yeah, look, it's already made a second one. Now it's gonna make 64 of these at all times. Pretty easy. Okay, it's probably good. Let's see what it does, if anything. I don't even remember how this gets operated. Here. Ow. Oh, I forgot a chest. That would be helpful. Oops. There. You're gonna go back, right? Yes. That's what you're supposed to do. Good job. Now you sit there, and then back you go. And see, look, it turns it into dirt, and then it mines it. And yeah, I want to store more gunpowder. Vaults are cool and everything, but they're kind of inefficient when you can get storage drawers, and it's a single block, and it can store insane numbers of items. So I want to add a storage drawer in here somewhere. So what I did was I took out the vault that was in here and replaced it with hoppers, and then this storage drawer here, which I stuck a couple big upgrades in, so it can probably store like 120,000 gunpowder in that. In other words, a lot more than right now. But our job is done here. We're making gunpowder again. The farm is still working, by the way. Hasn't had any problems. So let's go work on the next project. In order for a lava chamber to be infinite, it has to have 10,000 blocks of fluid, in this case lava, being detected. There is not 10,000 here. Apparently there never was, or it couldn't detect it in a big enough, or close enough, I should say. So if we made, just for example, like a rectangle that is 20 blocks by 50 blocks, and then 10 blocks tall, that would be 10,000 blocks. So you don't actually, it's not that big of a space that gets you 10,000 blocks. It would be nice to fill this thing up, though, and have it be 10,000 blocks. I bet that if I did world edit, there's not really a good way for me to check how much air is here that could turn into lava without just cheating and doing world edit and then figuring it out that way. Okay, hang on, let me try something. Hopefully you guys aren't too mad, but I really want to see. I hate the jetpack sometimes. I really want to see how much air we have right here. Well, that's how many blocks are in this total area, so 19,000. How much of that is going to be air? 9,300. So maybe with just a little bit of expansion. So that was kind of a technically cheating but non-invasive way of checking to see if there was enough air here if we filled it all the way up with lava, which there basically is, with only a little bit more room added. And now I have a ton of seeds. So I bet that if I took out these big pillars here, it would reach 10,000 blocks. And then I would also get the materials to go build a wall over here and block that off so it doesn't try to fill it anymore. We should see it start extracting the lava right away once I stick this on the ground. Oh look, see? It's getting stuck down. It's working. Oh, and there it goes. All the lava's gone over here. Just a bunch of oil. Not helpful. So what do we got on this side? Ooh. It's looking pretty full, but we still need a lot more to get this to be 10,000. So the next nearest lava area is about 150 blocks in this direction. Maybe it's the other direction. Oops. Yeah, 150 blocks in this direction. So I'm going to try to run a pipe over here. And this would definitely... This might already have 10,000 in and of itself. Oh, look. See, there it goes. It's going. Oh, this looks so cool in the tunnel. Of course, now I can't see it over there. Is it still going? Yep. It looks like it's going the whole way now. In which case, we should see it. Yep, it's propagating over there. Unfortunately, half as fast, but it also should not run out. Let me check and see if it's infinite, by the way. It's probably not, but I didn't see it saying that it was infinite. Oh my goodness. No way, it literally is. It's counting this one as infinite. That's so ironic. I just noticed it stopped filling up past this point. Like over here, it just stopped for some reason, but the lava's still going in. And so I went and I checked, and sure enough, it now says it's a bottomless supply. So it just automatically knew and shut off, which is really nice. I didn't even have to fill up this whole thing anywhere near as much as I expected. So I guess I can cut off this now. What the heck? Wait, why did it stop? Why are you no longer... What happened? You were treating it as infinite. What the heck? Okay, I got it to fill up beyond the 10,000 block threshold, so that there's now quite a bit more. And I want to try doing this now and see what happens when I send it off. Is it... It might have just been because they were at different levels. That might be the issue. Might have been the issue, but we're going to give this a shot now and see. So we should be getting our bottomless supply here. Let's go check the end and see if it's... What the heck? It's considered infinite. Okay, then why, game? All are at the same height. But it also doesn't look like lava is getting taken out here, probably because all the rigs stopped. So let's go make sure the rigs are working again. And then see if it's going to continue being infinite, or if I have to do something else to it. Also, here's a good way I can try it. I can actually just turn this valve on, which will let lava go down to the crimsite thing, and then it'll start producing crimsite, which does consume lava quickly. Oh, wow. That's hilarious. So if we make it only require infinite, or only require 100 to be infinite, I wonder if the game will be able to break that or not. I didn't think so. I suppose in fairness, there's one thing I can do to actually test this. And I can replace lava with orange wool and find out how much. See, there's over 10,000. The game's just not working right. I was right. There's over 10,000. It's like, no, there's not 10,000. Well, too bad, game. There is over 10,000. And don't tell me it can't reach that over there because it's stuck the lava over there. It can definitely pull it from over there. Well, I just need to restart the rest of the rigs now. And then that problem's solved. And then that's 2 out of 3 things done for the video. And you could say that I've successfully tapped the mantle. So what that means is I'm getting 4 types of ore stone automatically, infinitely. It's all chunk loaded. It's basically going to run forever, even when I'm not here. So now that we're getting all of our resources quickly and infinitely, I need to make my ship able to come over here and bring it back home. now that this is done, my ship's gonna make a safe passage from the ocean to another ocean just kind of far away. So here's my track. You can only see it when you're holding the rails. Oh no, look at the turtle. Oh, what the heck? I need to go rescue the turtle. It's stuck on the ship. I don't even know how that happened. It's time to leave. Wait, can I not put a lead on you? Oh wait, I can just, oh nice, you just kind of get teleported out there. Awesome. Goodbye, turtle. Well, here we are. What are we thinking? Oh, it actually looks pretty small compared to the canal. That's better than I expected. I keep wanting to look at it on the map, but it obviously doesn't show up there. That's good. So, what I've done is I've built a railway that's invisible. Very cool map. It goes all the way over here and up to the rigs, and it circles around all of them in what I guess would be a good manner, but I don't know if it's actually going to be that way, so I want to move the ship over there and see so I can start rearranging it and adding train stations. And I need to deform the ship as well, because I forgot to put the contraption ports in it that let you do the item transfer, whatever it's called. I forgot to do that. That's like the most important part, so I feel a little bit stupid. Uh-oh, I got a turtle again. Uh-oh, it's so over. Wait, why is he up there? Oh my goodness. Nope, there it goes. Whoa! That was crazy. Oh, that's kind of a perfect distance, actually. Oh, that's a lot closer. Barely won't hit the thing, but it's still far enough away that it's realistic, I guess. Okay, it's probably not realistic, but it will work. I don't have to rebuild this, but that's cutting it close. By the way, how much of this do I have anyways? They should have been running. Oh, wait, where'd it go? No way. Is there actually 24,000 Azurine in here? I didn't think it had been that long. Is it that fast? 25,000 Veridium. I definitely need to use a conveyor belt then to put this on the ship, because that would take forever by hopper. That's perfectly good. That's fine, yeah. Oh, I might have whacked the crane. Spoke a little too soon. Oops. Oh yeah, and then this is totally fine as well. So good, I think I have train stations on me, I do. I'm going to stick a train station here, I guess where I want it to unload, and then I will deform this and we'll start modifying it and such. Alright, I'm at this station. We are good. I'm not too close, so the deforming it shouldn't cause any problems. If it does, I'm going to rage quit. Disassemble. Great. Let me look at what the glue did. Good, the glue didn't do anything. That's just what I wanted to see. Absolutely nothing. Right, so 2 of them for each of these things, and then we'll put it on both sides. I think you can have these be like up to 2 blocks away. So I'm basically right next to this, so I could actually just get rid of that. Oh, I actually lined that up perfectly. I did not mean to do that. And watch that. Oh, shoot. It's got nowhere to go. I'm wasting more of it, but you get the idea. It's really close to being able to load it. Good, so that's 1 of 4 of the loading stations done. Oof. At least it worked. That's the good thing. And another good thing is I get to name the ship now. Last time I asked you guys to come up with the best version of the Tonk meme, but for ships, because it's a very small ship. And I was not disappointed. The winner, and clearly the best, is Shonk. That's what we're gonna name it. It is now the Shonk. Now controlling Shonk. Oh, I should also mention, somebody suggested the Edmund Fitzgerald, which if we weren't trying to have a meme name, I would totally name it after that ship. Especially because I've lived on the Great Lakes pretty much forever. So here you can see the connections working. I have to get a train schedule and the driver and all that, but first I wanna go around and install the loaders on each of these things. Every station is in place, all the loading is good to go. It's probably loading stuff right now. And I've put some train signals over there to direct it in the right way. I already have a chicken driving the monorail to steel mill, and I have, I think, several cats driving the other normal trains. I feel like I should get something different. Are there any axolotls nearby? I've managed to find an axolotl here in my lush cave biome, or nearby, the one that I found forever ago. Come back. Where'd you go? Get out of there. You are gonna come with me and be the ship captain, I guess. Oh, I found it. With the help of free cam, of course. I found... Oh, wait. Out of here. Oh, this is difficult. Whoa. It's up there now. Alright, come with me. Come on. Yes! Yes! Look at that. Amazing axolotl. What should we name him? You'll have to let me know what we should name him down in the comments. Now I need to program you a train schedule. You know, I gotta compliment the mod makers on this. They did a really good job with the train schedule stuff. It's honestly almost like Factorio. Oh, you have to sit in front of it. Oh, shoot, that's right. I will just go to... Where's the next station that does that? Oh, it's Azreen does that. Okay, not far. Oh, no! What the heck? Now, there you go. No suffocating. Yes! Oh my goodness. First time I can actually see the ship move without being on it. It's gonna be very cool. See, there we go. It's still kind of fast. I might even make it slower. Well, at least it didn't suffocate this time, so it should stop here until it has 5,000 Viridium, and I have no idea how much it currently has right now. But unfortunately, that is where we're gonna have to end this video for today. Next time, we're gonna be doing something pretty cool now that we have infinite amounts of copper and zinc, something that people keep asking me to do basically every video for a while now, and we're gonna finally get it done. Viewers are always suggesting lots of cool builds I should make in Minecraft Create Mod, but some things get suggested more than others. Okay, I got it. The Schwerer Gustav was a massive railroad artillery piece in the Second World War and is now fully functional right here in Create Mod. I even find a way to calculate the exact angle needed to drop a shell on this villager's house. If you'd like to check out the build for yourself, you can find it over on my Patreon along with a bunch of the other things from this series. Now, without further ado, let's get started. We need to figure out the scaling first. Now, I have measurements for it, which is nice. 43, okay, I'm just going to read this in blocks, but 1 block, 1 meter, 47 blocks long. The barrel itself is 32 blocks long, a width of 7 blocks, and a height of 11 blocks. So I'm going to lay that out here, but it may not end up being what I want to do because at the end of the day, it does have to fit on a wide track. Obviously, a 1-to-1 scale width is just not going to work at all. And then what, I think it was 11 meters tall? That's just not very tall at all. Now, is it? Remember, with the Abrams tank, over there, that is way upscaled from 1-to-1. If that were in real life, that would be much bigger than the real thing. This makes me think that the barrel length is counted in the total length. So that's 32. Let's say that's 30. So that's 32 for the barrel length. So that would assume that that part with the gray and the red wool is the body, and then that part is the gun barrel. Which definitely means then that it's too small of a scale here. I mean, we already knew that from the width. We got 3 blocks here, and then we've got we got 4 blocks of space in between the track. I think that's what we're looking at then. That is a skill that I would like to do. Ah, shoot, there's a fatal flaw in my plan. You see, this is 3 blocks. This is 3 blocks. But this is 4 blocks. Some of you probably already noticed that. And some of you probably can guess what I mean. But the problem with that is, this house is going to have a real cannon on it. And the problem with that, even numbers and cannon mounts as well. Off-center cannon mounts. Can't have that. It has to be an odd number in the middle here. Here is the skill that we're doing. Instead of a 7 block, or I'm sorry, instead of a 7 meter width, it's going to have a 9 meter width. Because 7 went to 9, and so 9 divided by 7 is 1.28. So I scaled it up by basically a third, which means I can derive some rough measurements for everything based off that, which might end up being useful. For example, the barrel should be 41 blocks long now instead of 32. But that's enough complicated stuff. Let's go do something fun. Let's go experiment with cannon barrels and propulsion. What's the benefit? Does the thick, does it look cooler, or does it actually have more stress? Like it says it's still thick stress or 6 stress. What about nether steel? Nether steel's 8 propellant stress. So this is a fully loaded powder cartridge, and it says that it takes 2 more stress, or 2 stress for each thing. So if we did steel, then it seems like I could have 3 of these things stacked as the propellant before it would explode. Let me test that right now. And then shell, and then cartridge, oh shoot. Quick fire and breach, not the way to go. Screw breach is what we need. Screw breach can handle up to 6 propellant stress. So right now it's disassembled, so I would do that, and then we stick that in there. Then we stick that in there. And we do this. Come on. Oh, why? Why won't you go in farther? Maybe that's all that I can do by hand. That's fine. I guess I'll try this. So we put that back, and then we form the cannon. And did that work? I guess it did. Whoa. Well, that didn't work. Okay. I'm not quite sure why. Okay, so I solved the problem by pushing shift while hovering over this item and seeing that, oh, can only be used once in a shot. Right, so you just can't use more than 1, which is a shame because it adds 160 meters per second of muzzle velocity, and each barrel block requires 20 meters per second of muzzle velocity to clear it, meaning one of those things adds the ability to have 8 barrel blocks if you want. But what was that? We were supposed to have some 40 blocks of this barrel, but there's a workaround. I just successfully fired 5 of these things, which is a greater muzzle velocity and a greater stress. I believe the maximum I could stick in this would be 6. There's 6 propellant in there. Oh, yep. I just barely saw it. I need to go enable particles. I barely saw it. It worked. It didn't blow up. If I put 1 more in there, then it should exceed the 6 propellant stress. And then if I switch to nether steel, which takes netherite in order to cast this stuff, it like takes a netherite alloy, then you can have 8. So you could put 8 of these things. So you would get then 8 times 40. That's 3,200. I think that's then what, 16 barrel blocks that it could clear? And I think that's in addition to the chamber. Also, I did look it up, and it looks like the thick and the built-up chambers are not helpful other than cosmetic. Not to say we might not use it, but I think it's only cosmetic. This should be the extreme limit while it still fires. Alright, 3, 2, 1. I didn't see anything. Oh wait, I did. There we go. I didn't form it. 3, 2, 1. Oh, yep, I saw it. But now what happens if I add 1 more barrel? For some reason, having particles turned off also turns off the sound. I don't know why. That's the same length, by the way. I was just re-enabling particles. Let me add 1 more barrel. Oh, it's still shut. How come? Oh, nether steel takes less. Oh, I get it. 13. So 320 divided by 13, basically. 24, about 24 barrel blocks instead of 16. Ooh, now we're getting somewhere. So 24 plus 9, then you're up to 33. Then you're up to the actual barrel length of the 1-to-1 Schwerer Gustav. Oh, I think it makes the particles bigger as well for the more propellant you stick in it. All right, let's try then 25. That's when it should jam. I was wrong? Okay, I'm not understanding something, or it's behaving strangely. We're up to 26 now. Well, fine. I'm just gonna build it out to 41 blocks, okay? How about that? Ah, dang. It did jam. But hey, it's already a lot closer than I thought. I seem to be able to do 26, so 35. So that means there's 6 blocks longer than it should be in the back, which I can probably deal with. I've been building just this one side, and then I've been building the middle, because most of it is just mirrored to the other side. So everything you see over here, while it might look like it's missing a lot, all I have to do is just mirror it to their side, and then it's good. I'm kind of onto the last hard stuff now, which is the gun itself, obviously. I've been doing a bit of testing here, just to represent the length of this, mainly so that I could see what would happen when you raise the gun up that way, which would make the end of it go down, because I had no idea what to do here, because you can't really see it in any of the pictures. So I was just like, well, the gun's supposed to point pretty darn high in the sky at times, which means it would have to have an empty space here, which I was determining. So that's probably going to be the last thing I do. I also noticed on the real thing that there was a piston that was sitting here on the back of it that looked like it would help shove shells and then propellant, I guess, into the chamber, which is exactly what we're going to do here, just with the Create Mod cannon loader. And then the whole barrel, the whole chamber, everything here is going to be its own contraption, meaning just the whole thing gets raised and lowered. And I'm going to have Create Interactive so that you can raise and lower it, including the actual cannon mount. Speaking of trains, you've probably noticed there's nothing here related to actual Create Mod trains other than some decoration blocks and then these rails. And that's because I still don't quite know what I'm going to do, partially because I have a couple limitations. I can only put a maximum of 2 bogies on one train carriage, and if this were to be realistic, I mean, just the front of this would have, I guess, 5 different bogies because there's 10 different wheels. That's obviously not going to happen on one carriage, and then not even counting this. But in order to make this thing centered on train tracks, I am probably going to just put phantom rails. It's going to be kind of cringe, but I likely will have phantom rails running down the middle of this thing, where we have actually the real invisible Create Mod bogies just under here. This storm showed up just as I finished building, and it's done. See, that's about what the player looks like next to it, which is not far off from what you see in the few real-life pictures of it, where you can see people standing nearby. This is just the building the aesthetic part of it. Although some of what's in here is functional, I'll show you what I've got. So, in the side, the barrel, and where the chamber would be, I have squeezed in some stuff that allows you to load the gun. Although none of it's programmed yet properly. That's kind of one of the things we have to do in addition to just testing it at all. So we've got the screw breech here, and then this thing is just always spinning. It's got a creative motor. I'll replace that with a wireless transmitter thing. And then down here we've got the other parts of it that allow you to move it out of the way and to add a cogwheel there in order to unscrew it. So I'll just show you instead of trying to explain it. So right now it is screwed onto the chamber and it's locked in place. So in order to fix that, what you need to do is move this up there. And then so that started spinning that way. And then, well, now it's connected, but it's not doing anything because you then need to go up here. Here, let me just get rid of this. So we changed the direction of the spinning, and so it unscrews that. Now it allows you to move it out of the way. By moving it out of the way, it means... Why did you bring that down? How could I forget to modify this so that it only takes one block with it instead of a lot of blocks? See, it brings that down and out of the way, which leaves the chamber open. Well, once you get rid of this, then it leaves the chamber open. And so then you can slide in ammo into there and it gets loaded. So that's pretty epic. I want to test fire it, obviously. Could have been. We've all been looking forward to that for quite a while. Right, first, I'm going to copy this thing. Rule number 1, never experiment or test on the only original model that you have. Otherwise, you're going to be sad. Ooh, here we go. Nice. Look at that. Yes, all of them went in. So it's fully loaded. That's awesome. Let's get this out of here. And now I have to move the stuff into place. Let's put this back. Let's put this back. Change the direction of that to screw it back on. And then I think it's ready to shoot once I assemble the gun. Okay guys, moment of truth. Will it work? Will it blow up? Will the shell clear the barrel? There's like some 10 or something blocks here. I don't know, guys. Oh! Nope, it worked. It worked. That looks so cool. I think my only complaint is the particles do start rendering right here. Just because that's where that thing is. But I really can't do anything about that. And I am just kind of limited. Unless, is there like a config thing? Is there any way to increase the number of barrels that it can go through? I'll check the config real fast. I mean, even if not, it's not the end of the world. It still looked amazing. I could do this all day, but then I wouldn't get the rest of this done. When I put this down, oh yeah, see? Okay, well it's working. I mean, that already looks insane. Whoa! Look at that. That looks epic. Alright, so this is just a temporary controller here. It still feels too fast. I mean, it probably is too fast, and it's only at 1 RPM. I don't know if I can make it any slower than that. And I can click that, we can deform it. We'll put in interact me here. Nice. Saw that extra like flicker? That means, yeah, see, look. It's an interactive thing now. Perfect. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna load it while it's deformed, obviously. Put the screw breech back on it. Let's raise it up. Please work. Yes. Assemble the turret. Get out the link controller. Let's go! See? That is how that's gonna work. That right there. That was worth the project. So I've kind of torn this apart and replaced it with a bunch of circuits for controlling this thing. Well, mainly controls with a little bit of circuits. And if we go to the front, there is the front compartment that I have filled up with stuff as well. And this is all the corresponding parts that control everything. And it just has one of these that brings in power to the whole thing. These controls here make the whole thing work through a loading and unloading sequence super easily. I also added this here in case you want to have it be a power loader instead of just spinning the the valve handle. So we can just do that. So it's loaded. We'll just get this out of here. But next thing you want to do is start over here. And if these things are powered off, it means that it's basically not ready to fire in any capacity. The more things that are lit up, the more ready it is. So Right now, there is nothing in front of it, but if I push this, you can see there goes the breech, and then we push this. You'll see that's lit up, by the way. There goes the cogwheel. And then if I pull this lever, it spins the cogwheel the other direction, and you'll see that it has locked the breech. And so then we pull that forms the gun. And so now it's actually ready to fire. And then these two things are controlling the elevation. So if I push this, it starts going, then I can just push that again and it stops. Or I can push that, it starts. I can do that to change to the direction. Let's just do that. We'll stop it, and then boom. Uh-oh. Oh, what the heck? Oh, yeah. Well, that's good to know. I just hadn't noticed that before. Apparently if you form the gun before you've started positioning it, then it doesn't work. Like here, it's still the interactive entity, but if you don't form the gun first, then it won't take the gun with it. So if we do that now, the gun is formed, which isn't helpful because I already shot the shot. But let's try that again. And so the unloading process, by the way, is basically the same. We just do that, and then it spins that gear in the opposite direction, unlatches or unscrews the breech, and then we'll get rid of the cog. There goes the cog. And we'll do that, and there goes the breech. And then it's ready to go. Start over again. So that's how it works. Nice. That's how it's supposed to work. We can just drive this back on the invisible tracks that run down the middle of it. And I can drive this under the train, and then disassemble this, and then reassemble it, and it should just work. And I believe it will turn into separate carriages as long as the glue is not overlapping. That's kind of the impression I got from testing. Moment of truth. If this works, then I have a train. Then we're actually basically done, if this works. Oh, I think it did. See, look at 2 carriages, 1 locomotive. It's interesting. It makes the train interactive, even though I didn't put the interactive block on this. It's on the cannon. It does make most of the train interactive. That's cool. Well, here, let's give it a shot. I think it derailed the train because it's interactive. Oh, okay, it's back. I forgot that train derailment is a thing. Oh, but look. It's working the way I'm hoping. Now it's phasing through it, but that still is gonna look way better than I hoped. Oh, yeah. You see, I have no idea how this would have worked in real life. It surely would have had to articulate a little bit to be able to go around curved rails, given how long it is. But look at that. See, the front of it turns because it's the different carriages. So then this will swing around. Whoa. I don't know if I want to push my luck, but I should be able, since this whole thing is interactive. I will try this, but I don't think it's going to work. I don't think I'm going to be able to use it while it's in train mode. Like, the initial glue that this had just made it into a train, and probably will not be used in order to move this as its own thing anymore. That's what I expect is going to happen with this. And then when you deform it into a train, like if I added, like, look. See, I can add glue onto this now. Any glue that I add onto it now would get lost when I disassemble the train. Let me just try this. I'll just try. Yeah, that's too bad. Although, the whole point is to use it as a train. And I can add glue onto it. It's just annoying, and it will disappear if I deform the train. But if we don't deform the train, then it will stay there. And then I should be able to set it up and use it on train tracks, which is how it would be in real life. And that's how you turn it in real life. You don't turn the barrel or anything. You just turn the whole vehicle on a curved train track. Okay, yeah, I gotta try this. I've done my testing, and I've found out how far away the shells are landing. And no, that's not a shell critter right there. So what I discovered a few things. When you point the gun, basically just straight out. It's not elevated, it's not pointing down at all. You get shell craters, well, this is gonna take a little while. Right here. These craters came from the one that's stationary, it's not a train, and it was just test firing straight out, and it went about 400 blocks. And so I was just flying in this direction, you know, all the way back over here, and I discovered the shell craters on the other side of this river. There's some here, and then there's a bunch of them over here. This is about 1,500 blocks away, so you can see we're all the way over here, and then this is where they were shot from. I want to try shooting it again though, with a higher elevation, higher than 45 degrees, and see if it goes farther, or see if it actually goes closer. In order to test this and see exactly where they land, I've turned off the projectile chunk loading so that they only fly through the air if I'm in those chunks, meaning that they'll land as I load the chunks and I'll be able to see it. Oh, shoot. Right there. Okay. Yeah, that was a lot closer. Like, we're right here. That shot up here and landed there, as opposed to there, so it didn't even go half as far. So I'm wondering what the optimal angle is, and it's really hard for me to measure an exact angle here as well. Although it might be possible. Okay, so you can turn, with the sequence gear shift, you could actually turn it 90 degrees, or you could program it to be whatever you wanted. Like, let's do it to exactly a 45 degree angle. And hope that it goes the right direction. Oh no, it's turning down. So that's 45 degrees. Oh, there it went. Right, so 45 degrees. How would I write this down or something? Because it might be useful. So 45 degree angle makes it go basically 1,100 blocks. Well, that means that we know that 45 is not the optimal angle, that it's actually lower than 45 degree is the optimal angle. This is 35 degrees. Let's see what this does. Oh, right there, look at that. Okay, so we increased by about 150 blocks. But I have seen a shell land here, meaning that 35 degrees is still not the optimal range. We're not going to talk about how the maximum range might only be 1.5 kilometers. 25 degree angle. Oh, there it went. But it was a dud and didn't blow up. See, that landed basically right in the middle of my farthest crater. So 25 degree angle. Got it right here. So that's only like 1,300 blocks. Never mind. Maybe it's not even 1.5 kilometers. I will try lowering it down to 15 degrees and see if that's better. Oh, there it went. Okay, that was closer. So it looks like the optimal elevation was 25 degrees. Now I want to try all the increments of 10 and see if I can find out a formula for this. I guarantee there is a, well look, they had to code this and using math, so I guarantee there is actually a formula that exists behind this that went into the code, and I'm just trying to, I guess, identify it based off the actual observable results of the cannon in the game. I'm getting way too excited about this, aren't I? You know, I bet I could find the exact angle that I would need to drop a shell right on this village. Oh, there we go. Oh, shoot. Oh, that was cool. $120, so that only went 420 blocks. 85 degree angle. I hope this doesn't land on the thing. Oh shoot, it went behind me. I didn't even see that. Whoa, that is a... Yeah, I'm gonna calculate the difference between all of these here when we're done. What do we think? Should I try 89 degrees? This is a really stupid idea. Oh yeah, it totally would have. Right, so we went a grand total of 35 blocks. So here are our calculations. Well, no, that's not true. I didn't actually do 5 degrees yet. Oh, look at that. That's actually not helpful. I might have to try that again. Oh, really? It went right there? Okay, well, I think that hit the ground. I don't think that ran into anything. It only went slightly farther. So at 0, it's basically 400 blocks, then we had a plus of 360. then a plus of 440, and then a plus of 100, then minus 50, minus 190, then minus 230, minus 260, minus 275, and then it's only a 4-degree difference, about 110. It's still a pretty good idea of the trajectory. So using this, I should be able to put in a degree to land right next to this house. I want it to go about 710 blocks away, which falls in between 55 and 65. 23. So each degree should be about 23 blocks. So let's try doing it at 63 degrees. Should get pretty close. With the actual math that I'm doing, it should be like 63 and a half, but we're not going to have that. It was supposed to hit right there. Oh, it was close. It was off. It was too far. Yeah, it should have been like 64 degrees instead. Oh, yeah. Okay. See what I said? It actually did need to be basically half a degree. It needed to be like 30. See, that was short. I was trying to drop it right here. And so if I could have been able to do 63 and a half degrees, which is what I was hoping for initially, that would have got it. So I literally can't drop it right here. Unless, of course, it were actually on rails and you just moved it slightly forward on the track. That would work, because I'm shooting it from the stationary one. But if it were from the train one, things would be different. Nevertheless, that shows that my measurements and all that are quite useful if you want to try to drop it somewhere very specific. But what of the railway one? Well, you can see I added these tracks here so that it looks kind of aesthetically correct. And it's diagonal right now, so I don't know. I have no idea if my formula, how it's gonna work for hitting something on a diagonal line. Should I try it? Okay, I'll try it, and then I really need to end the video because this is probably way too long already. This crater, this meteor, is basically directly in a diagonal line from here. I feel like it's going to be different with diagonals, but I guess I'm just going to start by taking the difference between the target coordinates and the cannon's coordinates, and then add those two together for the X and the Z, and then try to program an angle for that and see if that works. Well, guys, if I did this right, that meteor is going to get a shell dropped on it. I feel like it overshot it. Anything falling from the sky? No? Nothing from the sky? Okay. Oh, yeah, it did overshoot it. Okay, well, I learned something about how diagonals work. You don't add it together. Okay, then I'm going to try the opposite, I guess, and not add it together. I'm just going to program it for the distance of 1, which is about 580, instead of 580 times 2. When I programmed it with 2 different lengths... Oh, yeah, see, I don't understand. I don't understand at all. That went way short, but I am noticing that the meteor is roughly halfway in between the one that overshot and the one that undershot, which makes me think that maybe I need to take just one distance and then multiply it by 1.5 and then program it for an angle for that distance instead of taking either basically double or just 1. Oh! See, it was close. So that was 57 degrees, and it overshot, which means it needs to be slightly more than 57 degrees. So some combination of my imprecise data collecting combined with it not being a linear relationship between number of degrees and distance means that I managed to lose up to 2 degrees, which isn't good. Somebody could totally make a ballistic calculator for this, though. I guarantee it would work. Oh, yep. That was a direct hit. 59 degrees. As direct a hit as it could from that angle. That is awesome. At least the whole theory of 1.5 times the distance away is where you need to start with. If you're doing diagonal, that's useful. Last time, I designed the biggest Create mod railroad gun ever, but the only problem is that it's super impractical in survival. This is largely because of my very inadequate transportation system of rails and roads. Today, I'd like to start improving that. I'm going to build a new rail line through the colony to connect future factories, and I also plan on starting a large road and highway system to make moving other vehicles easy. It's come to my attention that there's a big problem with my ship captain. This guy is an axolotl, and apparently they will die if they're out of water for more than 5 minutes. I had no idea. Can you not be there I completely forgot you could... There we go. I completely forgot you could do that last time as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered dragging it on a lead all across the ocean. But thank you for letting me know. Because now this guy doesn't have to... well, suffocate. Well, now that I have this guy, I feel like I should keep him as a pet, especially because I asked you guys to find a name for him, and immediately somebody commented to name him Edmund Fitzgerald, which is actually a really good name. We're gonna do that. So, how about it can live right here? He's got some water, and there's nothing around here that should attack it. Let me go get a name tag, and we'll be on our way. Well, hopefully you live a long and prosperous life in my pond. There's a bunch of villages on the shore nearby. There's got to be a cat somewhere. Oh, there's a cat over here. Finally. Orange cat, come here. Finally. Now there's a captain. Here's your schedule. Well, it's not a train yet. Here is your schedule. I guess we need a name for this as well, this captain. Not the Edmund Fitzgerald. We already did that. Soon we're going to have ammunition factories, which will supply everything military that I already have, from my Sturmgewehr all the way up to the Schwerer Gustav, I guess. All the ships are back home, all three of them in one spot. For now, I do need a place to offload it, so I might as well do it right here. And I'm just gonna get some storage drawers and stick it in that. This is gonna be super simple. I don't normally like to use these, but in this circumstance, and I don't have a lot of them, we can just do that. And see, you'll notice it already starts unloading right away, one stack at a time. So we'll just put 3 of these in each one. It's easy to make these, and in a really short amount of time, it's gonna have emptied everything out. I said this would be fast. I was wrong. Okay, finally, there. 5,000 ochrum, 7,000 viridium, or 8,000 azurine, and then 22,000 crimsite. That's a whole lot of stuff. Look at all this stuff here. Let me just grab some of it. Like, what do we want? We want stuff for brass, right? So let's grab a bunch of this. I could throw this all in here, and 80% of that's going to turn into copper, this stuff, which is obviously lots of stuff that I need. That's why I got it. And I already have a lot of copper stored up, by the way. Like, I've got stuff here, I've got stuff elsewhere. Mainly just because of all the dirt I've been mining, all the land I've been clearing. Copper generates so high up that I get a lot of it. Here, I'm going to take this, and I'm going to go automate brass real fast in a non-industrial capacity. Easiest place I can get some free infinite fuel for a blaze burner to make brass is somewhere in the oil refinery. Where is a good pipe that I can stick this on? And oh look, my other temporary setup. We'll do that. I'm the master of temporary setups that end up staying around way longer than they should. That's gas, right? Yeah. I've even got rotational power right here. Oh yeah, here we go. I totally didn't forget a straw to give to the blaze burner so we can sip. Lots of crashes later, I got a straw. That was hard. Way harder than I expected. And it came at the price of, oh, now look, the TPS is back to 80 when it was averaging around 45. So, womp womp, hopefully it improves. But here, take the straw, and now take the gas, please. There better be, yes, thank you. So we've got some zinc, we've got more zinc, and we've got copper. Lots and lots of copper. Why do I have, oh yeah, it was even duplicating my stuff. Sometimes, which was strange when it's crashing. But anyways, I don't want that. Now it's making brass. Yes, make the brass. Now we need to use the brass and make ammunition, because that's even better. Did I have any left over? Oh, I did this whole time. Thank you. I've only got 16 here, but that'll make some more. Very slowly. I wish I knew what caused the tick rate to go up and down like that, because sometimes it's like this, and then other times it's just chugging along at 45 or something, and it just seems to change, especially when the game starts crashing and having problems, which it did recently. My transportation is in shambles. My tank just spontaneously self-deconstructed, I guess. It's kind of unfortunate. Here, give me this. Come on, come on. Oh, what the heck? Oh, here we go. Oh, this thing is so annoying to deal with. Trying to fit this in here is just such a nightmare. Here, it's in place now. It just periodically leaves, which just seems to be the way it goes. I don't seem to be able to do much about that. This tunnel might be a little small for the tank, but it's built more for cars, and cars typically won't be this big. Over here as well is a unfinished part of my train tracks, and this is really important to get done. Probably the first thing we're gonna do actually is this. But this track, a track down here, is almost a subway, and it's supposed to go back into this hill, and it's supposed to be coming from this direction. Oh sweet, I left this as a train, so let's use it right now. I'm gonna drive over there and start digging this out. Oh, I need to get it onto the other track. Here. This is the right way to go on the track. Short of just using the wrench and then using Create mod to just like teleport it to the other side, which I totally could do. You know, I just remembered something. This is actually tunnel digging, and I have something called a tunnel bore machine, which I haven't used in a while. And this isn't just I'm laying a track above ground. No, like that's a tunnel. There was a tunnel behind me. How about I just go get the tunnel bore? I mean, yeah, it's gonna lag the game even more, but it's cool. So I think I've taken this as far as I can with the tunnel bore, because look, it gets really small. I actually need to use the other thing probably, but the tunnel bore cleared this out, and it cleared out an area here. So that's pretty good. Better not be anyone in the way, because if there are, then they're gonna get run over. I'm making this track go pretty far back before it starts going up, because I don't want it to conflict with the entrance to the bunker. So it's gonna start right here, and hopefully this isn't a gradual enough slope to get over there. It has to go, I think, like 107 or something. Well, good news, I barely made it. You'll look over here once I get through this dirt. So now I just have to get the track down there. If I did that right, it should be an unbroken slope at the same angle. Yeah, it looks like it. No, wait. It's hard to tell. I mean, it doesn't matter that much. It's basically an unbroken slope, so yeah, I can get this thing out here now, and I'll get the tunnel bore and head on up the mountain. Coming through, guys. Hopefully no one's in the way. This totally fits, by the way. Oh yeah, you're a little bit stuck. Well, that's too bad. Oh shoot, somebody just got annihilated a little bit, or a lot. Alright, this looks about like where I should turn on the drills again. It made it. Look at that nice tunnel right there. Oh, it did a good job even. Not much for me to do to clean this up. Another issue is the right-hand rail here is the one that goes out that way, and the left-hand one is coming back. So a train that came here would basically have to go all the way to the end of this line and then turn around and then come back, which is a really far out of the way. Great, so I just went through that, cleared out a bit more, put down a bit more gravel, and this spot up here is pretty flat, so I actually kind of want to try to put a turnaround up here if I can fit it. I can just clear out this area right there. Bring it around. Yes. Oh, shoot. Okay, take two. Bring it around. Nice. Okay, so now it's connected again. I'll just have to program some train signals into this so that it doesn't screw up everything else. But now, trains going out can turn around and go back without having to go thousands of blocks to the mountains. I realized a few things as I was developing this. Like, a lot of the tick rate problem is being caused by too many animals nearby. Now, if you look up there, you can see there's close to 400 entities here. 80 cows, 58 chickens, 43 pigs, and 160 sheep are in this area. And I've done the testing on the other world where I got rid of them, and it definitely dropped this down to about like 40 or something, which is a pretty big improvement. I wonder what I might do about this problem. Also, how about you farm some corn? Completely unrelated to anything else, just start corn farming, okay? That'd be pretty cool. Have fun. Oh, pink sheep. I'll let you live. Why are there so many of them here? Look at. What is the Minecraft generation doing? Alright, so the animal count mysteriously decreased to these numbers, and now we are running at about 45 TPS, so that increased it quite a bit. Awesome. I wonder how they're doing with the corn. There's a distinct lack of corn planting. I'm working on a road design right now, and this is kind of the logical thing, but it just doesn't look good. It's like a super stylized road where it's like super dark asphalt, and then this thing is just, it's super light. It doesn't actually look very similar to a real highway. And look, that might be just because most of the highways are ancient anyways, and not very many new stretches are being built. But even the new ones that I have been on, they don't typically look like that. So I don't particularly like that very much. But I have a few other possibilities here that I'm trying to work on. So why don't I just world edit this real fast? I was thinking of this block instead, but now it doesn't actually look that, it doesn't look that good. Let's see how this stacks up with the tank. Oh. The tank is larger than cars, but the cars are going to be probably 4 blocks wide. And even that is a little bit small. I think it needs to be 1 block wider on each side. That's pretty good for the oversized tank, which is all I really have as a reference. Remember, the tank is oversized compared to most vehicles we would want, but even here it fits pretty well. I picked this block here because I tested everything else, and it just didn't look very good. Either it was just too flat gray, or this was just too dark. And you might be wondering why it's only just 1 block type, because I've often used, like for here, multiple block types. And the reason is because if I'm going to make extremely long highways, especially if I want to even auto build it potentially, I can't really do a mix and matched 50-50 thing or something more complicated. It really needs to be just one of these, one type of block in order to do massive amounts of it. And this is eroded blackstone. Need to add a tree or something over here, maybe some flowers or something like that, but I've got a bridge that connects the 2 areas, so that part is pretty good. But I'm planning out the road that I want here now. I was thinking this part's already elevated, so what if we had right here, it goes diagonal, we have like an overpass here, and then it slopes down there, and then it connects down there, and then we have another part of it that, well, it really turns this way and then reaches this part. But otherwise, it comes in from this area. It like goes diagonal this way and then goes straight into this hill. If this sounds really confusing, I'll try to visualize it with dirt in a minute. But I thought that I could have the road come out of the ground pretty much. So it's all the way over there right now. I thought I could have it come around and come out of the ground there at some point. I somehow got my trains to deadlock up here, by the way, so I'm gonna try to fix that. There, now it's not deadlocked. You go that way. Try not to run anyone over. Although I don't know, I don't have a lot of faith in this. And I think this one is going on its new route, which means I want to go. Can you open up? Well, whatever. I want to go with it, because it's going to go this way and then down there. And I was meaning to go grab it anyways until I saw it was deadlocked. Also, my artillery is having a bad day right now. Here's the first train that we've had going this direction. And it's not looking like it's going to hit the bridge, which is awesome. Oh yeah, it's got plenty of clearance. This is cool. It only does a little bit of clipping. It's pretty cool. Pretty decent. It might clip through the castle, just a small Just a little bit, guys. This is not that bad. This is a good start on the highway system, and I'm really glad that I picked this color because I wanted it to be distinguished from this, which is kind of like the parking lot, town pathway color, building like area pathway color, as opposed to big highway. So it is distinguishable, and I think it looks pretty good, even just as a solid block and all by itself. For being simple, it's not too bad. If I were not having to make a lot of this, then yeah, I would make it more detailed. I also am going to try to make this bridge actually look good, kind of similar to that. I was picking similar blocks. I don't want it to just look like some kind of terrible highway overpass. I don't mind it looking like that a little bit here, but the actual bridge needs to look halfway decent, but not right this second. What I do want to do before we end the video, though, is go over here, and I want to get the tank and try to drive it and see how it goes. Oh, by the way, yeah, I have this part. I have like this off-ramp here that takes you down to that area, and that might go somewhere else at some point. We'll have to see. This whole bridge is still a bit of a tight squeeze getting it around that university, and this tank is pretty darn big. I'll try not to run my guards over. I'll try to run the mobs over. Well, yeah, it totally fits. What about down the off-ramp? Even fits down the off-ramp. The road is working just as I intended, just like a road. It can fit the oversized tank, which means it'll definitely be able to fit cars. And this double wide road will be able to fit oversized vehicles like that drilling machine that I have. Although it will take up both lanes, but it doesn't matter in this case because I'm the only one on the road. I have the whole road to myself. After improving the roads and railroads in my Minecraft colony, I'm ready to construct an ammunition factory. Today, I design and build a big new factory building to house Create mod machines for automating small arms ammunition. I also work on some colony improvements nearby and set up my cargo train to deliver gunpowder and other materials to the factory. Let's get started. I hope my doors start working sometime. This is not optimal. You need to stop. You did stop. Because I'm locked in the train. Well, that lines up. That's good. That's what we like to see, because this needs to line up where we're going to have a munitions factory. All the resources are going to be brought in from this kind of train. They can bring in gunpowder, and it can bring in brass and copper and whatever other stuff I need. Thank you for stopping here. Now, I guess I will be on my way. Last time someone suggested me a mod called Observable, which will tell you stuff that's lagging in the world. TPS lag specifically, not frame rate lag. And we've been fine with frame rate for a little while now. But TPS has been kind of eh. I made a bunch of animals disappear in the last video, and that helped, but not as much as I wanted, so let's give this a try. There we go. This is actually very similar to a mod that I used on my old 1.12 mod pack. It shows every single entity and block entity and lets you know how much lag it's causing. Like this thing. Oh, this campfire is causing a very small amount of lag. Almost negligible, basically negligible. But this colony guardsman is causing, whoa, quite a bit of lag. Now, I'm not going to go removing my colony or anything like that, but this is useful for identifying super laggy things. Most things are green, a few things are yellow, lots of things aren't doing anything. Like this stuff here, it's basically not causing any lag, but it is a tile entity, so it shows up. For some reason, my cat is very laggy. Can you stop lagging? Stop it. And some things are very laggy. Like this villager that's been loafing in my house for, I don't know, the whole series. Oh, what have we here? Another one. Villagers in general are laggy, but I need these guys, unlike the other ones, so they'll just have to stay put. For some reason, they are laggier than colonists, which is strange because they do so much less. Oh look, I'm lagging. Oh, look at that, guys. That's so cool. At the end of the day, I think most of it is not being caused by individual things causing a ton of lag by themselves, but more just quantity of low-level laggy things accumulated into a lot of lag. But it's a lot more manageable than it was earlier, and that did help some, so thanks for the suggestion. Most of this video is going to be focusing on this area of the colony, because right here is where I want to put the ammunition factory, and I want the stuff nearby to look good, which means I need to get it upgraded. So I am right now collecting the materials to give to the builder here to upgrade their hut to a level 5. Only problem is level 5 builder huts are a nightmare to get, because look, it just needs one of a billion different block types. It's so annoying. I really want this to get upgraded to a level 5, and then once it's upgraded to level 5, I can make the area around it actually look good, because it won't get overwritten, because right now it looks bad. Bit of a tall order, but upgrading this would be nice as well, because I think it's level 3, and it actually looks pretty darn good when it's a level 5. They've almost upgraded this to level 2, finally. They're so slow, guys. And the builder's hut is about halfway done. Not really sure what the builder's doing, probably just sitting there loafing. Are you doing? Oh good, you're placing blocks. That's what you're supposed to do. Look at that, you increased 1 whole %. While the colonists were doing that, I have been building this tunnel, so it actually kind of looks closer to how it's supposed to finish, and it does look better finished. I'm gonna space these out more, because I kind of figured out a better spacing on the road over here, as opposed to this. I want to start building the ammo factory now, and I'm going to probably freehand do this, meaning I'm not going to make it in creative mode first. I found some cool pictures, as I often do with this kind of thing, of buildings that actually were designed to look good by people who are, or who were architects unlike me, who can think of original things. So I'm going to base mine off of this one. I'll put a picture on screen. Look at all this corn, by the way, guys. We're corn maxing now. We're going to be putting corn in all the food. All the food's going to turn into corn. Nothing but corn will be eaten anymore in the colony. Not bad for free building. Things are just a little bit slower, but otherwise about the same. I've also built all the landscaping and the roads and stuff nearby to make it look nice and connect this up. I don't want to bring this road down here. I don't really want this in interacting with the colony very much at all, since it is a big highway, and to be honest, it does not fit the theme of the rest of the build. It's not really meant to, though. So now we've got this crossing area, we've got the train tracks that run through the 2 parts of the building, and I've got a unloading spot here, which will have actual functionality a little bit later. Oh yeah, I am also trying to upgrade the university here, but it needs a crazy amount of stuff. And it takes them forever to do it, because you can't fit even half of the resources in the builder's hut, so it gets stuck into the big warehouse, and then it takes them 5 years to transport it back from the warehouse to the builder's hut, so it's just a nightmare. As I showed you, this building is based off a factory that was built 100, 200 years ago, a while ago, back when they actually cared about making even factories look good. Meanwhile, nowadays we get Amazon warehouses, which don't exactly look like this. If we were building factories or buildings that looked like this still, then I would be an architect now, not playing a building video game. But unfortunately, we don't have the correct political, social, or economic ideology to enable building this kind of thing. Anyways, my Minecraft factory is done. It is very empty on the inside, though. There's a ton of room in here that I could use for lots of things beyond just ammo production, but we're gonna set up ammo production because obviously that's the important thing today. I really like the way that this turned out with the archway here and the train tracks going through it. I think it looks pretty cool. Granted, I think the whole thing looks pretty cool. Let me just kind of show you. This part over here is cool. I've got some of the windows boarded up. But yeah, let's fill this thing with ammo production. This right here is what I'm gonna put in that factory building. Just several of them. This thing is my ammo maker, where you stick in brass ingots and then you have an input of gunpowder. I don't know why there's gold in there. And then you have an input of nuggets, and then you get rifle bullets out of it, like what we have here. But I need to make a better version of this and make it a lot more automatic instead of just manually supplied over here. I'm gonna have to put an interior in here to some degree in order to fit stuff, but I don't really need that much room. So in terms of ammo that I wanted to make here, I wanted to make small arms ammunition, so it would pretty much be all from the Flans mod add-on, I think. Let's have one for shotgun shells, normal shotgun shells, buckshot, and then we'll have one for pistol ammo, and then 2 for rifle ammo. Then there's like grenades and stuff. I don't think that there's really a grenade launcher here that I would want. Maybe there is, probably not. So we're gonna have 4 different setups in here just for small arms ammo. I haven't picked a floor for this. What would a realistic floor be anyways? Should it be like smooth stone? Maybe concrete? The non-ground floors I'm gonna just build out of this, these spruce planks here. But what about the ground floor? Pictures I'm seeing online, it actually looks spot on with the wood being for upper floors, and then the ones that don't look like they have wood, it looks a lot like concrete. And I just happen to have some of that. Wow, look at that. I haven't really stopped to look at that from here before. That's nice. Look at my nice concrete floors. Now time to add some of this wooden planks and supports and stuff. I don't really know how much I'm gonna need. I'm gonna bring this out. I'm gonna start by doing that. I don't want it to really obstruct this, because I wanted to make it big enough that you could drive a vehicle in there. It just seemed like it'd be a cool idea. Maybe I'd want to do that in the future, and I definitely couldn't do that if I made it smaller. I just envisioned this being an unloading station. Like, you could put decorative crates and stuff on here in between the actual real train unloading stuff. I need to go grab the train and just park it over here as well so I can see when I'm working with. Now we're getting somewhere. I'm liking the look of that. While I'm messing with the train, I might as well add the station for it to pick up gunpowder and stuff. Unless I already did that. I don't remember now. Why are you going that way? What part of the schedule are you trying to do? Give me that. I need it to pick up here. I need it to line up with something right here. And I'm gonna have to do this manually. There we go. Shoot, so it should be sticking this in here right now. Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it's going fast as well. Let me stop this. I'm gonna have to add a way to auto-load this. Oh, I forgot about that. Actually, I don't have to do that. I guess I can just say, leave the station once you have more than X amount of gunpowder. That's fine. Gunpowder pickup, heck yeah. Gunpowder, more than 5,000. Take your schedule. Now you're gonna sit here because you don't have 5,000 gunpowder. You have 1,735 gunpowder. Wow, would you look at that? More than 5,000 gunpowder. Great job. Of course, I have no idea where it's going now. Here, you better stop, because I want you to go somewhere specific. So I've no idea if this is the right spot, but it doesn't... Come on, it doesn't really matter. Close enough. Close enough that I can add it to the schedule. Right, off you go. And I'm just coming with you. What do you guys think? Do you think I actually guessed an appropriate distance that would line up one of the boxes? Oh, not really. And it needs to be this boxcar. Well, close, but not quite. Give me your schedule. Good. And so we lined up some of the ports. That's great. That's what we like to see. Or is it? Are 3 of them available? Okay. 3 of them are available because we need one for... Unless I had multiple stops and we had it for multiple gunpowder car or multiple cars. That's fine. This car, we can put gunpowder in here. And then so that we actually use the other cars, we could put brass in here, maybe copper in the other one, maybe both. Doesn't really matter. And I'll just have the train pull forward later with another station. But that is perfectly fine. Good job. We'll put this here. And I guess actually 2 of them. We'll put 2 of these here. And then 1 of them over here. So I'll bring out the gunpowder and then I'll bring out the bullet core material here. And then I'll bring out brass here, I guess. And I'm just going to make these in a line so it's pretty easy to do. All of them start with a press to turn the ingots into the plates. And then they go through some number of steps after that. For example, the rifle ones go through 3 different drawing presses to create the rifle casings. But then the pistol one I think only does 1. That's the complete sequence for the rifle. And I was going to make 2 types. Although I don't know if it's worth it. I mean... I don't know if there's a meaningful difference between normal ones and then hollow point ones. It doesn't tell me if there is. I mean, if it's real life, then yes, but I don't know about here. Is it worth making something else instead? I don't know, maybe I won't make both of them. I have room for it. I can put, look, I have infinite room in this building. So if there's some great compelling reason to do that, then maybe I will in a little bit. These are the 3 sequences, rifle, shotgun, and pistol. As usual, the problem is lack of power, and because I have yet to set up a power plant that would allow me to run power lines over here, my options are wireless energy transmitters or the steam engine, and we're not doing the steam engine. I don't want to set up a steam engine. I've set up so many steam engines, I never want to set up another one. Now, if I remember correctly, I was siphoning power, I don't even know where I was sending it, but look at this. Oh right, it was the dock pumps. Well, I can very easily siphon some more power from here and send it across the river. And in my defense, the alternative is building a steam engine thing, and then just teleporting charcoal over there. So it's just, which thing should I teleport? I think we're gonna teleport the power this time. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. I don't need that. I think I have to make another one though, but that's fine. Ammo power. Siphon that. Let's go get this over there. And I look forward to the day when I have power lines and a power plant so I don't have to do this, and it can be even more realistic than it is now. Just think, I won't have to teleport charcoal either. What a surprise, it's going the wrong way. So this is also powering that stuff. Now it just needs to power the belts down here. How do we want to do that? It's one of these. That's facing down. Oh, wrong way. It's always the wrong way. Why? I swear there's a Murphy's Crate mod law here, but that's just, it'll always be the wrong way. Whatever. I want to give this a try now. Although it needs a little bit more help, a little more. So this was pistol. So it would be, this is going to be gunpowder. That's going to be gunpowder. And that's going to be gunpowder. Oh. No, maybe that's gunpowder, because this is shotgun and this is paper. It takes paper for some reason, so that's... Okay, that's a little bit less cringe. So, paper, I don't even have... I haven't even automated sugarcane yet. No paper. Shotgun shells are not a high priority. Here, look at that. Now it's extracting gunpowder. Give me one of these. And filter that. It'll only take gunpowder, so we should see it going... where's the first stop? Is it right here? Yeah, look at that, gunpowder. Oh shoot, no, this is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong though. It's supposed to go one further over. This is not for gunpowder. This is for the metal, the bullet core. Gunpowder, and clean this out. Oh shoot, I hadn't put a trap door here. Wasting gunpowder. Get rid of that. Cool, so now it's got the gunpowder in all the right spots. And I guess here, just take some copper nuggets. We can put these here. Cool, so now all it needs me to supply by hand is just the brass. Great thing is, you might remember a video or two ago, I made a super temporary brass automation area. And why is it flooding? Pretty darn sure there was a spout filling up thing here, and maybe I moved it and I didn't realize it would flood. That's kind of embarrassing. I could have scooped that up with a bucket as well. Whatever. But anyways, there's 1,300 brass in here. It's been working in the background. This belt is for brass. Let's see what it does. Hopefully it does exactly what it's supposed to do. See, it should have stuck the brass down there. We should be able to see it. And the tick rate is not ideal, so it's going to be a little bit slow. Oh, all of this is really slow. You see, I purposely slowed it down. Maybe I don't need to. It's not using that much power. Okay, that's better. Look at that. That's cool. That is really cool. Is this working? Oh yeah, see, look, it just made one. One hollow point rifle bullet, and we've got some pistol bullets, also hollow point. And then this thing stopped. I guess it's waiting for paper, but that would be making shotgun shells. Well, it's actually working. I'm not missing anything. What do you know? Sometimes there's a first for everything. I don't actually have any weapons that use pistol ammo. I guess I can try to fix that at some point. But I certainly have weapons that use rifle ammo, like this one right here. We've now automated ammunition. If somehow we're still on this world next Halloween and more horror mods show up right on cue, then I'm not going to run out of ammo. Not necessarily sure why you'd want to drive the tank in here, other than that it looks cool. But you can. You can fit it most of the way inside. How much? Yeah, not too much further. But if you had a smaller truck or a car or something, you could definitely fit it inside here. I've been making lots of upgrades to my colony, like this huge ammunition factory here, and today I'm going to add the finishing touches. But first, I have to somehow bring one of my mining machines all the way back home without any roads. Once I've got that, I can build a proper bridge for the highway and dig a new section of tunnel to connect all the colony's road networks, making vehicle transport easy. I also do some lag busting and find a great fix for the long-running TPS problem. So when I scanned my world with this mod in the last video, it put a little link out in the chat that you can just click on, and then it takes it to straight from the game. But everybody saw the link, so you can just go to it. So people went to it, and well, this is what they found. I have been informed, and as you can see here, that the laggiest single thing on the world is a horse. Also, if you look over here at the aggregate, you can see that the hoppers are contributing 20% of the lag. There's almost 600 hoppers apparently, and that's 20% of all the lag, which is a lot. Maybe we need to do something about that. If it's just hoppers that are a fifth of all the lag. Let's go figure. Oh yeah, this is totally gonna be my personal horse. Okay, it's literally this guy. Why is this so laggy? Well, I'm not gonna do anything about that. It's not like I'm gonna get rid of my horse. It's the only horse that I have. If you want to disable hoppers from ticking, then you have to put something on them, like a block with an inventory, like a composter, I think is the most efficient one for that. There's some hoppers. I gotta find these things. Those are not hoppers. There's a couple hoppers here. These are all being used, so does that mean if I did that, it would shut it off? From what I understand, that would do the trick. Ooh, here we go. Oh, there's a lot of hoppers here. And look what I even did. I stuck slabs on them thinking that would help. Oh, and there's a... Look at all this. Oh, shoot. Well, I have 60,000 concrete, and I'm not likely to use that much concrete between now and building a proper concrete plant. So, this might... Yeah, this seems like a good candidate for getting rid of. Good grief. This'll help, probably, even though it looks super goofy. So I see the total thing decreased from 43,000, whatever that unit of measure is. I've never seen that outside this. 43,000 units went down to 38,000 units, so we went down about 5,000 units. That's nice. Hoppers now went down. Whoa. Hoppers decreased by 10%. And now horses, 5 horses, increased to 30%. What are the 5 horses doing? Where are these horses? Dude, why is it 10,000? What is wrong with horses? That horse isn't lagging. That one's only slightly laggy. Meanwhile, my horse is extremely laggy. Okay, what if I just move it to an unloaded chunk? That's 10,000. What is wrong with this? Well, you're a good horse, but I'm gonna leave you here, and this village is unloaded, so... Look at that, it did decrease. No horse. Ooh! It went from 38,000 down to 26,000. That is good. Well, who knew that my horse was just turbo lagging everything for some reason. There was a single lag whale. First step for starting highways is I want to retrieve my mining cat machine and drive it back home. And it's hard to drive it home because I don't have a highway. So I can't use the gravitron on this, can I? Nope, I cannot. So I have to drive this all the way there. And I have to get it over the canal somehow, which is extra fun. This is going to demonstrate why we need highways. Let's get going. This is why we need highways. As cool as that might look, it is not fun moving this thing around like that. This picture right here isn't evidence of why I need a highway. I don't know what is. Like, heck, I might just activate the drill and bore my way through the mountain right here. Maybe this will be a good test of it. You really can't tunnel with this very well. Like, look. It can go back like this, but then it really gets stuck under here, even though it technically shouldn't. Although it's working pretty okay now. See, it will just get stuck eventually. Maybe a tunnel boring machine is not so impossible. Well, I got it. It actually kind of dug the tunnel, but then it went flying out, and now look what happened to it. Well, that was a nightmare, and now I'm stuck down here. But I guess if I can get it over there, it'll be good. This is a great idea, guys. I'm totally not gonna fall off of this little tiny bridge that I built for the thing. It was a nightmare, but I got it over here. So now I can use it to help me clean up this area, and potentially even dig a tunnel. Obviously this is flush with the ground, but it's not flush with the top, so I want to modify this a little bit. Let's start by making this smaller. Alright, I shortened it. Oh, I really can't. I cannot get in here now. That's a problem. Oh wait, no, I kind of can. No, I can still squeeze in here. And I could make this a slab. If I put slabs here, now you can fit pretty okay in here. This thing can't really dig the same size of tunnel that I had been building. I think I left the machine that I used. It was just a railway thing. Either way, if I spin this at a lower speed, it'll be able to run more of them. So as I start undoing this, spinning all of them, and I can monitor this. We have 14,000 remaining, 70%. Let's keep going. How much remaining? Okay, so that's as much as we can do. Oh shoot! Good thing they don't conflict. I suppose I should mention, I want to start this by connecting that tunnel all the way down there with this outlet here. Okay, you better not fall over. Here we go. Okay, that's not bad. Oh, finally, I got it. And look at that, it's on the highway. First time I made it to the highway. I could have used this a lot sooner. Alright, I want to see what happens now. It has a hard time going down slopes, which makes sense. But if you break them, then it seems to be able to break the other blocks on the way, as long as it can at least start going down. Right, so here I did leave this assembled, and I can just continue building a rail in this direction until I line up with, where is it? All the way over here. It's not actually that close. It's kind of a long distance. I've prepared a pathway for this to start mining out, but I want to check this first. Oh, so this thing is a solid 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks wider than my lane design. That's not as much as I expected, actually. Since this is a tunnel, maybe I'll add a little bit extra room on the side. Basically like the equivalent of a shoulder on a road, which I haven't particularly built into here. Here we go. I made it a little bit smaller. Now it's scaled the tunnel the right way. So it only changed by 3 blocks, which isn't that bad. I don't mind changing that. I just need to modify this then a little bit so it doesn't break a ton of extra stuff. I've cut a narrow path down to the level that I need to go, and I have cut the curve into this here, which is always annoying. I want to see how well I can dig this area out using this machine. I want to see if that actually is going to work or not. I'm just trying to clear a big enough gap down here so that I can drive it down there without it getting stuck. I think it's actually working. Yes, it is. It hasn't gotten stuck. I haven't been able to get it to do this before. So it actually did turn into a tunnel machine, basically. So I got it this far. Let's see if I can turn the corner at all and get it out of here. Looks like I'm going to be able to. Well, I made it. Look at that. This is going to make things so much easier in the future now that I know I can do this. So that's what the archway looks like. It's a little bit high in relation to this rail, but you'll notice that this it didn't link all the way, because when I made this I was very inexperienced with placing rails. Now I know how to do it though, so it should just line up so I can get it to go up higher faster and hopefully get out of the way. And this place just looks absolutely disgusting, and I did want to stick, somebody suggested it, and if somebody I was thinking of, I wanted to put like a flower garden there or monument or something. Seems like it would be pretty cool. But let's start with this rail. I can't do this all in one go, can I? I'm surrounded on all sides, almost all sides, by storm clouds, which is always fun. It extends all the way across the horizon in that direction, to the west, to the north, even to the northeast. But right now, the sky is mostly clear, and there's phantoms killing me. What if you didn't do that? Very laggy phantoms, I might add. Now just imagine if I had radar-controlled anti-aircraft cannons that would blow up the phantoms for me. Wouldn't that be something? I have a tunnel here, and all of this part of the tunnel is complete. Look at that. That looks pretty cool. Now I just need like a fast, like, sports car, something to drive through here. That's what we need now. I gotta love this view as well, and I'm gonna like it a lot more once I've finished the outside entrance of this. I'm gonna go look up an actual tunnel entrance. I haven't been through a tunnel in a little while. I think the last time I was in Pennsylvania. Speaking of Pennsylvania, I want to work on this bridge soon as well, and somebody suggested, when I was last working on my transportation network, somebody suggested that I look at the bridges in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I've been really close to that, but I've not actually been to Pittsburgh, so I went and looked it up, and I will show you what I found. They suggested these and said that they thought they might fit quite well with the style, and I have to agree that they do look really good. Now I kind of want to see this in person. Maybe I will someday. But I can take a modified version of this and apply it here. I'm thinking, since my bridge is not that long, I will just take one of the elevated arches instead of two of them, and I will stick that elevated archway roughly right there. But now I need to go hunt for some kind of tunnel entrance, hopefully one in Pennsylvania that I could find, maybe the same one I was in. Well, I just found this tunnel, and I don't know if it's the exact one I went through, but it's pretty darn close. And it doesn't look that great. I remembered it looking better on the outside than this. This is kind of just a brick. So fine, I will be forced to think of my own design. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do we think? Am I going to be able to come with a good design? I think so. I'll get something. Okay, here we go. This is maybe version 3 or so of this area. That was a good start. I need to replace the rest of this with dirt, and I'll show you here, by the way. I got this done. Oh no! That's half of a monument. The other half I'm not building right now because it's got a pedestal here, and I wanted to put some kind of statue or something cool on it, but I thought I'd ask you guys, see if you guys had some good suggestions for that. I haven't thought too much about it. So if you have any cool ideas of what should go on here, let me know down in the comments, and we'll see about putting it there later. But hopefully this looks cool. I haven't really done much with gardens before, so kind of a first time. Not sure if it's good having 1 or 2 designs here. I have 2 right now, but I'm open to changing stuff. You never know. Then there's like the center area here, and then this part is floating. So I think it's a cool design. Found a use for some gold. Don't usually use gold for much, but oh yeah, and it looks pretty cool from the map. But regardless, let's build the bridge over here now. Making this bridge is going to be a little tricky because it's diagonal, but I'm not concerned about being able to pull it off. Sorry about that time-lapse being a little bit messed up. I was having significant problems with the TPS. Ooh. Some things don't... My keybinds are messed up. Some things don't change. Actually, that's not true. Things have changed, or they're about to. So I've just spent several hours doing a bunch of testing because not only was the TPS slow, it was actually freezing. I went through a few different solutions that helped a little bit or not really at all. And then I started going through the world files and taking stuff out until I noticed a difference. And I discovered something. Watch this. 409 ships. I'm sorry. I don't remember making 409 Valkyrian Sky ships. My tank is gone, and all of my ships are gone, but now look at the TPS. Also, my chunk loaders are gone, because that was one of the first things I tried. But ignoring that, look at the TPS now. It is averaging 12, although it still feels slightly messed up, because it should be sliding faster. So I'm not quite sure what that is, but it is vastly improved. It doesn't stutter, it's not high, and it's not freezing it all, which is amazing. Getting rid of whatever the 409 other ghost ships that don't exist but are taking up resources, whatever that was, getting rid of that. That's what helped a lot. Obviously, it's not good having my stuff gotten rid of. I mean, my turret is completely gone now, which is bad, because I have to rebuild that by hand. Not right now. But I can pretty easily just go get my schematic table, and I will just paste my things back in. Just do that. Assemble. And it's back. And the TPS is unaffected, which is what we like to see. So I can get my tank back quickly, and I can get the ship back quickly-ish. I'm not necessarily need to do that now. And some things I'll have to rebuild by hand on the clockwork bearing, which is a little unfortunate. But I want my vehicles back because look at this bridge. I need the vehicles to dig more stuff, and I wanted to drive them on the bridge. I mean, this thing does look pretty cool. And it's going to be a lot cooler. Everything's going to be a lot cooler now that I have really low tick rate again. Despite not really having to get rid of much. I can reactivate my chunk loaders. I can reactivate a bunch of things. Performance increased enough that I can even turn particles back on. Kind of. Apparently it had several effects, not just the TPS, but even frame rate a little bit, so that's a nice thing. It still didn't solve the issue of some 6,000 to 8,000 particles being in this area though, which I don't understand where it's coming from. But now everything can be done quickly. The game actually works, the people build their stuff fast, the tank responds quickly. It doesn't teleport, it's not laggy. Lots of things are better. It's amazing how bad things are when the tick rate is terrible. The bridge sure looks nice though. Thanks for that suggestion. It definitely ended up fitting here really well. It's certainly a nice backdrop for the town. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed, and I'm really glad that I got that lag sorted out. Because honestly, a lot of what determines how long I can stay on this world is the performance. Either way, I'm glad we got this bridge done. I'm glad we got that tunnel and even a monument over there. Let me know if you got any cool ideas for a statue. And next time, we're probably going to be working on some kind of foundry for brass. We need to turn our ore stones into the proper metals, and then we can keep our automation going and set it up even further. I've been on this world close to a year, and yet I still haven't automated the most basic of Create mod resources like copper, zinc, and brass. But that's all about to change. A few weeks ago, I made offshore mining rigs to extract ore stone, and today, I'm going to finally put it to use. I need to build an industrial foundry to turn my ore stone into all the molten metals I could possibly want for automation and munitions. Let's get started. It sure is nice seeing that tick rate again, although it's worse than the last time you saw it, because I reactivated 180 chunks worth of chunk loaders, which is all the essential factories and things like that around the world, from over there all the way to really far away. But even with that, it's still working amazingly after I got rid of all those hundreds and hundreds of ghost ships. I still have no idea what that was, and I don't think we're ever going to find out. They're getting closer to finishing this thing, the university, getting it to level 4. But we're not going to be over here this video. We're going to be in a place we haven't worked on in a little while. Here, we're back at the steel mill area, one of my favorite parts of the world. I haven't worked on this in a bit, not since the dockyard was completed. And today, we're going to be building a metalworks factory, or foundry. Some kind of building to house the processing of ore stone into molten metal, and then into ingots and other stuff that we need. I mentioned as well molten metal, and that's because we have molten metal for all the different types now. I added a new mod that I've been looking at for a while, and this is a way to just melt down the various things and then reform them into ingots, which is what we're going to be doing. I don't think you get any more out of it with a mold. You can turn it into an ingot, and then you can wash it, and then you get the actual ingot out of it. You get the mold back, so it's like that. It's just a fun process that we're going to do. I'm going to tie this in as well with the steel thing, because this thing is the train unloading station, and it's meant to just unload whatever kind of stuff for steel, but I'll probably use it to unload everything from a port that doesn't exist yet. And then what I wanted to do is have a smaller train track down here with a smaller train, which would be responsible for bringing the molten slag out of here. Because there's like slide cars that I've seen, it looks really cool, and I could do that as well to bring the stuff over that I need. I need to start by making andesite tracks in order to figure out where that's gonna go. I wonder why they chose stone to be the default. Seems a little odd. Well, I'd already planned to have a track going down the middle of this. Gives me a fun excuse to use the normal sized train tracks, because I almost always use the oversized ones. Okay, I'll leave that dead-ended. This is a little too short for it to go under here, and over here, this corner is in the way. If I had it go through, I don't know, like right here actually, this would be kind of cool. And then I had it, if I had to go through there, maybe. Ooh, that works. That would work. I can get rid of this. This is kind of bad anyways. Let me get rid of this. But now this is going to go over here, and it can just easily unload. Maybe it even goes in the building. What if we did that? I've left space for a floor here now, and I'm going to build it probably in the same style, the same building materials as this, just a different shape. And we'll have some different outside features related to blast chambers or smelting stuff, whatever. A lot of this is going to be focused on the interior. I still have a backpack here from a long time ago. This one that happens to have a bunch of building materials that I need. In addition to the ones that I had from the last project that we did in the video before last, we should be all set on materials for a while. Finished building the outside just in time for the rain to show up so that it doesn't ruin most of the time lapse. We're gonna go inside now. Once I show you what I got. The outside is not as important as the inside here, but that doesn't mean that I made it look bad. I reused some of the stuff from over here. So I made like a pipe and it looks like it's going into here. These are going to be the areas where I have the big decorative blast furnace area things with the molten metal everywhere. That's going to look really cool. Unfortunately, we don't have a giant arc furnace multi-block. I mean, I suppose I could add immersive engineering. If immersive engineering arc furnaces actually made the molten metal, I would probably add it just for that. I also ended up making it meaningfully different looking from this building. I was going to make it a lot closer, but then I was looking, I found an actual building I was basing it off of. I'll put a picture of it. So we've got these metal bands, which I think are kind of unique looking. And the inside looks nice as well. Glad I ooh, I like that lightning. But I need to add a floor to this now. And then we'll start working on the important stuff in here. There's a floor now, and a cow, and all my stuff in here. And the rails over there are done. So I got these couple pictures here. Actually, there's a lot of pictures. If you just like Google this, there's just an endless stream of pictures of this kind of building. So I need to add some rafters to it, and I want to add these kind of furnace things here. And this is going to be loose interpretation, meant to look cool. This is not the functional part. The functional part comes a little bit later. I'm still technically doing the decorative stuff, but it's meant to create a cool environment, you might say. Here are the rafters. They look pretty cool. But now I'm wondering if I should go to creative mode to try to design these things. They're not that huge, but it would certainly be helpful to have access to everything. This is what I call a foundry. It may be decorative, but it sure looks cool. But basically, it's supposed to kind of just sit the bucket here, then it gets filled up from this spot in here, and this is not realistic, but it does look cool, and it's got to go in the thumbnail. And then the bucket is supposed to get lifted up, the chains would lift it up, then move it, and then these things, I did notice things like these in actual pictures of this from real life, where it would have extra cables on the back of it, which you would then lift up and it would tilt the bucket. So that's what's happening here. And it's just getting dumped unceremoniously on the ground. I'm glad I did this in creative mode. It came out a lot better here than I would have been able to figure out in survival mode, which is what I'm going to go do now. I'm going to go build it in survival and then set up all the important stuff. Fun part. Here we go. Oh yeah. I didn't use anything that hard to get, but somehow it's still 8 pages. You gotta be kidding me. It's fine. It's all stuff I have, or can get very quickly. So I'm gonna go grab this materials and we'll get this built in like 30 seconds or something after that. That's the fastest part, isn't it? Epic. I always like when these clouds show up. They're definitely my favorite from the mod because it's the clouds that would always show up in the late summer and then the fall where I would live. And that's of course my favorite time of year. So I mentioned immersive engineering a little bit ago and I'm not adding it. I mean, let me know if you want me to add it, if you think it'd be cool for something. I don't really think we need to, but you never know. Speaking of it though, there's a thing in immersive engineering called a crusher. I'm sure probably everybody knows what it looks like, but I'll throw a picture of it on screen. Anyways, and I have to make, or I have to do a crushing operation here because I have to crush, well, we're going to be crushing Viridium to get the copper, and we're going to be crushing Azurine in order to get the zinc, and then that gets turned into brass. And we crush that with crushing wheels, so I thought that, well, I have to do this anyways. How about I make something that looks suspiciously like the immersive engineering crusher, and I stick the crushing wheels in it, and then we crush it that way. Let's start with that. And maybe, why don't I get a wireless transmitter right now to transmit those items to here, just so that I can kind of see what I'm doing. I am obviously going to bring them in on train eventually, which I wasn't going to do before, but since I fixed the TBS, I can have more trains now, which is awesome. I have some of these left over from before. I deactivated the ship a little bit ago to help with the TPS, but I will not be reactivating right now because it doesn't really have anywhere productive to go until I have a port. Oh, it's already set up to work here. I didn't even realize. Crimsite, look at that. I didn't even need to go here. Look, I could probably just do Viridium, and I bet. Oh yeah, look at that. It's got 64 Viridium in it. Okay, I don't even have to do anything. We're going back. I'm gonna go scrounge up some crushing wheels, and also we need to power this place. And as you know, I hate steam engines. We're not doing any more of that. There's lots of engines that aren't steam engines though. So I have my pick here. What should we do? I'll make a new one. I'll give it some gas or some diesel or something from the oil refinery. We could do an LPG engine. It's up to 24,000 stress units, 23,000. That's pretty good. We'll make some of that. The small engines are all made from about the same steps. Like here, we just start with an engine base. Oh, although I have to do it over there. Darn it. Here, this will give me the engine base. And then here, I just have to add, oh geez, I have to add 8 engine chambers, some screws, screwdriver, lubrication, and then it turns into this. How do we make, oh, it's that. Spark plugs. Oh no, it's the steel mechanisms. That's the unfun part. That's the expensive part. Do I have any left? I made a stack of them a while ago. Oh, I have 9. That's slightly more than enough. I'll take it. Alright, here's the LPG tank. I'm just gonna stick this into a fluid transmitter, kind of like I did with diesel. Is there a place, no rotational power. Is it gonna mess it up if I don't put it in here? I've had problems with it when I just stick it off of a pipe and then it does weird things. Of course, I think that if we did that, it would be quite a bit better, so let's put that here. Oh, right, I'm burning it still. Shoot, let's turn that off for a little bit. No more. Now it's gonna get all sent down here. That'll get it. I was wondering where it's all going. Here, look at that. Now it's good. Now I have to try to develop a crusher here. So, I know that we've got crushing wheels like this. Then we have it like in the middle. So if we kind of build it around this or something. And then we'll just stack it like this. So we've got 4 different ones. Alright, so I got this here. I think I got a good design for it. We just got this stuff, and I'll dump it in from the top for now until I got a train. Then over here, we've got the LPG engine, and I'm just having this thing in the back just to power this, and then the rest of it I'm gonna just send underground. I don't want to be powering this above ground. Here we have a LPG input, and then it has an exhaust output. Last thing why can't I put a lever there? You should totally be able to put a lever there, because this thing does need redstone power to function. here. Hopefully that makes it work. But we'll set this to get powered a little bit. Here. Let's get this started. Okay, I maybe have to do this in the front after all. Oh, yep, I do. Sweet. There we go. Oh, why did it stop? Oh, it wasn't taking carbon out fast enough. It needs to be fast enough spinning. Here. See, look at that. Now it's going fast enough. It's spinning very slowly, and I think I have to spin this the opposite direction, but that's part of why I added this. Here, let's try 32. That's... Oh, no. Oh, no, guys. Oh, heck, I did not think of this the right way. I just had to slide it out by 1 block. So, now we're good to go. Now they're spinning the right way. We won't make this too close, and I have to supply these blaze burners with some fuel. I can't use LPG, but I could teleport in diesel, I guess, and that lasts for a long time. I'm gonna try to connect this underground here. And I need to try to connect this somehow. Here, that's connected. That's going the wrong way, because of course it is. Oh. Where's that coming from? Where did you get the nuggets from? Okay, I got some crimsite from somewhere. Well, look, it's already kind of working, isn't it? Oh no, it's making ball bearings! Don't make the ball bearings! Not the dreaded ball bearings! That's so stupid. Do I have a filter? I do. Cease. I'm going to use this to teleport in diesel. Which should... No, it's not, because I don't have straws. I always forget the straws. Ah. Yes. Excellent. Now, look at that. Oh shoot, it's going to be dumping it on the ground. Nope, 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 nope. Block that up. Nope. Look at that. Molten iron, 32 millibuckets. I can just do here. Crimsite. Look at that. Well, there's actually not going to be anything to look at because the particles are off still. We should be able to see. Yes, there's crimsite in here, I can tell. And it should be on its way out. Oh yeah, look, raw iron. There goes some raw iron, and then it goes in here. It's getting melted. And we can do that with all of these. Uh-oh, what's wrong? Why is ochre not coming through? Okay, what about Viridium? Viridium came through. What about Azurine? Okay, I gotta go fix the ochre. There it is. There's the copper. There's the zinc. Yeah, molten copper. Molten zinc. We're still making this stuff. Alright, I got gold going in. Fix the ochre stuff. Only problem is I just realized this thing is making slag. And I really have no way to get rid of it except with a mechanical arm. I hope it can reach. Ooh, if I put it up here, it can totally reach. Here. Now stick it there. Hopefully you'll work. Right. Oh yeah, you are. Now I can finally start taking molten iron and dumping it on the ground and everywhere. For decoration purposes, of course. Hehe. I'm gonna use hoppers to return the empty casting things, and then see it'll send it back up to here once it reaches the end, because I guess it separates or something by the time it reaches here after being washed. Or cooled. I have some of these. Not enough. But enough that I can filter that. So, watch. Let's put that there. And we'll come over here, and we should see it up here. Magically. Yeah, look at that. Oh! Well, there you go. I did. Yeah, I guess it would do that. I didn't realize. But I guess I should have, so we'll just add one to each of these. And then, of course, more of them over here. I'll craft more of these. But here you go. See, look, it turns into a ingot mold of molten copper. Oh, here we go. See, it worked. Look at that. See, look, it's disappearing. And here it goes. It's back. Now, oh, okay. So it stopped there. So I have this thing here so I can finely tune the speed of this. Let's see, how far can it go? Now it's at 20. I could probably go to 24. No, it's working. That seems to be doing what it's supposed to do. Look at that. There goes the copper. And boom. Ingot gets rid of that thing. Sticks it in here. Already got 16. This is working splendidly. Now, watch this. let's just get a couple more of these. The more I add these, the more continuous the flow of ingots will be. But I'm forgetting something, aren't I? Oh yes, one important thing. I have 2 outlets here, one for copper and one for zinc, and they need to go to one final basin where we're going to be producing molten brass, because that is how you can do that. You can actually alloy it with the molten stuff, which is nice. I don't have to craft it. You can just mix it together in equal parts. Probably the most important one of these, because that's how we're going to get stuff for autocannons, artillery shells, all types of bullets. What the heck? I've never seen that before. How have I never seen that? Okay, that's weird, but kind of interesting. So here's the brass maker. This is the only part that's new. And it's just an extra cauldron thing, an extra basin, where it's gonna mix the 2 metals together. So, watch this. I'm gonna turn this off. No, we're gonna turn this off. Oh shoot, I have to get a filter. Oh no, you have to get a filter pipe. That's annoying. Here. There we go. Hopefully this works now. Are we not getting copper through here? Oh, we're... Right. It would be helpful if the outlet were behind the thing. That's what we want. Look at that. Look at that right there. You are extracting it, aren't you? You're not? I have had this problem before, I think. I think I solved it with a filter. Yep, that's how we do it. Don't know why it does that sometimes, but there we go. So now we filter this. Change the orientation of that. Add a shaft right here. And brass should be good to go. Get rid of that, take that, filter that for brass. Now everything that goes here, it all gets put away. Let's make a bunch of these. Okay, a little delayed, but whatever, it still works. There we go, I've decorated it. It's really nice because these things, you can actually stick them on the ground as blocks, and they create light, and they glow in shaders, so it looks extra nice. I got rid of all my torches, stuck a few lights up here, and I've added some more decorations around here, like steel beams. Like, oh look, we're casting steel beams, or metal beams, or something like that here. And now, I'd say this place is done until I get to have a train, and I make it so it can put it into a train and unload from a train, which will probably be next time. Last time I built a foundry and automated several essential metals using Minecraft Crate mod. Only problem is I haven't set up a proper way for resources to go in or out of the foundry yet. To do this, I'm going to need trains. Lots of trains. So today, I need to design and build several new ones, and improve my railway logistics system to ensure all my factories are being supplied with the necessary resources. Let's get started. Today we might just see the 4th upgrade of the university. Finally completed after 4 videos, what are we on now? And there's still one more level, and it's the last level. Nobody cares about that though. What I care about, and what everybody cares about, is this foundry here. I have this train track here, which I built in here, and it's meant to bring in the raw resources, which right now are being teleported. And that's kind of lame. So what I want to do first is build a train that can go on here. And it requires, obviously since it's a different gauge, it requires a slightly different hopper car design and a different locomotive design. This will be the first diesel locomotive design I've made. It's not going to be a steam design. Now I actually have a perfect example in real life to look at. And if you take a look at this is actually a place that I've been not that long ago. It is a place in Duluth, Minnesota in the US, and they have a lot of industry here, including this thing which is visible off the highway. There's a bunch of these kind of smaller hopper cars. So I thought these would be a good fit for a smaller gauge overall. We could build more of them and probably make a decently long train if I went with this stuff, especially because I've got more tick rate to work with. Speaking of Duluth and trains, there's also a train museum there which has a lot of old trains which I've been to, and it's really cool. So if you're in that area, I'd recommend that. If you're watching Crate Mod, you probably already like trains. I'm going to design it under here because it does have to fit under here. So the big hopper train will come up here and then drop it down into the small hopper train, which will then take the stuff into the building. It is also meant to pick up slag here, so I might just design a slag carrying car at the same time, which I will bring a picture up of as well. I still have been unable to find a proper pattern to make rusty looking metal. Like, look, this is all rusty here, and it's a brown color, a brown metallic. Like, this is brown, but I'm sorry, that doesn't look particularly rusty. Now maybe I used it in conjunction with some other things, So I'm gonna finally bite the bullet and just figure out how to make a brown, rusty looking metal. I mean, I already have the whole thing here. It just needs the right textures now. I see that I seem to have inadvertently separated these into desaturated and saturated. This just looks weird. And I tried all of these and it just looked bad. So let's try with only the darker, and then I might have to gravitate back toward a more actually metallic looking texture, because this just looks like it's made out of stone. Here, I did manage to find a rusty looking design. That looked good. It looks rusty. It ended up being the bauxite, dark brown mushroom blocks, and I have some of these, so it's not unobtainable, and then just flat brown riveted loco metal. So it works. Managed to distill that out of this, but I think we may have a design. This whole thing felt really weird because it's such a small size, smaller than I'd normally build. So I guess it's like a test build, like a prototype diesel locomotive. It's not bad. It just seems kind of bad because it's hard to make it look as good when it's this size. I mean, these turned out okay for their size, but this is just pretty small. And I was purposely making it small because I don't want like a huge diesel locomotive running around here. I even debated on trying to find other designs, and I just couldn't really think of anything good. So it's good enough for now. I want to see how many cars I can paste here and then try to turn it into a train. I'm not going to be able to paste all of them. Here, let's try doing this. Yay, it worked. So this is 4 of these for the 4 different ore stones. And speaking of different ore stones, I guess I kind of need to change the color of this, don't I? Because that looks like 4 Viridium carriages right now. It looks pretty cool though. There we are. 4 different ore stones, 4 different colors for the different things in the foundry. I want to build a slag card now. Hey guys, look what I found out. Look at that, framed liquids. You can put liquid textures on frame blocks. I just discovered that, which is great because, well, now we've got actual liquid in here. Well, not really, it's framed liquid, you might say. What an interesting term. Anyways, this allows us to look like we actually have the molten slag without actually having a liquid. Although I seem to have forgotten a fluid port. To make it logical, I really need to have it be here. So I'm gonna have to sacrifice 1 tank for a port, and then we do that, and then we do that. And now it has 1 tank. It can hold 8 buckets. Awesome. Assemble. Oh, no more light. Or what is it? Ah, it didn't freeze the texture, but it's not glowing at all either. Yeah, that's just a train limitation. Maybe Create Interactive would solve that. I don't know. Well, I'll drive this over here. Not that I'm going to be able to see anything. But it does fit under here perfectly, so that's good. You like to see that. Yeah, the only problem is that there's actually not very much room in here. That's actually more than I expected. It's almost fit all of these in. And we've got the slag car, which doesn't need to be in here. No, that's better than I thought. Well, all I need to do now is make some schematics of this so that I can go build it on the other world and put it on Patreon in case you guys would like it as well. And we'll be good to go with this part of the project, this part of the logistics. Something just occurred to me and I just implemented it. You know that slag that you get out of these things? These things produce slag. Well, you can't actually see it, but let me go down here. Oh, it's kind of flooded. So when it processes the actual solid, like, crushed version, not the nuggets, you get slag out of it, and I've just been staking the slag in here. There's 4,000 slag. You can turn it into those blocks and they look kind of good for building. But it occurred to me I could just make a recipe for it to turn it into the other molten slag, which is from the steel mill. So I actually just implemented that right here. You can melt this slag and then you can melt the blocks. So if you want to do that, not too hard to do, and then we can turn that into concrete later. So maybe I will have the slag cars going here after all to pick it up. I don't have a lot of room here. I did build it on this orientation, so I need to put a track down on this orientation and then figure out where the rails are going to go. Oh look, 8 pages again. It's not that different from what I got last time. So I'm going to collect the materials here and obviously build this train. Oh, finally they did it! Level 4 university, good grief. Well, here we go. I flattened the area, and I'm gonna make kind of a circular track for now. You can put that there. That looks cool. Here, made it. We can get back onto the track. I'm really glad I made it this scale. It looks really cool just sitting under the track. That's exactly what I was going for. Well, here, it's a loop. Now that I have this, let's back it up and see how far it can fit into here with only these things and not a slide car on the end of it. Oh, okay, we hit the end. Really only 3 of them are in an okay position. So I'm gonna have to knock a hole in the wall and then have it drive out a little bit farther. Here, I can fit both of these here and we'll have 2 at a time. So this is as far back as we would go to unload these 2. Then it would pull forward and unload these 2 back here. So how far back did I actually send this? Oh wow, it's almost at the edge. Took a couple of tries, but I got it to line up here. Hopefully that means it's lined up back here as well now. Come on, come on, come on, yeah. Nice. There we go. Yes, it connected. Awesome. I was afraid that I wasn't going to line up at all with that. Well, that's good to know. First, let me put something in the train car. It occurred to me that I should try to use an ME system stuff to move the things from there to here. Well, I used storage buses before, and then I had import buses. I wonder if I can import it directly from this or not. We're gonna find out. Okay, I have 10,000 stress units remaining, and I can use that in an alternator somewhere and make a little bit of power, because this does need a little bit of electricity. Get a quartz fiber there, put the connector on that, and then I just do this, and it should just start working. Am I right? Am I right? Am I wrong? Oh, I forgot. There's something called an energy acceptor. I guess you have to use that. It can't go straight into the line. Now it's online. Perfect. Ooh, it is removing it. To where though? It's putting it here. I don't want it to go there. That's supposed to be Azarine. Oh heck. This should work. I've managed to conceal. Yes! Very small area to turn this into slag. And then I can just send this in a pipe somewhere over there to a slag car. Once we get that, which I guess we'll work on that now. So there's this thing called a train coupler, and I've never used it, and we're about to figure out how to do this. Oh, so I have to align it like this. Oh, there we go. So now it's in decoupling mode. Can I switch it to... So I can then get a lever. Oh, and there we go. It decoupled it. See? That was easy. And then coupling... Oh, and it's recoupled. Nice. Oh, now it disaligned it. Awesome. That's not good. How am I supposed to fix that? Now it's too close and I can't move it back. It won't go back. What the heck? Oh shoot, I just started a raid. Well, if it's entertaining, it'll be in the video. But they've always broken every other time I've accidentally done this. Oh, they are spawning. Up here. Guards, get them. Get them. Good. Good job, guys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot they made Phantoms, or no, Vexes look cringe now. Yay! Well, that was entertaining. It actually it didn't break, and I got some totems now. I don't think I got any of that until now. Well, here. 2 slide cars. Got them ready to be hooked up to this locomotive. I got that over there. So let's assemble this. I'm gonna drive it back and see how it lines up and see where I need to put the filling area. That's fine for this. We can fill it from here. And then let's go back a full car length. I finally got slag going here. So we've got this pipe that I'm gonna cover up now. Just goes from here. There's not really a buffer, so it's a little bit slow, but that's not a huge problem. I mean, it's not like we're gonna be using that much of this stuff probably. Certainly not today. But I got it so that both of these can get filled up. They've got their own stations and everything. So I guess that's one train done, or is it 1.5 trains done? I mean, because we have one locomotive and then 2 different types, so maybe that's like 1.5. Well, I guess I'm gonna go take this back, uncouple these cars, recouple the other ones, and we'll get on to building train number 2 out of 2.5. So we decoupled and recoupled some trains earlier, and we're not done with that, because I need the second train to haul in the ore stone from the dockyard and coal. And I'm not going to build an entirely new locomotive for that. I am simply going to take this locomotive here, this really big one, and this big tender, decouple it from the tanker cars, and take it elsewhere. Like I've mentioned before, I can't even use the tanker cars because of that glitch, so they're basically useless at the moment. Here. Did I do it? Oh, it looks like it's unlinked. I think I did. Let's get in here and see. Oh yeah, I did. Okay, I don't know why. I thought that was gonna be way harder because I was like, oh, it's on a turn. I'm not gonna be able to do it. But no, look at that. We got it. So those tanker cars can sit right where they are and be just fine. This thing has to haul 4 or 5 hopper cars onto this and somehow still fit. So I bet I'm gonna have to lengthen this quite a bit. But look at that big train there. Oh, that's cool. Now we just need, we'll do 5 hopper cars. Because we need coal, and then we need 4 types of ore stone. One of those ore stone types turns into the iron, which I can use in the steel mill. But yeah, I'm not even gonna be able to build this here right now, so I'm gonna go back to the rail yard. Feels weird being back to the full-size cars now. And look at this thing. This thing is the size of 2 or 3 of the little ones that we made. Well, this is going to be a lot of materials because it's this list times 5. Oh shoot, this thing is nowhere near long enough. I mean, I knew it wasn't, but it is really short. I'm gonna have to double it. Okay, I've done a lot of work here to get this ready. I extended this, obviously, so we can fit this pretty easily. And I have sorted out the loading and unloading stations, which was kind of a pain how this works. I mean, because the trains are much different sizes, and so they don't line up amazingly. So up here, you'll notice I actually have the dreaded item transmitters just moved. Now it's going to dump it into these train cars, and the reason it's just being dumped into the train here and then back out of the train is because this is supposed to pick up from a port, and I don't have a port. And I was looking at where I wanted to have a port/dock, and I was like, oh, try to put it up here or over here or something, or maybe over there. And I'm like, that seems dumb. How about I just put it where the rest of the shipyard is? Plus, none of these areas are very big. I mean, heck, this train here is about as long as that island. That's no good. But since right now the train has nowhere to go, it's going to sit exactly where it needs to be most of the time. Other thing is, I've got this, and like I mentioned, I have train stations that are aligned down there with the correct cars when that's parked. So I just need to get a driver and a schedule for this so that I can program it to go back and forth. Epic. There you go. And I will program you a schedule. Here. hopefully you're gonna go to where you need to go, which should be Viridium pickup first. Oh yeah, look, see, it's putting Viridium in here. Now I color matched it. I matched it with the right types, of course. I wasn't gonna stick Viridium in the Azurine one. So it's gonna be here for 30 seconds, so I don't know how much that's gonna pick up. I guess we'll see in 30 seconds. 1440. So you are gonna come to the first stop and unload the first 2 cars, right? Yes. And we should see it going into here. Yeah, it is. Look, Azurine's counting up. It's not rendering it here, but Azurine's counting up is... What do we got? Crimsite is counting up, so it is unloading. We can see it decreasing. Yep, and then it'll move 1 station further back to get the other 2 cars. So now there's extra steps for this getting here, but I also need to get this. I need to get the finished products out of here. I need to get the ingots to the factories where they can make other stuff, and that's where another train comes in, one that I already own. I moved the train over there, really far out of the way, so that I could bring this train up. This is the freight train, the first one that I made, and I just used this to move stuff around the colony from all the different factories and everything. It's already got stuff like gunpowder in it, and then sulfur and bitumen, and it's about to have the ingots that we want out of here, because I've set up a little ME transfer system that goes underground and imports it from this. It's so much better than belt, so much less laggy, so much less cluttered. Let's do copper. We should see copper going into here. Am I right? Yep, look at that. It's going in. Because I have no way of limiting how much goes in here right now, I'm going to have to limit it by just making the train leave once it's filled up with as much as I want. Problem is, to make it leave, I have to modify this, because there is no way to have it reverse. It doesn't have a control panel here, so we're going to have to drive this out of here. But let's disassemble it real fast. Oh shoot, it broke that even. Here. Now I gotta fix it. Oh. Clearly my train signals are not working correctly because it can do this. It just went on the wrong track. That's kind of embarrassing, isn't it? Oh right, that other train's there. I have to stop it, or I have to go put a signal. Alright, over here, come on. And so it should wait until it has a lot of things to fill up, but I don't know because it doesn't have a condition for and or. So I'm not quite sure how it's going to function. Well, it also didn't leave because I programmed it with 1,000 and it says it has over 1,000 copper, so it didn't leave before they got the rest of the stuff, so that's a good sign. Okay, almost there. Yes, we're moving. Oh shoot, let me get in the seat here. Oh, heck yeah. Well, it worked. That part worked. Now we're going in reverse. I'm not sure where we're going to go now. You know, it's not actually really meant to drive in reverse this much. Oh yeah, this is very much an oversight. So, what I've done is I've added a new station from there that is accessed by going in reverse. Then you go here, and then you go forward out of there that way, and you it's supposed to go to it after it picks up the stuff when it's in reverse mode. And since it's in reverse mode now, I should be able to tell it to go there right now and have it sort itself out. Well, did you go all the way or not? Oh! That's more like it. Now we're going the right way. Everything else should work out as it's supposed to. Hey, that was surprisingly difficult. Good job. Oh, it's already leaving. Well, goodbye. There's nowhere for it to unload right now, because that is all we have time for today. Next time I'll be able to unload everything here, make a bunch of crafting recipes. I can basically automate everything else in Create Mod that I haven't been able to do yet, because all I have here is stuff that doesn't involve copper or brass or zinc. I can also fully set up the automation for dropping it off at the ammo factory and make that better, because it was kind of bad with belts. I'm going to swap it out with some ME cables and it'll be a lot cleaner, a lot less wasteful, and more efficient. Despite this oil refinery build's huge size, it's still missing an important section. It already makes fuels and byproducts like sulfur, but now I need to design a chemical plant add-on to turn the naphtha it makes into plastic using Minecraft Create Mod. Plastic is very important for the electrical materials I'll need if I ever want to make a power plant. I also spend a bit of time automating more Create components with my newly supplied copper and brass from the last video. Look at all this stuff here on the side, ignoring the food, that I can craft now that we have brass and copper and zinc. This train here, which we set up yesterday, well, last time, not really yesterday. This train brings the stuff in. If you look here, you can see it is got stuff here. This thing will just go round and around and keep collecting stuff and dropping it off, and the important thing is I have to integrate it into the factory now. To do that, I need to connect it with an ME network thing into the bigger system here, but unfortunately some of the convenient nearby ones are already maxed out at 8 channels. So if I were to remove this, then this only has 7 channels, so I could then add a little workaround. Or not really a workaround, it's just this trick. We have a storage bus and then an interface. Let's say I put the interface there, and I put a storage bus looking at the interface. Then I do this, which will give power to that. Suddenly, this is back to 8 channels, and this now has 1 channel, and we have a new sub-network. I can reconnect this with an import bus, and we will continue importing the iron as we need it. So, what exactly do I want it to do? I want it to import copper, zinc, and brass. And now it has room to do that. So, I'm going to get 2 import buses here. I'll filter them just in case. It should be as simple as that. It should start ticking these down, if I did it right. It is, look at that. It's bringing in brass right now. It's not importing it very quickly though. Lucky me, that's pretty easy to do. We can just make some advanced cards. I can actually automate this. Why haven't I yet? I'm slacking in my automation. In order to easily make more of these recipes, I need, what are they, patterns? Yes, blank patterns. Why did I not automate blank patterns? Oh, because they need glowstone. The only good way of automating glowstone needs a potion or potion burn stuff, which I could set up here, but I'm not going to right now. There's very little glowstone here right now. That's kind of bad. I need to go get some by hand. Well, here's some. That'll help a little bit. So I won't automate those patterns yet, but I will make a bunch of these right now. I can put them in here. And what was I trying to do? Oh yes, acceleration card and just advanced card at all. So here, let's export this. Give me some of, oh, I can't do that. And I'm running out of room in my pattern thing. I'm gonna have to build another one soon. Wait, then I just have to put it in here, and now it should already be making them. Yep, I see it crafting. Excellent. So it's already unloaded everything, including maxing out the gold, which means I can send the train back on its way. Oh yeah, and since I'm also about to go add some chunk loaders to that area that I made last time, I also need to pick a name for the cat driver of the train that we made last time. I asked you guys for a suggestion, and we have multiple suggestions, everything from Vin Diesel to Paddington to Jeff. Now we don't have anything named Jeff yet, but that's about to change. This was inevitable. Its name is Jeff. Well, the mall is basically done. Almost everything I could want. The only things that aren't here are the things that take kelp, like these tunnels, or the things that take precision mechanisms, which I tore down my old automation because it wasn't any good. That's not a huge priority though. We're gonna shift gears now that we have all this stuff, and even more random things like iron bars. But those aren't related to what we're going to be doing. We're going to be going and automating plastic. A while ago I made this oil refinery, but I left multiple segments of it unfinished because it was way too big to do all at once. In fact, I've already had this section built in another video, so it's already been over the course of multiple videos. And I mean, look at this thing. You could probably see why. This flare stack here is always burning naphtha, and it's just deleting all of my naphtha, because naphtha is what you turn into propylene and ethylene. And then both of those get turned into liquid plastic. Also, you can turn ethylene into cooling fluid, which we might or might not want. I don't know. I'll probably do that at the same time just in case. You never know. So this big open area here is meant to have more chemical plant building stuff. We're going to build a chemical plant in the oil refinery. It's similar, as we often do. We're on a creative version of this so that I can design something that looks good, especially with this, which is pretty difficult to make, not gonna lie. I was looking up chemical plants and plastic and stuff, and as I often do with this stuff, I end up reading for a while on Wikipedia, getting lost in just clicking through like different pages there, reading random stuff about plastic and polymers and whatnot. But anyways, I did conclude that the plastic plants, the chemical plants, are very similar looking to oil refineries, so they're almost interchangeable. This is definitely the hardest kind of building I ever have to do, because I'm really good at like, oh, here's a vehicle or a building in a picture. Go build that, and like, cool. But when you have something like a chemical plant or an oil refinery, it's so darn complicated, which means I'm left to my own devices, which I can do. It's just a little bit worse, and it takes a lot longer. But I have this laid out here, and I'm going to be reusing some designs from here as inspiration, and I've got basically some pictures that I'm looking at as well, so I think it'll be good. But right here is where I'm going to have the main distillation tower that takes in the naphtha. Yes, it takes in the naphtha, and then we get this stuff. That's going to go right here. There's actually no point in making it this tall. I think since it has 2 outputs, it only needs to be only this tall, actually. That's bringing in naphtha. Now I just have to get fuel here, and unfortunately it only accepts diesel or gas, so I'm gonna have to siphon some from one of these pipelines here. Alright, look at that. I think it already probably started working. Did it? Yeah, it did. You see, one thing I learned, look, propylene, ethylene, one thing I learned from the other ones, you don't need 4 superheated blaze burners, you really only need 1, so I'm technically wasting fuel on all the others, but it's like 45 minutes, so it really doesn't matter, especially given that the oil is infinite. So one thing that's left over from when I built this is a storage tank here for propylene, and a storage tank there for ethylene. Kind of unnecessary, but since I actually decided to do that before, I'm gonna hook it up now. Wow. This is almost all the functional things here, and a lot of decorative stuff. I think I've done everything decorative around this side, so it's just building up this area now, which is nice. But here, let's look at the decorative stuff. I'll show you real fast before I let this go more. Let's put that there. And we should see water and ethylene going in here, and it should start making cooling fluid. Yes, look at that. Cooling fluid is in there. Well, that's very satisfying. And then here we have plastic and ethylene, and I have yet to do... Oh yes, I didn't put a pipe there, so now watch this. There it goes. Now there's the propylene, and look at that, some liquid plastic for me. I just have to get some power to these pumps, and it will be able to fill these things, which are filled with tanks. We're going to put the plastic in here, and the cooling fluid in here, and then the cooling fluid can come out. And I don't know what I'm going to do with it. It's just going to go into some little depots. But the plastic, it can get stored here, and then maybe like right here we'll have the little station where it gets turned into the plastic sheets. Now it should send it out of here. We should see liquid plastic. Yes, look at that. I can see it in the thing. But do we have the cooling fluid? I think I saw it as well. Yeah, look, it's getting removed. That's good. Sometimes these filters don't like to work, but it seems like they aren't having any problems now. And see, look, cooling fluid, cooling fluid. Let's get this turned into plastic sheets. Well, look at that. It's a chemical plant. It's now doing everything that it needs to do. If you look around here, we'll see that it already filled this up with 320 buckets of plastic. And if we come around here, I've added a switch here where you can just burn the naphtha. You can just burn the naphtha instead of sending it in, because at the end of the day, if you clog any one of the things in the oil refinery for too long, it will shut the whole thing down. And that's very bad. We've got valves here. We can turn this on or off, and that will just stop it going over here. And we've got valves over here that will send it to the big tanks. And I suppose if you ever needed more of it, you could call it from the big tanks if you want to, just by reversing some pumps. But right now, these are shut off. If we go around here, I have this little kiosk, and it's where we're making the plastic. I probably should add those funnels or tunnels or whatever they are here, because this only brings out one at a time, which is a little annoying. So this thing here, I think it uses 200 plastic to make a plastic sheet. Kind of a decent amount, only 5 of them per bucket, so... Although I wouldn't say we need plastic for a lot of things, we probably don't need it on an industrial scale, which I would not really consider this an industrial scale. Although perhaps you would beg to differ. Oh, but most importantly, in one of the pictures I was looking at, I noticed a bright green distillation tower, and that's how you know it's eco-friendly. This means that this is actually very good for the environment. All the PFAS that we're making here and we're dumping into the water, it's very eco-friendly because it got painted green, and we put a green leaf symbol on it. I don't know what it is like in other parts of the world, but if you're in the US, good luck finding any decently sized municipal water supply system that doesn't have PFAS in it. I've tried. It almost doesn't exist unless you want to live in the middle of nowhere. Or maybe Denver. Oh look, a stack of plastic. Epic. That means it's time to go back into survival and get this thing built and start making some plastic. And to do that, I'm going to be using the Create Mod schematic. Speaking of schematics, I'll be updating the oil refinery schematic over on Patreon in the shop there because it has the old version minus this available there now. I'm just going to switch out the files that you basically buy there. So if you already bought it, you should be able to re-download it. Let me know if you can't and I'll figure out a different way to get it to you. But basically, I'm just going to update the existing thing there. I have to position this in the right spot. Ugh, this is difficult. Wait. Oh shoot, I thought I actually lined this up properly for a second. It's close, it was close. Not quite. Here it is, the future chemical plant. Let's see. Well, that's awkward. Let's see how many materials it needs. Probably a lot, because these things are usually complicated. Yeah, that's 20 pages. Not a large number of each of these, but the steel is always a pain, because steel I can't automate. I wonder how much steel I have. Let's go find out. Let's check. Oh look, 37 steel ingots. That's not very much, now is it? Yep, all that automation earlier doesn't help me with steel stuff. Now, when I made the whole thing, originally it took several thousand pipes, so I should be thankful that it's only 200 or 150. And you know, the copper automation from earlier helps. 62 fluid pipes, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. And I've got 60 buckets of molten steel here, so that'll make a decent number of ingots, actually. Let's just do that. And there goes our steel, and we're going to be casting. So I'll be waiting here a little while. Maybe I'll be making some more. Okay, I've got 25,000 coal coke dust. These things need more stuff. I've got all this crushed iron saved up. Well, that's not very much more. But I guess I'll see where it gets me. I have all the materials that I need, probably, unless it lied to me, which it often does. I'm kind of used to it by this point. Let's get this thing built, and then we can get some plastic, and maybe we can set up enough electrical stuff to actually turn on the light bulbs that are scattered around here, because there's lots of them, but they have no wires and no electricity generation. Even if I have to make one of those cringe other dynamos, we'll do that. But let's get some electricity. Well, here we are. It's finished. That didn't take too long. It wasn't missing very many resources. There's just, it didn't seem to connect it properly, so let me grab a thing. By a thing, I mean a vertical gearbox, and I should be able to just put this here. Is there another spot? Yeah, I need a vertical gearbox right here as well. I don't know why I didn't replace that, but whatever. That should be bringing everything in that we need now. Yep, that's going. Okay, that's gonna go through, and then if we look under here, it's gonna light up. Did it already do it? Yeah, it lit that up with gasoline, so now it's a superheated blaze burner. Alright, naphtha's going in here. Propylene is in here. Ethylene is in here. Oh, these valves are off. Turn these valves on. Oh, and look, ethylene. Look, we're making liquid plastic. It's already working. And here we've got... Oh, shoot. I messed this up because there's no water that's supposed to go in there. You have me block that off. Look, it's already making plastic. See, I didn't have to do anything. Look at that. Dude, where is the water going? Why is it not going in there? Oh, it had nowhere to go. Okay, whatever. Okay, so now let me swap this out, and we should get water in here. Yeah, that's what we like to see. So now it's gonna make the cooling fluid. No, don't make the plastic. Make the cooling. There we go. I don't know if I need to get that out of there or not. That might cause a problem. But you can see the cooling fluid is filling up in here. Well, guys, it's already working exactly how it's supposed to. Let's check on the plastic. Oh, look, we already have a stack of plastic sheets. That is awesome. So, now that I have plastic, let's do some fun stuff with it. Like, ooh, I can make plastic pipes. Here's our PVC pipe. Something like, whoa, you can Instamine it. That's cool. We can make things like fake paper. Another interesting thing I can do is I can take some chromite and some aluminum, and I put it in here, and it turns into this thing, thermite powder, and then once you have that, you can take 4 of it, you can take some plastic, and then you have a thermite grenade. Uh-oh. There's a distinct lack of fire. Oh, there we go. Great. Moving on from thermite, the more important thing that we need is resistors and capacitors. So we're going to take some of this copper wire from the factory must grow, and if we go back home, I have a little bit of this stuff because it started generating in fire away because I added the mod a little bit later. I have a little bit of nickel, a little bit of lead. That's some electrum, I don't think I need that. I think there's lithium as well. I don't know if I have any of that or not. I'll have to look. Oh yeah, I have some more of this stuff. No lithium that I found though. So I can make resistors. I can also make capacitors. And with this, you can make electric casings, and that's where all the good stuff comes from. I start with the heavy machinery casings, and then you just craft this stuff. We've got an electric casing now, and that only gave me one of them, but oh, it's a block, and it looks electric-y. That's cool. I've been kind of wanting one of these kinds of blocks. Ooh, and it connects. Oh, this is good. I've been wanting a building block that looks kind of like this. Very nice, very nice. Okay, building blocks aside, we can make things like electric motors, we can make resistors, we can make traffic lights. We'll probably be wanting those. I can make an electric pump. I want to make an electric motor. In order to do that, I need magnetic iron, which I don't have. To do that, I need a polarizer. I don't have a polarizer either, but I can make that. More capacitors. Now I have a polarizer. So what I do with this is I can put steel into it, give it power, and then I guess it magnetizes it or something like that. Problem is it has no power. On the right side there's a little thing called a galvanic cell, which has infinite small amount of power in it, apparently. Only problem is I can't make it very easily because it needs zinc sulfate and it needs copper sulfate. Which just means I need some sulfuric acid. In order to do that, I'm going to steal a little bit of nitrate from the dirt farm. That's probably enough, and I can steal some sulfur. I got 1 nitrate, 1 sulfur. Let's put that in there, and it makes some sulfuric acid. It makes half a bucket. All that I should have to do now is put a copper ingot in there, and then it's going to turn that into copper sulfate, and then I put a zinc ingot in there, and we get zinc sulfate, and that should be the 2 things that I needed for making that cell. Here we go. So, what's this going to do? Oh look, it already has some charge in it. Is it possible to charge this from this? I don't know. Oh, it is. Look at that. See, it just kind of connects right there. And so if I put that... Oh, look, see? It's charging relatively slowly. Oh, it's draining this as well. I don't know if that's going to work. There's just a little bit of infinite power. I wonder if I can run a light bulb, by the way. Cool, here we go. Look at that magnetic ingot. And let me get rid of this. And... Oh, look, it totally lit up the light bulb. A lot, I think. I need 1 more of these. Oh no, insufficient voltage. I think I have to let this recharge. Oh, never mind. It actually doesn't have infinite power. It literally just runs out of power. Well, I have to make another one. Alright, I got another one of these. Let's make this last one. Okay, it just ate it. Give me that. And that is an electric motor. Hopefully it's enough to power some light bulbs without using too much actual rotational energy. Generator speed and RPM. Oh wait, that's a motor. That's not a generator. This will create rotational power from electricity. I don't need this right now. I need this later. Oops. This is how you make a generator. That's what we need. So the way this works is I'm hoping it works like this here. I don't know if it's going to, but it produces energy and that energy has a voltage. So that actually matters a lot. Like you can give these light bulbs too much voltage and I think they'll literally blow up or something. And they'll change brightness based on how much voltage you give them. So I don't really know how this works with that because I've only experimented with the creative generator a long time ago and it had a voltage setting. So I don't know if there is a way to change the voltage. Perhaps a resistor would do that. Yeah, that's exactly what it does. The resistor is for changing the voltage, so I may or may not need that. Oh yeah, so it has to be spinning quite a bit faster. That's producing 189 per tick. Can probably stick this on it, like, yep, I can. And then I can put this here. Although, what if I put a light bulb? Ooh, nice. It's not burning it out though, so that's good. And these power lines have been here for a while, just missing the power lines, but that should start oh, come on, why not? Why aren't you powering it? Oh, wait, now it's going. That was weird. Apparently, I am not using too much power, so that's good. Of course, if I do 0, then there's nothing there. Nothing at all. It feels good having plastic and electricity here, that's for sure, especially after such a long time when I designed it with this stuff in mind. If you made it this far, that's pretty crazy, but I'm glad you enjoyed, and thanks for watching. Anyways, I've been Sbeev. Hope you have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you guys next time.